Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. And if you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. But we are just getting started, here to do what we always do, not to argue or debate, not to shout down, belittle, or make you look like a fool. We're just here to ask if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what is it that you believe? Welcome in, Delilah Scissors. Welcome in, Crystal J. Good to see you. Hello, both sidesing. Hope you're doing well. Also, welcome to Spain and Mr. Roots. And Lord, but if you do happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. Is it lagging, or is it just you? It could be lagging. We're just getting started, and sometimes it does do a little bit of a lag in the beginning. Zod says, "You're not a corpse, bro. Talk normal." I don't know what you mean. Talk or regular. I don't know what regular is. What would regular be? Is it because your voice sounds different? You assume everybody's must sound just like yours? Delilah says the audio's a little glitchy. Yeah, that can happen. We'll get that. We'll get that working here soon. Looks like I've got green lights all the way, so could just be TikTok taking its time to catch up. Holden says beliefs are to be questioned. Rigid beliefs are the results of men who fear change and uncertainty. I can't say I disagree, Holden. I think beliefs that go unquestioned, unchallenged, those are probably the worst kind. Thank you for noticing there, John. Unique or not, it is just a voice. Same forget-me-nots. I'm eager to see what kind of conversations today brings. What kind of questions will we ask? What kind of beliefs will be here to question? Appreciate it, guided soul. Who knows, maybe one day I will. I don't know, Huck. Could be some people just projecting their own insecurities. I'm not concerned about it. I'm just more interested to see if we get anybody's belief, anything of questioning their beliefs. Because maybe if such a person scrolled through and was interested in questioning their beliefs, well, then they could request up. And we get to have who knows what kind of conversation. Who knows where it might go. If someone is courageous enough or curious enough to question their beliefs. Mr. Rudd says he wants to hear Thrayle sing a song, just 'cause. Which one would you have me sing? In my mind, it'd have to be one like Hellfire from Hunchback or Be Prepared from The Lion King. But I could imagine some other ones. Hello, Zach. No, guess not.
Hello, how are you?
There's that.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, interesting. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Hold on, let me throw my Bluetooth. Give me just a second. Sorry, I'm in my car. Give me just a second. There it is. Right. 2 seconds, I got you.
I can hear you okay on one end, Zach. It's just on another end I can't hear you. It's kind of strange. I bet I know what it is. Why don't you request back up, Zach? I've got to fix the technical issue. Not your fault. Let's go live. Well, that's fun. Hopefully that fixed it. That glitch usually hits at about 4 a.m. with a full panel and nobody notices. I just slip out and come back. But it decided to happen at the top of the live with the first guest, so sorry about that, Zach, but we'll bring you back. Don't think it was your fault. I hear you now, yeah. It wasn't your fault, it was mine.
No, it was my... Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything
I
like
do
that?
not physically have a belief at this point. I believe in consistency, and I believe in pretty much existence, energy at this point. I'm Native American. I was raised Southern Baptist, so I do have belief to a point. Like I was raised to believe. But at this point, I value other things beyond belief.
What is energy?
Energy is a constant, okay? Energy will forever be recycled. Everything that will forever exist.
What is energy?
Forever exist. Okay, that's what I'm getting at. So for everything that has ever existed or forever exists is going to be constant. That is cause for understanding of energy. Energy is a mass.
It's not helping me understand.
Mass is always and will ever be. Doesn't matter how you deconstruct it, burn it, whatever, there will always be mass. With that mass becomes energy.
Yeah, I'm a little confused here. So you're saying mass is energy, mass becomes energy, mass is forever.
Yes, because
I'm
mass
a little
creates it. You
confused.
can
Why
take
don't
a
you slow
certain...
down for
Let me
a second.
finish.
Zach,
You can
stop
take...
talking. Zach, stop.
Okay, go ahead.
This isn't going to work if you just keep talking random shit at me.
You asked.
I asked a question. I asked, what is energy? See how you're still talking while I'm trying to tell you that I was asking you a question? You need to stop.
I'm answering that question.
This isn't a debate. This isn't a debate. I'm not looking for an argument.
No.
I'm trying to find out. Stop. See how you're talking while I'm talking? Stop it. What the fuck is the matter with you?
You asked me a question.
Nope. Not working. Not gonna happen. You can request back up if you can calm down, but I'm just trying to ask you what energy is, and you couldn't even let me get the question out. If you can calm down, you can come back. But if your energy is so excited that you can't let me finish a question without talking over me, then we're not going to have a conversation. I forgot to do something, though. Something important. Change the background, right? Bring us a question. He's welcome to try again, but I don't think he's going to. Let's see if somebody else might be able to question their beliefs. Well, thank you, Birdies and Delilah Scissors. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate you. And here we are now, waiting to see if anyone with a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, or anything like that can question their beliefs. If you can, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I'm not interested in a whole bunch of over talk. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Thank you guys for 5,000 likes. Appreciate you. If we tap just a little more, who knows, we might be able to get up to 10,000 pretty quickly. Maybe get a few people in here who are capable of questioning their beliefs. I see a few more familiar faces down there, so welcome in, Guided Soul and Mimi Chaotic. Welcome in, Mira the Hippie. And for you, welcome in. Welcome also in, if I didn't say it already, Birdies. And Vijay, good to see you. And KP Mason, welcome, welcome. Anybody who's new here, welcome in. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, you go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not looking for shouting matches or any kind of competitive conversation. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? I have no idea what your messages, what your comments mean for you. No idea. But maybe that's by design. But I appreciate all of you tapping. We're up to 8,000 likes. If we tap just a little more, share out to a few people, I bet we could get a few questioning believers in here to question their beliefs. See, I think I'll go through and share to a few people I haven't seen in the chat in a few weeks. Yeah, 10,000 likes. Appreciate you guys getting us. Mira the Hippie says, I tapped so hard. Well, give your fingers a rest. Somebody else could tap for a bit. Get us up to 20K, and who knows, perhaps we can double both of these numbers. It's a little slow of a start, I'd say. Normally we'd be sailing right into the next conversation. But I guess that first one kind of stains the bunch. They're not apples. They're people. just need to wait around for another one to fall off the tree. Maybe it's the ominous music. We'll swap that out for something a little more standard. Yeah. See, nothing ominous here. There's nothing ominous about a lute. Hello, Witty. Welcome in. Welcome in, anybody else just joining us. I see a few of you just scrolled through. I see a cat in the vat. Welcome in, Liv. Such is life. Starseed, Cindy Jeffers, Creole. Welcome, welcome. Cryptic like a contract. Don't worry, forget me not. The music will change again. If I think to change it. I used to try to match moods with the conversation. I found it tended to push the conversation more than anything. If I gave it a somber tone, well, we'd stay somber for a long time until I changed the music. Welcome in, everybody who's just joining us. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your belief. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I'm not looking for any kind of shouting match or public shaming. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Yeah, unfortunately, Mira, that kind of marks the end of a conversation, though, too. I don't expect very much calm, pleasant conversation to follow when I say, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" to someone. I can't expect them to answer my next question openly. But that usually happens when they can't even answer the first. Hello, Kate. Good to see you. What is my next question? Well, it's going to depend on the answers to the first few. If you're open to questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. really excited to be here. Aren't you excited to question beliefs, to see how the questioning unfolds? You might not be. I wonder why that is. I wonder if questioning beliefs sounds ominous to some, taboo, uncomfortable. It shouldn't be. What do I want to know? The first question, the big one in bold lettering. The one that says, can you question your beliefs? Yeah, Kate, I've always liked the purple. I've always had a little bit in the background, but it made sense to bring it to the front. You don't like stressing out about things you can't or don't have answers to. Is it stressing to just question your beliefs? To wonder what it is you accept to be true and why you do? Is it stressful to scrutinize your assumptions? I suppose that depends on the person. Hello, Dort. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
21, 2003.
You got a little bit of an echo there.
Oh, my fault.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Yeah, I heard you say that. You're cupping your microphone or something in a way that's making the
Oh, is this better?
feedback much better.
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yep.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
No, I'm not a literalist.
So you believe metaphoric Adam and Eve, metaphoric
Yeah.
versions of those?
Yeah.
Is any of the Bible true?
I think Jesus is true for 100%.
Which part of Jesus?
I believe that he was I think he was the son of God who came down and did a bunch of miracles and then died, or sorry, got unalived and then came back and left.
You think the Son of God came, did a bunch of miracles, unalived and left? Do you think he was resurrected?
Yes. It's more complicated than that.
You believe the entirety of the New Testament to be true?
Yeah, most of it, if not literal, then metaphorical. It depends. It's all context based,
Do you have any reason to believe Jesus was a real person that existed?
I mean, it's kind kind of evident that he existed. Like a lot of kings and people at the time talk about him. It's not like he was only like talked about in the Bible, you know.
Interesting. Real quick, I gotta thank Bone and Branch and Mira the Hippie for helping with that goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you. You say that a bunch of people from that time wrote about him. Do you know of anybody who did?
Yeah, like various kings and stuff like that. I can definitely pull up the people who did it, but like you know, there was like tapestry art of the people with him. You know, like a famous artist, literally. You know, like drew sketch and then it was finished later on. The apostles kind of like went around and people were like, "Oh yeah, I remember that guy." You know.
You say that there was a tapestry, an artist. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Do you have any like names or references?
Yeah, like the shroud. Do you know about the shroud? It's so cool. It's a shroud.
The Shroud of Turin.
Yeah. You know.
If it's a painting, then how does that verify that there was a person named Jesus?
I'm just saying that there's like a lot of archaeological evidence. Like we have more evidence that Jesus existed than we do like Plato or like Sun Tzu and stuff like Sun Tzu didn't even exist.
You say there's more evidence that Jesus existed than Plato or Sun Tzu.
Yeah.
Is that still? I don't know if that's true, but is that enough evidence to verify that he existed?
I mean, like, I don't think that it's like hard evidence, but I think it's more than likely that a guy named Jesus existed. The question is whether he did miracles or not.
And why would you believe that?
Like people really believed at the time he created a religion that like reverberated across the entire earth several times over, you know? It just seems evident in the scale.
You say it seems evident.
In the scale.
Is it possible that miracles or start a religion, but that his death was used by those who did start a religion?
I always think about that, but I wasn't there. So, it's kind of like, do I believe that George Washington crossed in a boat with his soldiers? Maybe. I think maybe Jesus did all that. I think there's a good chance that he did.
Do you have any actual reason to believe that?
I mean, like, it just seems, it just, the way that it talks about, the way the stuff that he speaks about, he was clearly a wise man, you know what I'm talking about? And then, like, the thing is that, like, I can't say for sure that I believe that Jesus existed because I wasn't there, But it seems like from the stories he tells and the legacy that he left behind, there's the cup that he has is deemed
What
holy.
cup?
The land that he was born in was deemed
What
holy.
cup?
Like the Grail, it was lost like in like 1860 something, but like that Grail was serious.
Or you think that was real?
Yeah, I think the Holy Grail exists, but they lost it.
I'm sorry, how do you think... what is it that makes you think that the Holy Grail was real?
Because a lot of people talk about it. It's in a lot of stories. There's a lot of like things in it. You look at Greek literature and stuff like that, and there's like other stuff that like mimics the Holy Grail in types of like narrative storytelling. It's even seen in like Nordic stories and stuff like that. Like these.
Can you tell me which stories include the Holy Grail from Nordic stories?
Yeah. Let me see if I can ask Google AI which one, because I don't remember. But I remember reading something about it, and it was crazy.
And you're saying because the Grail is in stories, then therefore it must be real.
I mean, like, okay, so like we know, okay, let me just try to explain it to you this way, right? We know that the French Revolution was like really, really, really brutal, right? How do we know that? We can only test that were happened or something like that, right? We get it through the stories, the
You say
paintings.
there's no documentations.
No one was documenting how many people were like perished. You know, we only get it from archaeological artifacts sometimes, but a lot of it was burned down or gone. You can look it up, right? So we get it from paintings and what people wrote about in stories at the time, right? And then we can like, you know, assume stuff based on the information that we collect, right? So if I see these religious artifacts or things about Jesus everywhere, it makes me believe that like, okay, well, there was something like it. I'm not going to say that it was 100% Jesus.
If the artifacts are from much later, why would you believe the stories?
Because they're based on, because oral storytelling is like how people told stories back then, you know? And like everything had truth to it, you know? Like Alexander the Great was basically all oral storytelling. We don't know if anything about him is really true, but you know, we just kind of
But do we
assume.
base religions and moral codes of morals on Alexander the Great?
Do you believe that Alexander the Great exists?
I just asked you a question.
No, well, I'm just saying, like,
Did you hear my question?
no, I heard, and
Did you? So you didn't hear my question. So what was my question? The one that you
no,
just
you said,
avoided.
no, you said, do we like make religions or stuff out of Alexander the Great? And I say,
Mhm.
no, but the belief in him is still
You
there,
didn't
right?
say
And that's what
no.
we're talking about, the belief.
Yeah, you didn't say any of that. You're just saying things you didn't say before. You had avoided the question and threw another ridiculous one at me. So really quickly, I'm going to speak past you and thank Bone and Branch for helping with the goal. Appreciate you so much. So just to clarify, you believe the stories of Jesus because what was it again? Because
Like you,
there's stories and people have stories about artifacts that are related to the stories.
I mean, like literature, he was a prophet. You look at Buddhist literature, he's a prophet. You look at Muslim, Jewish, even some pagan literatures are see him as a prophet. It's
So
just like
just to clarify, stories from religions after Christianity and became widespread, they include ways of saying that this character is a prophet. In order
Buddhism
to,
came. Buddhism was like really
when
secular.
does Buddhism? Yeah, when does Buddhism declare Jesus to be a prophet?
You can
Are you
just
just
look it
saying
up.
some? Yeah, are you just saying some people in who are Buddhist recognize some sort of enlightenment in the character of Jesus? Is that what you're saying?
No. I think they believe in Jesus and they said he's a prophet. I'm not a
Where,
Buddhist,
where?
but
So
I
what is a prophet in Buddhism?
I think yeah, I think it's like someone who's been enlightened or
Do you
like
think
someone who's really chill.
so? So they're saying that the character of Jesus is written as an enlightened person.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, the thing
So
is,
then, where do they verify that he existed, though? And how
uh,
does that help you know?
the thing is that like they don't necessarily confer. There's nothing
So
in the
then,
Buddhist.
none of this is actually about why you believe. Can you tell me why you believe?
I just you're saying that that evidence is not enough for you, and for
No,
that I
I'm
say that's
asking.
fair.
Dort?
Yeah.
Can you pay attention to the questions asked?
What
I
I
didn't say
am,
anything. I didn't say anything about evidence not being good enough for me. Don't
but
put
you.
words in my mouth. Stop. I didn't. So the questions are, why do you believe? That's what it's been over and over. Why do you believe it?
Okay, so I just told you that I see him everywhere, right? And then just like I see a lot of historical figures everywhere, I believe it because I see a lot of like dropped evidence everywhere else, right? That leads me to believe that there was something like that at the time. And then the Bible explains it retroactively about
So
those phenomena.
to clarify, you're saying there's evidence. I haven't heard what evidence you're talking about.
I, I just we just named a bottom.
people talk about him after the fact? How is that evidence?
No, they talked
that he
about him
existed?
during.
Which kings talk about him during his existence?
Okay, so so let's talk about the kings that talked about it in existence. All right, I forget which one, but the ruler of Egypt talked about him, obviously, because of the mass migration. Obviously,
Which
Jerusalem.
ruler?
I just said.
Stop.
I just said I didn't
You're jumping
remember.
from one to the next.
Oh,
You
okay.
said a ruler of Egypt. Which ruler of Egypt?
I said I don't remember. I just know that that's.
So
like,
then how do
I-
you know there's a ruler of Egypt that talks about Jesus?
I read it in an article once. I just don't remember. I'm not a Egypt scholar.
Egyptologist.
Yeah, is that what they're called? They're not called Egyptologists. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but like he talked about Jesus during that time. Jerusalem, obviously, the Middle East talked about him during that time. You're going to tell me that no one talked about Jesus, or at least the character during the time?
Can you tell me anybody who did?
Would you give me like 2 moments to just pull up the list?
Sure.
Okay, give me
certainly
1 moment.
welcome to Google anybody who talked about Jesus during the time of. And while he does that, thank you everybody for tapping the screen and sharing the live. If I didn't already, thank you guys for getting us up to 15,000 likes. Appreciate you. There are 48 of us in here. The more we tap, the more likely we'll grow that number just by getting us out to the FYP.
Yes. So it says right here that Joseph,
Joseph.
yeah, he was a Jewish Roman historian, and he was writing stuff down that was
Joseph.
happening.
Joseph. You mean Josephus? Are you talking about Flavius
Yeah.
Josephus?
Yeah, Josephus. My fault.
That would be different than Joseph, right?
Yeah, it would be different. My bad. I misspoke.
And so Joseph.
So let me check that out. I'm not an expert. This is just like the source that I looked up.
Right. So not a king, though. A Roman historian named Josephus. Well, hey,
It says here that his birth was ambiguous. That's not good for me. But
it's ambiguous.
yeah, it says that his birth was ambiguous. That's not good for me. But we do know he existed.
When?
Definitely.
Can I ask you about something? Answer Thrill's question first.
Like, if you don't know when he was born, do we at least have like a timeline of when he lived?
Yeah, around the
When
same
he
time. I
wrote.
think it was like, what's it? It's 110. No, that can't be right. It's
Wow. So if he wrote about Jesus in 110, that would not be during Jesus' life.
yeah. I'm not a historian on this, man.
Well-
I just know that I read this before.
Is it possible that he was born either right around or right after Jesus' death? And so he wouldn't have actually been there to witness it.
I'm sure, but I'm sure he wrote down other people talking about it.
Well,
30 or
he
40
did.
years later.
True.
Go ahead, Kat.
So what Jesus? I'm trying to make this a question. So how much have you looked into?
I'm just saying, like, this is just stuff that I've heard about. I'm not deep in my study yet.
Is it
I'm
possible that what Josephus wrote was proven to be an interpolation?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do you know what an interpolation is?
Can you tell me?
So basically what it means is somebody went back in after Josephus wrote it and edited what Josephus wrote.
Oh, you think it was like edited?
No,
Interesting.
actually, this Josephus's writings about Jesus are interpolations. They have been edited.
How do you know that?
It's like this. It's the scholarly consensus.
Okay, well, why? Like, why do they have that consensus?
Stalometry, I believe.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, they tried to do that about the old sea scrolls too. They were like, yeah, I think the sea scrolls were like not actually found, but they were like, we did carbon dating, and they were like a little bit before. I don't buy it.
Stylometry is different. Stylometry analyzes the language in which
Oh,
something is written, the wording that's used, the grammar, the syntax.
so it's kind of like someone in 19,000 would put yo in their paper,
Right.
kinda. Um,
You can tell, like, you could. So if you read two things written by the same person, you'll probably be able to, like, if upon analyzing it, tell that it's written by the same person. But if they were written by different people, or if this document was supposed to be written by one person, and then the writing style all of a sudden changes for a short bit, it shows that it's like somebody went and edited it, right?
That's what happens with Josephus.
or translated it. That could be a thing too.
Well, with the writing of Josephus, it goes from a standard, orderly history of a thing happening at a time to a sudden praising of a man, if he be called a man, or something like that. Praising of Jesus from a person who was Jewish their entire life and did not become a Christian. So it doesn't make sense or fit the character of the writer. And as soon as that passage is over, it returns to the clean, orderly history of what's happening.
So you're, so you're implying that someone went in his writings and then like edited one of the things to say, "I love Jesus, I love Jesus, I love Jesus,"
Basically,
and then stop. I'd have to read it myself. This sounds interesting. I'd have to read it myself
Who was
before I come up with that.
who was believed? Who was it that did that, Thrayle? I cannot. I know that Eusebius did that one too.
Wait, this one wasn't Eusebius.
Oh no, that one was Eusebius. Sorry, no, I
Is it Josephus was Eusebius?
forgot.
Tacitus.
Yeah, Tacitus, but there's an idea of who edited Tacitus too. That one's not like as
The thing is that like the reason I came up is because I like the way that your panel is like structured, because it's about like study. It's about like I question my beliefs in Jesus all the time, you know? So
What way?
I what after this I'm gonna go read that and I'm gonna see if uh it was really edited or not. I read the Bible in Hebrew because I wanted to see what it was actually saying, you know? So
Interesting. You speak
like
Hebrew?
no. I basically listened to like a Hebrew do a direct translate, which is a bunch of gobbledygook, and then I like, you know, went through the words and tried to figure it out what it meant by myself with a dictionary. It was crazy. But yeah, like that's why I like the way that your panel's doing. So I'm not gonna say that you're wrong. I just gotta read it myself. You know?
So if these were later edited, if the only writings about him that are even close to contemporaneous were 40 years later and edited, possibly 100 or more years later when they're edited, is there anything that
I mean,
existed as recorded in the Bible?
yeah, there's like plenty. I would just have to throw out this evidence and either not find any more or, you know, like figure out some more stuff.
You say that there is plenty more. Are you sure?
Of what I know, a lot of it is like metaphysics too, that I like, you know. Love metaphysics. In terms of Jesus, do you believe in metaphysics? Do you believe in energies that exist beyond yourself?
What is energy?
More like it's really like complicated. It's super cool, but it's like, do you believe in free will and stuff like that? You
What do
know,
you mean by free will?
exactly. That's the question.
So what do you mean?
Like
Making choices and being a free agent sound like two different things, right? Freedom would mean without constraints. Making choices sounds like you mean like limited decisions.
I don't think those two are mutually exclusive, kinda. I think to make a choice, for a choice to be a choice, you have to have free agency behind it. You feel me? Like a choice with restrictions is not really a choice. It's an option.
We're kind of getting off topic though.
How? This is all about God.
Is it all about God?
Yeah.
In what way?
Because if free will exists, then that means that someone has to partition free will on you, right? Or some force has
Why?
to partition free will on you, because it can't exist in a vacuum, or at least I
Why?
believe it can't exist in a vacuum.
Why not?
Because if God doesn't exist and everything is a result of chemicals and stuff, I don't think I would have free will, nor would I have consciousness.
Why
would just-
can't you have free will?
Because there's no like other factor to it. We would just be like meat bags, who pretend to have emotions and stuff
What
like that.
other factor?
What?
What other factor?
I don't think humans can exist independently without something akin to a soul.
What is a soul?
A soul is like again, this is getting into like really heavy metaphysics, but like a soul is like the thing that partitions your free will to have choices.
This sounds very circular.
How is this circular?
Circular. It's like you invent a problem and try to solve it with the problem that you invented.
How so? Like, there's a problem with humans being free because, like consciousness. Do you think that consciousness just happens?
What do you mean just happens?
Like, do you think it's just like a phenomenon? Do you think it'd be reported? It can't even be circular.
What is consciousness?
That's a good question. I don't know.
So then, what are you talking about?
I only know consciousness is how I exist, which is, like I think, therefore I am type stuff, But I can't prove that anybody else.
The thoughts that you use to think that you exist.
Because I think, therefore, because I have self-actualization, I have
Does that have
free
to do
will.
with your brain not having the function of creating that?
Okay, so do you think that your brain creates all your thoughts?
I'm asking you.
Well, I'm asking you. I want to ask because for me,
Can you question your beliefs, not mine?
Well, I like bouncing stuff off of people because
Right, but what
really,
I think of these things doesn't matter if you can't question it. And it sounds like you kind of like are scattered and unfocused in what questions to even ask. I'm curious why you create all of these problems by assuming that there is a God.
I don't create all these problems by assuming these gods. Actually, a better argument would be that not that these problems were created by God. Sorry, I'm all over the place, but that God creates these problems. I think it'd be way easier to explain the universe with God than without.
Sorry, it's not that God. It's not that you're creating the problems with God. It's that God creates the problems.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he solves a lot. I think I've only heard the criticism that I created
You
this
did
God
say
to solve.
God creates the problem.
I guess so.
Doesn't.
I guess so. No.
Creates and solves them.
Yeah.
That's the circularity.
in certain ways. It's just that like this belief that I have is kind of based on my eternal, like I can feel that I'm conscious, right? And I know that you can't study consciousness, right? And I know that I'm not just synapses firing, right? I
How
know
do you
that for
know
a
that?
fact
How do you know that?
because synapses firing don't feel like I do.
How do you know?
I just know. I just know intuitively.
So you don't actually know. You just
I can't.
believe.
You,
Neurology doesn't study this phenomena.
I mean, it definitely can, but it would have nothing to do with the eternal feeling of it, the feeling
How
of
do you know?
consciousness, because it can only study the electrons and stuff like that. But my electrons,
How do you know that?
because I think, therefore, I am.
That doesn't
not
actually.
Oh, stop saying that.
No, bro.
It's
How
not
come?
actually answering the question, Jordan.
How?
You're sidestepping it.
No, that's not a sidestep. I just
How do you
feel
know?
that I'm
How do
not.
you know you think, therefore, your brain works? Isn't what you're really saying? Not
Um,
think, therefore you are. You think, therefore your brain is.
no, because I just know that I'm a free agent.
Do you,
I don't know. I don't
how
know
do
how
you
to
know
describe
that?
it. Because
Have
I'm
you
the
ever
only.
have you ever studied traumatic head injuries to see what happens when a person has damage to their brain? To see what happens to their agency, their sense of identity.
But it doesn't erase their consciousness. They're
How do you know that?
because they're still conscious,
How do
or
you
at
know
least
that?
well, you can't. You can't prove that anybody's conscious. Yeah, I
So,
know it's
so
my.
if you, so it's not as mind-boggling as I think you're making it. I'm curious why you think it's anything beyond the brain that's
Because,
creating or generating that consciousness. If you affect the brain and affect the consciousness,
but it doesn't affect the consciousness. It just affects
how do you
the.
know that?
It's like I just don't understand why we're going circular around the feeling of consciousness when that's what I'm like getting upon, right? Like it's
Why are
not
you?
something that I can prove
Why
because
are
you
you
can't prove that
saying?
anybody's conscious.
Why are you saying you know it if it is a feeling that you are experiencing it?
Just like I know that I like someone, right? I can't scientifically prove that I like someone. I guess you can look at like the pheromones that I give off or something like that, but that wouldn't explain it, right? I just know that I like someone, like I just know that I'm conscious.
Can that
A
knowing be
feeling.
wrong?
It's a feeling, yes.
You have a feeling that you're conscious.
It's the only feeling that anyone has ever reported to be consistent.
Can a feeling lead you astray?
Not this one because it's not. It's this feeling is my existence.
Why not this one?
If this feeling is wrong, and I am somehow just some meat that tricked itself into feeling that it is conscious, then I wouldn't feel like this. I wouldn't feel anything. I would just be meat purporting something that doesn't exist. Right?
That's just presuming. That's
How?
presuming it that that's what it would be like, but you don't know that that's what it would be like.
No one knows what it would be like. That's the thing, though. Like this is all coming from how you feel. This is how you experience the world, and this is something that like I just can't turn off. I can't really prove it scientifically. The experience of being alive, no one can. But I can say that that's how I do exist, and that's how I build my beliefs off of that feeling. It starts from what I know for a fact, which is that I exist. Everything else is subject
How do you know
to
that?
change. I just do. That's the one question that I cannot prove. I know that I exist. Everything else, I can't prove. Not really.
But
Not
like,
empirically.
how do you know that?
I just feel it. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that
Can
question.
you stop screaming?
Are you saying that because you are having an experience, you know that you exist? Is that what you're saying?
That's the only thing that everybody ever had. That's the only thing that I know for sure. Am I wrong in that assumption? Am I wrong in that belief?
Are you saying that you know that you are having an experience?
Yes. Kinda. I don't know an experience that doesn't exist.
Can you be having an experience that is not necessarily like, can you perceive or feel things that don't exist?
No, you can't.
Do you ever dream when you're asleep?
Yeah, but that's still a form of consciousness. It's not
But
separate.
does it actually exist though?
Yeah, okay, but
We are
it's a
experiencing
different
something.
but it exists within your mind, right? It's still in existence. It's just not physical existence. You know, just like time or feelings or emotions.
You
Emotions
say
exist.
you say it exists within your mind. Where
Yeah, it
is that?
exists within your mind. Yeah.
Where is that?
No, in your consciousness. This is just going to like something like
So
deep in.
your consciousness exists within your consciousness. Is that what you're really saying?
Your experience.
Are you trying so hard to avoid your brain that you're just detaching consciousness and putting it out in the ether so that it ends up being up inside of itself with no explanation or understanding?
Maybe it's because
Do
I'm
you hear the circularity?
maybe it's just because I'm neurodivergent, but or maybe I just listen to a lot of other people, right? But I understand that people exist and they argue with their own brain, right? Their own brain fights against their will. So unless you're telling me that your brain is just doing some circular thing where it's fighting itself, which makes no sense, I
You've
have
been
the
listening to doors
experience.
do it since you got up here.
Maybe the room was too cold today.
Maybe. Maybe maybe I'm not gonna say anything. I don't know anything for sure. I just believe that Jesus was God. I like what's in the Bible, and so I'm a Christian. Everything
Does
else.
it matter to you if any of that's true or not?
Yes, of course it matters. But I think that
How can you verify if it's true or not if you can't get past that your brain isn't even functioning as brains do?
no, I think it's functioning as brains do. I just think that we exist something beyond it. That ourselves are just like we use our body as a form to express our soul.
What is the brain doing if it's not generating thoughts and consciousness?
I believe that the brain is the same thing. I believe that the soul is a disc and the brain is a console, you know? So the console displays, it expresses, it shows, it runs. The disc is what has the identity, it has the experience, it has all of the data. You feel me? And so the body, the brain is a console, while the soul is like a disc. One
So
can't
you're
exist
saying
without
that
the
your
other.
soul, you're saying that your soul is a program that doesn't actually get changed. It just runs on this platform.
And then it gets changed by the console, yes, and the way that
How
it
does it get
experiences.
changed?
Because just like the way that it displays is the
Really,
same.
that's all within a program.
Exactly. I just don't know. This is like I just don't I just don't know how to explain. This is like basic metaphysics to me. Like this is
And
just
it's
how I exist. This is how everybody exists. To me at least.
why do you think this?
Because people argue with their brains all the time, you know?
What does that have to do with the disembodied video game experience? Like, I don't understand why this has anything to do with your metaphor about the disc in the brain console.
I think I explained it pretty well. I don't know how else I would, because I just
You explain
explained.
it. You explain it as this disembodied thing.
Yeah.
Like, it just gets inserted into the brain, and the brain functions and runs it.
Yeah.
It again, it doesn't explain how it gets changed by that at all. But regardless, I don't understand why you would believe this to be, rather than the brain functioning as brains do.
I just don't.
All this extra layer of fantasy to what you can observe.
I just have to say, when I feel as human as I do, I just don't buy that I'm just a brain. That I think
What
that's
does
the
that
layman
have to do
terms.
with? What does it have to do with feeling human?
I think
Are you saying someone who doesn't believe the way you do doesn't feel as human as you do?
no. I'm saying that it takes a special kind of person to what they can only see and then believe that there's all that there is. You know, I think the idea that, like, oh, I'm a brain and I'm actually just tricking myself into having this experience, and then I'm going to be unalived one day and just poof. I think that's like naive. I think there's like so much that we
It's
don't
naive, is
understand.
it?
Yeah, I think it's naive.
Is it naive to recognize what you observe as what is, or is it naive to make up a fantasy to make you feel better about your mortality?
That's a good question. I think both have forms of naivety within them. You know, but I do believe that me believing in this guy, that in Jesus Christ, that I really admire as like a person, as like an entity.
So, which part of Jesus' teachings and what about this character do you admire?
I love that he says, help those who cannot help themselves because you do what I'm supposed to do. You know, I love that he doesn't deal with people who hate him, that he tells people to turn the other cheek. I like that he believes in justice, but I believe that he believes in fair justice. I don't think hell exists, or at least not in the way that people think.
I'm sorry, so wait, but what about the parts of the Bible that say hell exists, where Jesus himself even says
You
there
can't
will
really
be
show me.
wailing and gnashing of teeth? What
So
about the lake of fire in Revelation,
see,
in which they cast the unbelievers?
yeah, well, the thing is that they said that the lake of fire is like a lake of honey, I believe, to the other people. You know,
Who says
so
that?
it's literally in the quote that you get the quote from. They say that
Where
for
does
the,
it say it's a lake of honey?
it says it's a, just go read the quote. You're the one who quoted it. Go read the quote in full. It says that it's a lake of honey for the believers and a lake of fire for the non-believers, which means that they partake in the same lake. Oh. Doesn't that make you think that maybe an experience for one is good for one and bad for
I'm
others?
sorry. Don't do that weird condescending childish tone thing. Or
I'm just
just
saying.
never
I'm
shut the
just.
fuck up while I'm speaking. Shut the fuck up while I'm
I'm thinking
speaking.
with portals.
You're about to never be in here again, because this is weird as fuck condescension coming off of somebody so ignorant. I'm really.
Whoa!
Really,
I don't know where the. I don't
yeah,
know where
no,
the.
stop.
Whoa!
Stop. The disrespectful tone is going to drop now, or you're just not going to be here anymore. I don't understand where this is coming from. I was asking you about the Jesus that teaches you of this hell, of this place, and you pulled some weird childish tone out of nowhere. Would you
Oh,
like to tell me which quote it is that you're talking about where it says it's a lake of honey?
I will definitely pull that up, and I'm sorry if it's sent as condescending. I meant the as in like the like that's like
You
kind
can
of
stop
interesting.
explaining. You can stop
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, man. I'm sorry I
There's
hurt your
nothing to
feelings,
do
bro.
with my feelings, Jordan.
Bro, I genuinely did not.
Go ahead and stop.
Yeah,
Pull
let me
your
bring
foot
up
out
the
of
quote.
your mouth and pull the quote up.
Yeah, of course. So let me pull up the quote right here. Give me one moment.
Wonderfully, fantastically.
Mm-hmm.
kindergarten.
Well, that was just mean,
simulation.
bro. You don't gotta be mean, bro. I'm just trying to pull up the exact quote. I want to pull up the passage too. Give me a moment. You gonna call it kindergarten, bro? I didn't do nothing to you, bro. I'm sorry.
It just keeps.
Oh, should we take a deep breath and start over?
Yeah, it says to those who are in the lake of fire. Let me pull up the wait. Let me tell you the passage.
Thank you.
Tell me the.
Yeah. Let me tell you the chat.
You're talking about.
I use a Bible app. 1 second. Oop. Oh, sorry. Peace.
And there you go.
Was that interesting?
Interesting. We never got
Who's
that
in the
verse.
comments? Who's come to visit us?
Oh, it's always good to
Oh,
see
I've
Martha.
heard about Martha, but I've never met Martha.
What? You've never met Martha?
No, I've heard about Martha many times.
She is delightful. Hello, Mac Baker. Can I get your age for Okay, never mind. Thank you guys all for tapping the screen up to 22,000 likes. Appreciate all of you doing that. If we keep tapping, I'm sure we can bring more people in who can question their beliefs. All the ghosts in queue. I might regret this, but I just clicked 4 at once. Oh, one of them showed up.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Sea Devil.
Sea Devil?
Really quick, before I get your age, I do need to thank Catfather, Philly Red, Cat the Witch, and Emily. Thank y'all so much for helping with the goal. And Sea Devil, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, of course, I'm 18, and I'm currently going to college.
What year were you born?
2007.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Not really. I mean, I do have like a religious background. Like I grew up Catholic, but I ended up giving up on that. So now I just kind of I guess I sort of base my morality on like, I don't know if this is gonna sound bad or not, but I guess like self-preservation in a way. Like, I guess in the sense of like not doing harm onto others, since that would basically like cause, or at least what some people would consider bad, because I know that morality can be subjective.
So, so why don't you believe in a god?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's a very personal reason for me. Well, I mean, I guess it's not necessarily that I like don't. I mean, I'm not against the idea that a god could exist. It's just that like if they do exist, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of them, considering my life sucks.
convince you that a God does exist?
Hmm. Honestly, I don't know if like I guess if there's like some kind of like divine intervention where like I don't know, I met with some divine being face to face and they like revealed themselves to me, I'm pretty sure I'd really have no choice but to to believe that like they are in fact there.
And if you were face to face with something, would you worship it just by nature of it existing?
No, I'd have to like actually understand it and like what exactly this thing stands for.
And what kind of God would you worship or venerate?
I believe I would actually like worship a god that like is a god that is just and actually like gives a damn about all of us. Let me think.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
Honestly, not really. I'm cool just living my life the way that it is. Like, I mean, I can just go on with my life, just not caring whether or not like a god is there or not. And if I end up going to hell, I guess it's whatever. I mean, if God doesn't like me, I don't care. I don't like him either, or them, or whatever they are.
I don't really have any more questions for you, Sea Devil. I appreciate you coming up.
Oh,
But I am going to move on to a new guest, unless Kat
Alrighty.
had one.
I just want to tell you that everybody's life sucks when they're 18, and it does get better, kiddo. So, and I promise you.
Thanks, guys. Also, I'm really sorry if I sound like the stereotypical edgelord atheist and sounded absolutely disrespectful to anyone. It's just,
You
life has
did
been
great.
kind of super
Keep
rough.
questioning. You
You
did
did fine,
great.
Sea
Keep
Devil.
questioning.
Yep. Keep asking questions, and if you do find any answers, bring them back to us, and we definitely want to question those. Of course, we had a queue with 2 or 3 people in it. The moment we set her down, they're gone. They run, vanished into the ether,
Scared.
whatever ether is. Is it fear?
I don't know.
I can't find the honey part in Revelation.
No, you don't say.
Yeah, I had never heard what that individual was talking about, so I'm guessing it wasn't there.
The lake of fire to the unbelievers, tastes of honey to the believers, is what he said.
It is the thought that guest put forward is one that I have heard in apologetics before, for those who believe in annihilism, but not that it's actually in the scriptures.
I think it belongs in the Winnie the Pooh scriptures. Is Heretical Apothecary in here? Somebody remind me to bounce that idea off of him. He's been doing some good Winnie the Pooh scripture creative writing.
I saw some of that.
Yeah, it's a thing. We got a little Winnie the Pooh cult.
Yours, the guardian of the lake of fire. That's great, Myra. I've noticed that Batman posts every comment twice.
Yes. Yes, I have noticed that too. It's not quite spam.
It's close. It's suiting to the name, I suppose.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
No. Good one. Good one.
I don't know, Hazelnut. Maybe it would make sense.
If you have a God belief that makes sense to you, and you're willing to question it yourself or to have it questioned respectfully by us on the panel, please request up. And if you don't, well, then what are you doing? Let's get those likes up, share out the live. You can repost it, add it to your story, do all the things to push it out to the algorithm and invite in believers for more conversation. Because this is the best audience on TikTok, right, Thrayle?
Absolutely.
I did tell them last night that they personally victimized me one time, but I was just trying to validate people's fears of the chat more than the panel, and tell them that the panel wasn't scary, but the chat is okay. But sometimes they're scary. But also the best audience on TikTok.
Nice save.
Well, I see. When I said it last night, I was trying to validate the people in the comments who were like, "The panel isn't scary, the chat's scary," and I was like, trying to be like, "Yeah, you're right. The chat is scary, but it's okay." It didn't really work that as well as I was hoping it would. Like it worked better in my head than it did out loud.
That's not ominous at all, chalk and cheese. 58 days, Thrayle. It's getting closer.
He does that every day. They do that every day.
They do.
What?
Yes.
I think, if I remember correctly, it's 58 days now.
Like, is it a countdown?
Yeah, it's counting down. Yeah.
What?
I see it every day.
It was 59 yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
What is the countdown to?
I have no idea. I haven't even asked.
Become a preacher or something like that.
That's weird.
Talking cheese is becoming a preacher?
No, me.
No, Thrayle is, I think.
Oh, Thrayle?
It's like a
What are
prophecy.
you keeping from us, Thrayle?
I don't know. I could be wrong about what the prophecy is. The wording was not very clear. But it might have been specifically chosen. I have no idea, though. I'll have to go back and see, unless Chalk and Cheese would like to enlighten us again.
Juan in the chat says that belief is the only sin. That's interesting.
That is interesting. Hello,
Hey guys,
Fluff Around.
what's up? How y'all
Can I
doing?
get your age?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can I get your age?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can y'all hear
Fluff
me?
Around.
We hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, anyways, I was gonna just say I don't know about believing in anything anymore.
Okay, gotta mute you. If you can't hear us, then you're not up here to have a conversation with us. You're just here to talk at us, and I'm not
Okay,
interested.
can you hear me now? I was on mute. I didn't realize I was on
We
mute.
could hear you, but you can't
Oh.
hear us. Can you hear
Oh,
us?
yes.
Okay, I muted you again just to make sure you don't talk over me. You can unmute and tell me your age if you hear me. You got muted again. I need you to unmute and tell me your age.
I'm not surprised. I feel like I've been targeted. I'm 44.
Do you have a belief in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I think there's a false narrative, a false biblical narrative. And I think I'm not sure anymore because I don't see much love or mercy or kindness. I don't know. I don't know what to believe in anymore. It's really sad. That's all I know.
You say it's really sad.
Yeah, it's
Do
sad.
you say you don't feel love or mercy or kindness? Does that mean that you don't feel like that God is there?
Happens to some people. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. I don't know any of it.
So, are you saying then that it's less likely for the God you believed in to exist?
I kind of feel like maybe if there is a true creator, that his impression would be impressed upon our hearts if we are of love and light, or something. I don't know how it really works. I don't think anybody really has the answer. I don't know how any of us could actually have the answer. Really, honestly. There's too much confusion and stuff. So, and like the Freemasons own most of these churches, and all of it just seems so fake. And the Bible seems so contradictory. And underage sex with kids and sacrifices. I don't get it. This whole thing is just sick.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just move on. Not because you're being targeted, as you said, that was strange. But because, you just blurted a bunch of TikTok unsafe things in a way that shouldn't. But
We love the TikTok shop.
Just a reminder to those requesting up to please use TikTok friendly language to protect the live.
interesting. But yeah, fluff around maybe another time. You request back up and we can ask you more questions. I just would prefer the way that went, not go that way. I was real specific with that, wasn't I? Hello, Jess. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that there is a higher power that we have to love, but I do not have a specific name.
You believe there's a higher power and we have to love it, but you don't know what it is.
Absolutely
What
not.
its name is.
God spoke to us in so many different ways.
What do you mean God spoke to us? In what way?
I mean, you have to look at all the religions.
So all the religions are true?
I believe we were spoke to in many different ways.
Can you give me one example of a way we were spoken to?
My example is love and light.
What does that mean?
That means love people, like just carry
What does that have
on.
to do with the way in which we were spoken to?
But in so many different religions, if you kind of look at it, like It's something that we have to decipher.
What are you saying?
You have to decipher it.
Have to decipher what?
The way God spoke to us.
The
I know I'm probably frustrating you, but you have to realize that. Like,
I have to realize what?
he spoke to us in so many different ways.
Can you give me an example of a way in which God spoke to us?
What religion do you want me to give you an example of?
What do you believe is a way in which God spoke to us? What is something
I don't believe in a certain religion.
If you don't know what God
Then what the
is,
fuck
why
are
do
you
you keep
talking
calling
about?
it he and acting like it's a being?
You know what? I love that because it's not a he. It's also a she.
Wasn't
Are
quite
you
the point of the
drunk?
question.
Oh, that was a real question. Are you drunk, Jess?
No. I mean, it makes you want to ponder something. Are you pondering?
Oh, I'm definitely pondering. That was the length of my pondering.
Billy, did you giggle when Thrayle said he was pondering?
I did.
Me too.
Oh my god.
I was like giggling on mute, and I was like, Billy's on mute, giggling right now too.
So the patience of yesterday has worn off, Thrayle. You're being way less patient than you were yesterday, which yesterday you were too patient. Oh my goodness.
That's why I shouldn't take days off, because I come back too patient. It only takes one night to wear me back down. Now I'm sharpened, and it'll take a while to wear that down. We'll see. We shall see. We do have, well, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I don't need to burgle your god. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
At least the crazy guy from earlier didn't follow me in here yet. Maybe he'll wake up and follow me in here. I don't know. We'll see.
Right. I don't want to call anyone crazy, but yeah, there might be plenty of something like that all on its own without the ones that follow you.
Look, this is the first time this has ever happened to me. I don't like it. He's just mad at me because I didn't believe he had an astrophysics degree. But he also thinks that the pyramids were built by aliens, so I think that's valid, that I don't think he has an astrophysics degree.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, what up?
Hello, Solano.
Well,
I think you've been up here before, but can you
yeah, of
remember
course.
your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm fucking old, 36. I'm getting there.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
No, actually, I subscribe to David Hume. Anything that you can think of, you can not think of, and actually think out of existence, such as an apple. So, if you're going to talk to me about God or religiosity or anything of that sort, somebody brought up Descartes, but um, yes, you can definitely question your beliefs, and actually, the more you question your beliefs, the less you find north, south, east, or west in anything.
So,
Yes.
why did you request up?
Well, yeah, I was going to ask you because uh, you have a belief that there is no beliefs, as far as I can tell,
Fascinating.
and so there's something there.
Where did you, how did you determine that?
Well, I've trust me, I've scrolled around and I've seen you a couple of times. So
And when
you
did I
have,
say that I have a belief that there is no belief? When did I
well,
say that?
let me ask you point blank, do you believe that there is no such thing as a belief?
Do I believe there's no such thing as a belief? That doesn't make sense.
Well, no,
Why would
okay.
I believe that?
Well, okay. You think that there's nothing out there.
That's
What
very
does that
different.
even mean?
Okay. Let me rephrase it in a way that you can understand. Um, is there something out of the conscious mind that you can acknowledge? Let me put it that way.
Was there something out of the conscious mind that I can acknowledge? Are you drunk?
No, I'm just asking, bro. I'm literally trying to get to the point here.
Does it say question the questioner on the screen?
No, it doesn't.
Did you come up here to question your own beliefs?
Well, I have no beliefs. I don't
Okay.
believe. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with it.
So then why do you have no beliefs and request up on a panel that says, can you question your beliefs?
Because I think the fact that you bring this topic up, I don't actually believe that you believe the question. I think you actually have a belief, so much so that you're positing to other people. Can you question your beliefs? I think you have, deep down, you have something that you
And you're
believe
not
in.
drunk?
No, I'm not. I don't
I
drink.
think
Fascinating.
I think that you make assumptions about people and then just run with them.
No, no. I've been on
Sounds
this live
like what I'm
before.
hearing
I've
is
been on.
assumptions. So let's move on to somebody without so many assumptions who can question their beliefs rather than, I don't know, troll or whatever.
He came in the comments of Chinese Live one time and called me a colonizer a whole bunch, so I have like a bad taste in my mouth in all fairness.
I think that somebody who has watched this live a lot would see that we question each other. We put each other through the ringer. I think
Also, it was probably good.
way more strenuously than we do someone who's just scrolling in.
I say that a lot. It's very good that you dropped him because I was about to question him on his belief that I'm a colonizer.
You don't colonize the cookies.
Colonize the Kochis, and although I understand his position, kind of, he doesn't understand. Well, he just doesn't understand this, I don't think. Um, it's a really easy position to take from somebody who doesn't live here, you know.
Mm-hmm. We have a guest. Hello, Vitriol. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
25.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
And what God is that?
It's Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, I have, actually.
Do you believe every story in it to be true and literal?
I'm sorry, can you speak up a little bit?
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
True and literal? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you believe the 6-day creation? Adam and Eve in a garden, global flood.
Yes, I do.
Why do you believe those stories?
Because it's true.
You say because it's true. I'm asking why you believe they are true.
Well, because it is. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. What the Bible says is true.
So it's self-evident to you?
Yeah, it's reality.
Did you? How is it
Yeah.
self-evident?
Hold on, one at a time. Let's one at a time.
I said, how is it self-evident?
It just is.
Can you?
Explain it to me like I'm a...
Okay, one at a time. Like, let's not jump on me. All right,
Nobody's
one at a
jumping
time.
on you, Vitriol. You need to calm down.
Oh, I got like 5 people trying to talk to me. Let's go one at a time.
There are 3 people on the
Take your
panel.
turn. Take your
There are
turn.
3 people on the
Take your
panel.
turn. Take your turn.
Okay,
Is this your panel?
interesting.
Are you running
This
this?
is a
Like,
child this is a child. We're moving on.
That actually went better for longer than I thought it would with the username and the profile picture that was presented.
He clearly can't count. He's got 5 people jumping on him. Where are the other 2 people?
The voices inside of his head.
Noctis.
There was an echo, apparently. I don't know.
Oh, now there's 4 people.
Yeah, there is.
I was just making my own jokes in the comments. Also, good morning.
Good
Hi.
morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Happy
How are
Friday.
you doing? I know. I got a Christmas party later. Whoop.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, going out with the girls. We'll take pictures. I'll share in the Discord. So, have we had any interesting conversations lately? Oh, I got moved.
Yeah, it keeps doing this. It bunches us up.
It
Doesn't
feels
let me control
squishy.
that anymore.
I know. I like my little corner down there. What do I like? Oh, hi. Let's
I
get
mean,
quick
it's
and
lovely
personal.
to sit next to you, Noctis.
We've got
And you-
Billy
I
back.
like it better this way.
Welcome back, Billy.
Hi, Billy.
Hey, you guys. How you guys doing, man?
We're doing all right.
That's better. That's better than the alternative, right?
Mm-hmm. So you've been up the last couple nights. Can you tell me why you requested up tonight?
Well, so I read the book again, and yeah. I'm starting to get a little bit of a glimpse about the history of the world as we know it and the causes of duality. And it's very interesting. The cow and the golden egg that was inscribed on. There's some things in there that you really, really got to reach really deep to start to uncover the surface of it.
Just to clarify, are you talking about the Principia Discordia.
Yeah,
That
the
is what he's
Discord,
talking about.
the
In the
Discordia.
sacred cow.
Yeah. So the sacred cow and the five,
Which is spelled CHAO or OA, right? Cow.
yeah. So
Okay, Billy, just to clarify for everybody and for you, does it matter to you if everything in this book is entirely made up?
I think it's a rule book, kind of, and there are some allegories in there, but and I'm sure everything is made up. I don't know, but I don't know that truth exists. I don't think. Oh, go ahead. I apologize.
I was just saying, if you recognize that it's all made up, then what is it that you are gaining from the book now?
Great question. So these ancient ladies, goddesses, Eris, is it Eris, and her sister. These ancient ladies, they seem to be a direct result of duality in the human condition, and how we treat each other to this day. Then there's also some figures in there that the world could be different if, in fact, those principles were followed.
Do you think it's one size fits all?
No, it's probably speaking to me differently than it's maybe ever spoken to anybody. I think, but I'm not quite sure. But it is, it's something that I'm going to keep reading for
I
a
hope
while.
that you keep questioning it, Billy. I do.
Yeah. So I am questioning it, and so I'm also starting to question myself a bit about the nature of duality, and the reason why the universe that is actually one big we're one big organism, that we can't us human beings. I mean, animals seem to do, some of them seem to do a little better at it, but we can't spot the idea that we're all connected. We're all the same thing, So we have wars and we treat each other poorly, and much worse. And I think that this discordia, it's causing me a little bit of discord in my life. And I feel like the chaos that is coming up around me, that I'm noticing and seeing now, is it's got to be okay, because it is what it is. But yeah,
So
I mean,
it's helping you accept things that you can't control. It's helping you recognize that sometimes chaos just is.
Okay, good words. Yes, yeah. The things I can't control. So it's maybe causing me new ideas, new beliefs, new identity. Maybe like something to start fresh from. Like a little past Gnosticism, because I practice Sethian Gnosticism and Valentinian Gnosticism, and I dabbled in Islam, Buddhism, and Sikhism, and so
I remember it was a vast list.
Lots of churches. Yeah. I've been and I kind of been shunned out of all of them. I think I might be a little too chaotic.
And maybe then Discordia is the right fit.
Discordia, yeah. So that means that's kind of like a dissidence. Discordia. It's like, or is it?
I mean, kind of. It does imply a sort of dissonance. I think Philly had something to say. Did you have a question there, Philly?
I was affirming what you were saying about how Discordia might be a good fit if your chaotic approach, Billy, really is the case. Then Discordia might be the best fit.
I wonder what questions it might help engender, help to inspire in you.
It seems to me at the moment that the female deity idea right now, the mother is starting to take over the father. Like there's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and everybody thinks, oh, these are all three guys, so that I was always wondering about, like, so how can three, and then I'm going off topic here. I apologize. If the Holy Spirit is a female nurturing spirit, it was like a voice like a dove that says, "This is my son. I'm well pleased." Blah blah blah. Then that's the Sophia, and if that's the Sophia, then that's a direct correlation to Mary Magdalene. But of course, it's a neo version of a female powerful presence. A Holy Spirit. Part of. Now, of course, it goes way back further to the Sumerians. Yes.
We're about to hit a what the fuck screen.
Uh-oh.
The question was, what questions might this engender in you with the Discordia thing? And I'm hearing you kind of go back to the Gnostic thing. And that's fine. But I'm not sure, really, today anyways, because it really has been like 3 days in a row. I think some of these things need to sit with you and find a way to be questioned. But I'm not sure what questions to ask you right now, because you're still discovering what it is that you believe.
Yeah. So my question is the the eros. Actually, it's close to the word eros, which is the word for love in Greek, and there's eros love, there's agape love, and then there's filial love. Eros love is of course the spelling is a little bit different, but the goddess, is it goddess Eris? It is blessed be her name. So she is still alive.
I'm not actually hearing the question.
Well, okay.
Please use TikTok friendly language.
Oh, I apologize.
I do have to do this for a moment, but
made it the toroid.
Wow. Wow. Hold on, let me put my glasses on, please. Oh gosh, I can't see, but let me see. Okay, hello. Oh, okay, hello.
Yeah.
What was the letters that I kept hearing? It was the OP, uh, 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 OC, or uh, uh, please
I'm
be
not sure
patient.
what. Yeah, Billy,
Yeah,
I really don't know what you're talking about at this point.
uh,
I really don't.
okay. Well, there's a group of people
Hmm.
that have this idea, and they're called oh, what are they called?
Hmm.
There's actually high priests of it, or like kind of a popes and poops or something like that.
Hmm.
Uh,
Billy,
yes,
I don't know what you're talking about. I
you
think we're
don't.
going to go ahead and move on. I
Okay.
appreciate you being here. Maybe another time we'll have some clearer way to find out what it is that you're talking about. But
Yeah, I get it.
yeah, I appreciate you.
So sweet.
He is, and I appreciate him. I do. Sometimes I don't know what questions will rein in the chaos.
The Discordia was a very good suggestion, though, Thrayle. W. Thrayle.
I hope it. I hope I didn't introduce too much chaos to an already chaotic system.
That's fair.
And there goes the last of the Q ghosts. None of them exist. Uh-oh.
Good name, Martha.
I probably could have let him talk a little longer. I was enjoying a blueberry cordial.
Cordial?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
It's like a piece of fruit covered in a sweet, sugary sauce and then coated in chocolate.
Oh, sounds delightful.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know they made blueberry ones, and yeah, I bought a box.
Thrayle really likes blueberries, is what I've determined.
Blueberry muffins.
Mm-hmm.
Blueberry coffee, blueberry cordials, because he likes blueberries a lot.
You know, my partner does too, actually.
scientific way, like just is. It doesn't matter about our preferences. It doesn't matter about who I'm looking to that on my spare time, I guess. But do you guys believe that goodness is something that is based solely off of personal preferences, or do you tie it to something that's actually real beyond that?
I don't know. However, I lean towards believing that it is not an individual determination, but that it is either a society or a culture or a human
Like a construct.
determination as a whole.
Oh, I see. So like it's kind of like a democratic thing. Like what the most people assume is good and bad is what is good and bad.
I don't think that it's necessarily what the most people assume that it is what it is. I can see how that.
Okay. Do you think?
I think it's a little ridiculous to assume that good and bad, as anybody determines it, is anything but what anybody else determines. Good and bad, what you say is good is what you say is good, is what you determined is good, whether you used a Bible to decide as a measure or not. You still decided what was good and what was bad. If you're talking about morality, it's the judgments we think good or bad nature. That determination is made by something or someone in every instance, and therefore there is no objective morality. Morality is always what someone decides it is.
That's fair. I see some people who try to say that morality kind of has some substance beyond just preferences. And the people that say that who are also agnostic or atheists, that's where I have a hard time being like, I don't get where you're anchoring down your idea to. But, agnostic and atheist tying down morality to preferences, that makes a lot of sense to me. I just didn't know if you were.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that it's necessarily preferences, but it is something somebody decided, whether that is their preference or what they feel is an imposed preference.
But, it's getting late.
Sean,
I gotta go, but I'll let you go talk. But I love you guys, man. You guys are great. You guys are great.
I'm gonna let you down. Hopefully, you come back another time. Maybe you'll have different answers, and we'll have more questions for those.
I gave you a follow, Sean. I'd love to continue the conversation another time, especially if you do some reading on some of the topics that we brought up.
Hello, Matt Savi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 28.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Okay. I would say believe that God or something like that, yes.
Did we wake you up? Or are you just waking up?
Yeah, I just woke up maybe 30 minutes ago. But I mean, that's fine. I'm coherent.
I'm not sure about that last part, though. Matt Savi, you can always try to request backup in a bit, but why don't you get some coffee or something and splash some water in your face? Come on back. But I do need to make sure and thank Ollie the Opa, Witty, Inksomnia, and Heather's Descent, Emma for helping with the goal. I appreciate y'all. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on out. Hello, Jane. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to join us, Jane? I'm gonna guess not.
Yeah.
Hello, Cece. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 47.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power,
Yeah.
or anything like that?
I'm very spiritual. I do not believe in organized religion at all. I believe religion is the problem with religion.
But
I do believe
spiritual, what does that
there
mean?
is a higher power, but what that is, what it looks like, I'm not sure. I am a physical medium, so therefore I see beyond the veil. So I see every side.
Okay, so you're a physical medium, you said?
Yes, yes, sir.
And you said that means you see beyond the veil.
Yes,
What
and I
is
do
the
believe
veil?
it's like the spirit world. It's like the darkness, the evil, the light, the goodness, the badness, the interdimensional. I mean, to Fae, to I mean, there's doors that are open that we can't see. Most people can't see, but it all is very, very real.
You
Even
say it
unicorns
is
is
real.
yeah. Well, unicorns is even mentioned in the Bible 7 times.
What does that have to do with it being real or not? What is
It derives from everything that is real. People just
is
dismiss
the
it because it's a
Bible
fairy
real?
tale.
Or
Well,
is the Bible a fairy tale?
it's historically accurate at some points.
At
Let's say
some
that.
points. So at some points it's historically accurate, and at some points it mentions unicorns.
Yes.
Which points are true? How did you determine?
Well, whenever they started us finding tombs from different mummies and whatnot from the Egyptian culture, they used that
What do
to find.
Egyptian mummies have to do with the Bible being true?
But they used the Bible in order to excavate to find the locations, so it's historically accurate.
Are you
I'm not
sure?
saying that. I mean, I think so. I mean, and it's pretty decent, but it is written by man, so therefore it is very much diluted, very diluted. I wouldn't believe it completely, but some people are diehard fans of it, and that's fine. But I am not.
Okay, so you mentioned it as evidence that unicorns exist.
Well, I
But
was
I
just
was
an
asking
example.
before that. I was asking before that about spirituality and what that means. You said there was a veil. You were able to look beyond this veil, and
Absolutely.
it was like doors opening to the spiritual realm. What is the
Yes.
spiritual realm?
Well, just like okay, you've heard of wood nymphs, elementals, um, brownies, fairies, and all that jazz. You know, have you heard of all those? Those are they're inherently real. I mean, just
Why?
because you don't see them doesn't
Why
mean
do you
they're not.
think they're real?
Because I've seen them.
You've seen them. Does that
Absolutely.
mean they are real?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not psychotic and I'm not schizophrenic. So therefore, yeah, they're pretty real
So
because
you're
I've
saying if you've seen something and you don't have a diagnosed mental illness, then therefore the thing must be real.
and just like trees. I mean, my tree waves at me. Unknown in the interdimensional because it's just like Bigfoot or any other thing. It is they pop in and out. We're coexisting in the same plane, but at the exact same time.
You say we're coexisting. How is it you have verified that? Is it just because you see things,
because the
and
principles
you
and
assume they are
principalities
true.
of certain of ancient texts, they say that there are other dimensions, and if it goes on to Nikola Tesla, I mean, he was a big supporter of the interdimensional world.
Was he a
Yeah,
supporter?
yeah.
He funded that or something?
He
What do
didn't
you mean
fund it,
he
but he
was a
did papers.
supporter?
He did have did several papers on them.
He did papers on the interdimensional world.
Yes, the because he actually said that he was from another universe.
When did he say that?
God, it was in his 40s. I could pull it up. I could pull it up on Google real quick, and I can give you the exact date and time.
Okay, why don't you do that? Hello, raccoon.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We're apparently crossing the veil.
I love this. I love traversing the veil. It's my favorite.
I'm just unsure of why it would even be called a veil. I mean, is it transparent? Is it something we see through? Is it something so easily moved out of the way?
Where did our guest go?
She was Googling where Tesla said that he was from another universe.
Oh, darn it. I think maybe she disconnected because that never happened.
That might be.
Oh, that's a bummer. But I am interested in exploring the veil. If any other veil believers want to come up.
If you believe in a veil or a curtain or some kind of tapestry or something that gets in the way of this in another world or gods or something else like that, and you're open to questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. Hello, 12345 6. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Numbers did you mean to request up? Okay, 12345 6. We're gonna go ahead and set you back down. I feel like we spoke to this guest before, but they might still be there. And nope, another ghost busted.
Well, shoot.
I know. That queue just fills up and then none of them are really there. And now we just gotta wait awkwardly.
I mean, you could be awkward. I'm very comfortable inside.
This is what the loot is for.
I always picture the veil as like a shower curtain. And you know when you go to the restroom in somebody else's house, you're a guest in their house, and you're like, "Oh, I don't trust that the shower curtain is not hiding someone behind the curtain." So you like push it back. I feel like that's the veil for me. I don't want the veil. I want to see what's behind the veil. I gotta push it back and maybe throat punch somebody on the other side. Not out of disrespect, but just because why are you there? You know?
There's somebody existing on the other side of that veil, and they deserve a throat punching.
If they are, this is my business. Why are you here, man? If it's a false alarm and nobody's behind there, that's okay. We're all right. We're on the same page. I do wonder if the veil refers to another dimension, and why the veil matters when you can just speak to them anyway. Is it really like a shower curtain where you can just talk over the top of the shower? You know what I mean? I don't know. Anybody have the answers? Please.
Why a veil? I mean, doesn't that imply that you can see through it?
Only if you pay $69.99 to my special program that I'm running at a retreat in Sedona, Arizona in 2 weeks on the solstice.
Martha. Hello, Martha.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
Good.
Just up here waiting for someone with a belief in a God that we can question, and well, we found you.
I'm lucky I found you.
Well, I appreciate that. How have you been?
I'm doing
been
much
back to
better.
church?
I have not. I was going to attend this past Sunday, but it was about 19 degrees, and I don't breathe well when it's very cold. So I put it off for more a week, but it's going to be real warm this Sunday, and I have every intention of going.
Do you have questions ready when you get there?
I do. That's one thing I have taken the time to do because I got to thinking there's a few other things I would like either some guidance or just maybe some basic knowledge based on church authority. And I thought, well, if I write them down and get them all at once and just take care of it all at one time. I mean, I don't want him to run every time he sees me like I'm going to, hit him with some major dilemma that I'm having of the week.
I don't know. I would run towards you. It'd be fun to see what questions you come up with.
That's because you're always so kind to me.
I'm just so happy to have you back up here, Martha. I really enjoyed our last conversation.
Thank you. I did as well. It's me.
I was just saying, I'm sorry I missed that conversation. It was on one of the rare days that I didn't do it live.
And it went on for quite some time. I kind of lost track of time altogether until I realized it was time to get ready to go clean the church. I haven't been to Sunday school or the main session, but I have been up to clean the church.
So you haven't had any, you haven't met with Bishopric or anything since then? You haven't had any questions for them yet?
I have my main question about 2 Nephi 5 and probably at least one lesser, but no, I haven't. The first 3 weeks I was just, I don't know, I went through every emotion I think I have, from anger to sad to in shock, and then back to angry.
How are you feeling now?
The first week was just very difficult. After that, time tends to soften things a bit, and it did get easier. It wasn't a continuous sun-up to sundown, all-consuming thing like it was that first week.
I think it's good that we don't question you on a Saturday night. That's for you to go back on Sunday. I think some time to process is good.
Right.
How are you feeling about it, though? The anger has kind of passed. What emotions?
I think now I'm still angry, but I'm very disappointed, especially if he confirms that yes, this is what we believe, and you know, it's what I should believe. I'm also going to ask to be released from my primary Sunday school calling.
Yeah.
I just, I definitely cannot square. I can't be the one to teach small children such an ugly concept. That's just not in me.
My heart hurts for you for that because I know that you love it. You know,
I really do. I mean, it's wonderful to see their sweet little faces so interested and engaged, especially when they come in knowing their lesson, because not all of them have parents. These are, from like 5 to 8, and not all of them have parents who will sit down with them and, engage with them on these lessons. So when they come in and they know it, it's just so sweet.
have you thought about what you might replace that with when you kind of give up that calling? Because that does give you so much fulfillment. Like you love it and you love those babes. And I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to kind of find a way to be involved with the youth in your community outside of the church.
Well, I'm thinking through the harsh winter months. I'm in Kansas, and we're definitely predicted to have a very cold winter. We're kind of on the line as far as snow, so there's a good chance that just because of my health, I won't be able to go as regularly as I do, when I don't have a crisis or a cold weather. I mean, when the weather's nice and I'm not tormenting myself, I'm pretty regular in my attendance.
Martha, are you a fair weather Mormon?
I think so. I'm so sorry to say that, but I think so. I think I am. And it's so important that consistency is a big thing with children in all areas.
Yes.
And I don't want to disappoint them or have them feel like, well, you can't count on her. I don't. But I have other interests that I can, like, I cleaned officers' housing at the Air Force Academy, so like nobody can out clean me. So that's one of the ways I contribute. I've never been called to it, but I would definitely trade this calling for that. And I've spent many, many years working in the restaurant business, and I'm pretty competent in that area. So I like helping whoever's in charge of like organizing parties or dinners, things like that, and then I can clean up afterwards too. So I would be very happy with something that entails things that I have genuine skill at.
And see, like for me, I wonder if something that you feel passionate about and where you can actually feel the difference that you're making, is that not just as powerful as a calling, or if not more so, because you know your skill, what you have to bring to the table, you know your value, and there's a level of fulfillment there.
Yes, it is for me. And I have spoken to the bishop about that on at least 3 different occasions, because as much as I enjoy the children, I don't have a real innate thing for teaching.
Isn't that weird that God would assign you that calling?
Yes. And, the way they don't appreciate you declining a calling, as much as I love the children, I've never been comfortable in that position, and I'm not very good at it. Of course, they're young enough that they'll overlook a lot of mistakes. I've made myself so nervous that there's a few times I thought I was just going to lose my breakfast. And you know, with 5 to 8 year olds, they're not sitting there critiquing your level of skill. They're just happy that you're there and they can feel that you enjoy being there with them. And that sometimes is enough.
Exactly.
I was tickled that you brought up the veil. I definitely believe in the veil. Definitely.
So,
100%.
all right, let me ask you about the veil, if that's
Okay.
okay.
Sure.
Is the veil something that is psychological? Is it another dimension? Is it a state of mind? What is the veil to you?
Well, to me, it is, I base my heartfelt belief in an experience that I had with my daughter. Remember, I told you she had some medical issues when she was just very, very young.
Mm-hmm.
As she was still quite young. I think she was maybe 3-ish, and she never learned to walk until quite late. But boy, that little child, she was like me. She's just a little motor mouth. She was talking quite early and forming complete sentences, and she is the first one who ever, she looked at me and she just plain told me that she had been to different planets and that the angels lived on, I don't remember word for word how she said it, but she said the angels lived on, however she defined planet A. And I said, that's very interesting. I said, what planet does the devil live? And she said, well, I don't know. I've not been there.
Did she
And I
ever
was just
mention,
blown away. Excuse me.
did she ever mention any other type of spirit?
Yes.
And what
She,
was that? Was it ever outside of your belief system that she had been raised within?
well, now, I don't know that I can say that because, you know, she had been in regular attendance from birth until, I don't know,
Until she could speak for sure.
13-ish.
Yeah.
So I would imagine it did influence her for sure. I mean, I can't imagine that it wouldn't after me drilling it into her. No.
Could it, have you considered that it was maybe an expression of her own like psyche that was informed by her upbringing?
No, I had not considered that. I took it at face value probably because it agreed with,
It's confirmation.
yes, it made me happy to believe what she was telling me.
But also it made her happy to have that validated, right?
She found it to be very comforting.
Yeah.
When she had her tonsils removed, she was much older. I want to say she was 11, 12. Poor child. I made her keep them way too long because I was so terrified of having another surgery. But she told me that the angels came and comforted her. Now, I don't know if that was, I don't know. It could have been anesthesia. But to her, it was a very, very real experience. And my children telling me what they experienced. So I don't question them.
How do you know, Martha, that they're not telling you what they might think you want to hear? And before you answer that, I do need to really quick thank Sugarfix, Heather's Descent, Ollie the Ops, and Squiggles. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. I really appreciate you. But how do you know that they're not telling you what they think you want to hear or something they think you'll be impressed by?
Well, they have been raised with the we don't lie, we don't steal, and we don't cheat. And I think they're pretty, I don't think now on occasion I have one who would tend to, but I always do. I could look at him and tell he was lying. but I don't think Elizabeth would ever. I mean, she's very transparent. She's very sincere. She's just as sweet as the day is long. And she knows how disappointed I would be if, especially about something so very personal and so, I don't know. I don't think she would. Now, the other one, he might.
If they had come back from this experience and told you about a spirit beyond the veil that didn't fit within your worldview,
I would believe that also, just because I'm not. Well, I would 100% believe it from my daughter. My son, I would have to really. I'd have to stare him down, make sure he was being upfront with me.
do you think that whenever anybody else speaks of their experience beyond the veil and they're talking about the nature of spirits and they may not fit within your cosmology or within your worldview, do you take those just as seriously? So if somebody came, for example, if somebody came back from visiting the veil and they said that they had seen a god that wasn't your god or a spirit that didn't fit within your understanding of spirit, maybe they didn't see an angel, maybe they saw a Valkyrie, or maybe they saw some like darker spirit or whatever it may be. Do you think you would take that as spirit as seriously, or do you think that you would try to fit it within your worldview?
No, I would accept it at face value. If I had, I've always been a pretty good judge of character, and if I genuinely believed them to be sincere, I would accept that would be like a testimony in my mind, whether it agreed with my specific individual beliefs wouldn't necessarily affect whether I believed them. If I thought they were sincere, I would absolutely believe them.
Do you believe that a person that you may see as bad or not in alignment with your spiritual belief system or the way you live your life could have a genuine spiritual experience?
Oh, yes. But if they're genuinely that bad, I wouldn't be having I'm too sarcastic. I wouldn't be able to have a genuine, thoughtful conversation with somebody that I thought was, the opposite of a nice person.
What makes a person worthy of having a spiritual experience or a spiritual conversation about their experience with you?
I don't know that for me, I would consider their worthiness. I just know that if I genuinely did not like them or think they were a serious person, I just wouldn't engage in such a conversation.
What makes somebody worthy?
Well, I guess with me, it's more what they're not. They're not hateful. They're not racist. They're not phobic, gender phobic or homophobic or, I mean, they would need to be, they couldn't go around hating on people.
Do you think that you would listen to them more closely if they were a racist, for example, or some kind of bigot, if they came back and they had changed their worldview? Or what if they didn't?
I wouldn't engage in a conversation with a racist or a bigot. Like I said, I mean, I would, my mouth would just overload my behind, and I wouldn't be capable of, which I don't like, but it is a fault of mine. I should be more willing to engage, but I just can't. I can't listen to somebody spew hate who genuinely believes they are, they hold the moral high road.
What if somebody who you had previously believed to be good came back from a vision? They had been under anesthesia or whatever it takes to get beyond the veil, according to you. What if they came back and they said, all right, well, let me just confirm everything that God has said to back my beliefs about gay relationships being against the will of God. And it was somebody that you had previously trusted, somebody that you had found worthy in your worldview. Like, what if they had had an experience where it's like, God said?
Well, I have actually encountered that.
Oh.
And my response was, I don't know of anywhere where in the scriptures where sin is organized by number, like one being greater than the other. I would just say, if it is a sin, it can't be any greater of a sin than lying or taking the Lord's name in vain. I mean, for me, sin is sin, and we don't really get to judge here as an earthly person. It's certainly not my place to judge which sin is more to be condemned than any other sin.
Okay. All right, I hear you.
I mean, I know people who they will tell you, well, the Bible says that's this and that and this is that when it comes to the whole gay subject, and they know we either can't discuss it or I can't take them seriously as far as, I mean, sin is sin, and we don't get to decide which one.
I'm going to ask you something, and I'm going to ask you as a queer woman.
Oh, you are?
How do you know they're wrong?
I have just, my scriptures tell me sin or not sin, like gauged by, importance, are where Jesus says the two most important are love thy God with all thy heart and love thy neighbor like yourself, and love is the most important. And that's the only place I've found where things are, put in a judging order. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how you can, I just don't know how, I mean, there isn't any human that's perfect. We all sin. That's just the way it is. And to be so judgmental of one sin over sins that, you yourself are probably committing on a daily, weekly basis or whatever, to me just seems, well, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. I mean, that's basically, if you're saying that a gay person is committing a greater sin than any sin that you yourself commit, that to me is just, well, it's denial, number one. And number two, it's a form of hate.
I think that we do weigh different sins a little bit heavier than others. Can you not think of any sin greater than being gay?
Well, personally, murder or abusing a child.
Right. And so, like, isn't that like contraindicative of what you just said?
Yes.
Okay. So where's the line?
I guess I am that person who is more harsh with others than I am with myself.
No, that's okay. I actually think that you're more harsh with yourself than others, personally. But I just wanted to know, like, where would the line be? You know, like, and who determines that? What is it that determines that line?
I suppose it would be each individual's training, and I guess training would have a lot to do with that.
Mm.
How you were influenced and by what and who was doing it.
If you are influenced, does that take away accountability or ownership? If you're trained a certain way, does that take away any of that? Like if I steal something, but I'm not gay, does one weigh more than the other? What if I'm a gay thief? You know what I mean? Like, where's the line?
I still don't think you'll be on the hottest seat, my dear.
I might.
Isn't that funny? I even gauged the heat factor. No.
I don't know. I don't know who's raising the heat. I don't.
And I don't know that we're supposed to know the difference. I think we're just supposed to understand that if we're not supposed to do it, we just shouldn't do it. And if we do it, we should recognize it and ask for forgiveness and try not to do it again.
And see, that's okay on an individual level, but then when we're talking about your willingness to hear about other spiritual experiences, you do call in worthiness. And so I wonder what factors into worthiness for you. What if I am both queer and a thief? Do I still get to tell you what I saw on the other side?
I'll tell you that being gay doesn't bother me, but the thief thing, we have a problem.
What kind of thievery? Is it justified ever?
Well, I don't know. Are you stealing back your own stuff?
That's not stealing. That's just
That's setting things right.
Right. I'm like, I'm getting back my things. But like, okay, so that's what I mean. Like the thing is placed so black and white, but we understand that there's gray area. And so where does sin factor in? Who decides? I guess God decides, but also society decides. I can get convicted of stealing, right? And you might not know my story. You might still cast judgment. Does story matter? Do circumstances matter?
Story definitely matters. I mean, homeless and gets caught stealing a loaf of bread and a package of hot dogs. To me, that's not like the jerk down the street that siphoned my gas.
Why did he siphon your gas?
Because when he got off work yesterday, he went to the bar instead of going and getting gas.
You don't know that. You don't know that, right? Like again, we're coming, but we make a lot of assumptions about the people around us. Every crime that we witness, we're so quick to make assumptions because in our own circumstances, we wouldn't, right?
We're
getting way off track here. I wanted to talk about the veil. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. This is why our conversation lasted 3 hours last time. I loved it. I loved it so much. Let me revert back to the veil because this is where I wanted to stay real quick. So aside from who's worthy to talk about the veil, who can access the veil in your worldview?
Children, because I think they still have such a connection to heaven and to Heavenly Father. I mean, I really believe that we are all in spiritual form before we actually enter the earthly realm, before we're born. And I think small children actually have a memory of that time. And so it's easier for them to, there's less of a separation for them between where they were as they grow older, because spirituality is not really, it's not as important, or there's not a real emphasis on, I don't know. I think as they get older, it becomes less near to them. It's not as close to them, and they begin to separate.
And yet, aren't there adults in your belief system that can access that?
Well, supposed to be, and I feel like I've had a couple experiences, but kind of like when we were talking about the prophet, the head guy for the church. I mean, I've never been able to unquestionably accept everything that the prophet has put out. I know. Shooter now. I don't find that as objectionable as the scriptures are, dear Thrayle. I think he's closer to Heavenly Father than me.
Why?
I don't know. I feel like he's probably a better person and spends, concentrates more of his time and energy on having that one-on-one relationship. He's probably better at it than me. So he's probably got more access, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I think that's what they want you to believe for sure. Do you think that everyone could access the veil as an adult if they were so called or had training, or like what is it as an adult that would allow one to access the veil to you?
Just an intense desire to please Heavenly Father and really invest all you have, your energy, your time, your talents in making. Go ahead, dear.
Do you think a woman could access the veil without a calling, without a position, without bishopric, without any type of blessing or position of authority within the church? Do you think a woman could access the veil?
Yes, I think it's available to relationship.
If a woman stood up and said that she had received word from God through this veil, do you think anyone would take her seriously?
Ooh, I don't know. As a entity, the Mormons teach that everybody can receive revelation. We don't have women as bishops, or they don't hold any real
power.
authority. You know, they're not part of the the quorum or the assistance to those.
Also receive revelation.
I think that's a leftover influence from the Catholics, but that's
Why
just
wouldn't
my
that have
opinion.
changed in a living, breathing, evolving church that they claim to be, with constant revelations happening all of the time? Why wouldn't there have been some type of message saying, hey, women are people too?
Because I think once you've obtained real power, it probably becomes pretty difficult to share it. And
Does
if
that bother you? Are you cool with that?
no, because it's very disrespectful. I mean, without saying, I think you're less than me.
And knowing that or feeling that way, why do you still align yourself with an organization that essentially makes a group of people, several groups of people, really, but women especially, like less than? Especially being a woman yourself and knowing of the power that women hold. What would drive you to co-sign that?
I guess it's a trade-off for the sisterhood, the comfort that I feel and that I get from some of my sisters in the church.
Do you
Because
think that that would be obsolete if they were given positions of leadership?
I'm sorry, what do you mean? Would I not feel as would I not get comfort from them if they actually held real power?
No, not necessarily. Would the sisterhood be diminished in any way if they were also given positions of leadership?
What are the ties that bind?
The ties that bind. Do the brothers of the church not also have this camaraderie, this community, this togetherness, even though some of them hold positions of authority?
I think so.
Then what about women holding authority or the power of priesthood or bishopric even? How would that diminish your camaraderie with them, your community with them?
With the men or the women?
You and the women, if they had been given the same authority that the men had been given, you said that you feel like it would diminish that somehow. And I wonder what
No,
you believe also.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
That's okay.
I'm willing. It sounds terrible, but I'm willing to accept certain things that I disagree with, but not to the extent of the scripture thing. To willingly take joy in my fellowship with the women.
Is your fellowship with the women dependent on that lesser status?
Oh, certainly not. I mean, I would celebrate. I wish they would allow women to hold, hold office and be equal as far as they're clearly comfortable with not allowing us to have the same kind of authority. But that, to me,
that's I mean, that's pretty much everywhere in the world that I've,
But like,
you know.
so what led to that question was why you co-sign this idea that women have less than, or that women are not worthy of, that women cannot hold places of leadership and in the church.
I know it's a character flaw.
No,
But
no,
I
no,
would,
no, not at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not trying to say, hey, you're wrong here, but I wonder about it.
but it
'Cause, like,
is wrong, and I allow it because I would be a much lonelier person without my sisters.
I get that completely. I get that completely. But like, I wonder why we co-sign that, and also at the same time can acknowledge that with them having leadership positions, that wouldn't change that camaraderie with your sisters, that wouldn't change the fellowship with your sisters, right? So like, I do wonder why then the women in the church are so willing to take revelation from God, knowing that anyone can have that connection to God. Why then do all of you sit back and not say anything? I'm guessing. I'm putting this. I'm assuming, right? I don't know. I'm not in it.
I think that's pretty accurate.
But
I
like,
think
if
I agree.
anybody can receive revelation from God, can't anyone hold these leadership positions? Shouldn't this be open to anyone if anyone can receive leadership from God?
I guess the only way I can fit it in my head, one small extension of a much larger reality.
Why do you think that the church would not accept priesthood authority from women as well? Why is that male exclusive to you?
Well, like I said, I think it has to do with having had the power all along exclusively. It would be mentally deflating to have to now change that order of, I mean, it's selfishness, I guess. I would think.
Do you know the story behind the revelation that led to the change in the word of wisdom of no alcohol? Do you know that story?
I do not.
That led to the change in the word of wisdom, or even the creation of the word of wisdom, where you cannot have alcohol, is that Joseph Smith's wife got really sick and tired of cleaning up the beer can or the beer glasses, the spilled beer, and the cigars, and having to deal with her drunk husband. And she complained to her husband about it.
Really?
And then there was a revelation from God. A revelation from God that alcohol was no longer acceptable as an LDS individual to consume. And so it was a woman's revelation that created the beginning of the word of wisdom. And so, like, women, if this is a divine intervention from God, that revelation actually came from Emma, not Joseph. You know, and so I'm wondering how we reconcile this claim that only male leaders receive revelation. Well, you said it yourself that all people can receive revelation, but only the males are the ones who can make change. Only they hold the power. It's just interesting to me. Like, I weary of this exclusive priesthood authority belonging only to men when there's evidence that supports that revelation has also been influenced by women, but they just weren't able to do it. Interesting to me that people would just let that keep happening because the cultural, like the pressure, like the having to accept a woman within their ranks would be too, like
Well, it would definitely be, it would definitely require them to share what had been just a.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I don't think that was a belief that Jesus taught or believed. I think.
Are you sure?
Well, now I base that on, well, several books that could have been included in the canon, but were not. And I go brain dead sometimes. I can't think. The only word that's coming to me is acoustic, and I know that's incorrect. But there are quite a number of books and writing time frame as a lot of the books that are in the Bible, especially the New Testament. And one of them, well, even in the regular scriptures, it talks about how Mary Magdalene, was very close to Jesus, and that she was more than just a reformed sinner or prostitute, as many would want you to believe. I think she began as a financial supporter and then became part of the inner circle. Jesus died. She was unalived. She went on to, in my mind, be another disciple as far as spreading the gospel. And it even says that she was actually given information by Christ that he didn't share with the other. That's an indication that he must have seen her. I mean, in his eyes, he considered her to be an equal.
So at least your interpretation of the evidence leads you to believe that women are spiritually equal, and yet they are institutionally and structurally barred, essentially, from holding any role of authority. How does that logic still hold for you?
Mind. And, I told you growing up, I had attended several churches, and off the top of my head, I can't recall any institutionalized, like, denomination or form of Christianity that does accept women in powerful positions. Clearly tend to prefer being part of an institutionalized form of religion. So for me
Did you ever visit an Episcopalian church?
Is that no, I don't believe that I have. Aren't they very similar to the Catholics as far as their basic tenet beliefs?
Maybe so. The only reason I ask is because when I visited an Episcopalian church I'm in Utah, I'm in the heart of Mormonism. Most of the people that were clergy were women.
You remember
Really?
Philly that was up here earlier?
Hi, Kat.
Hi, Martha. You remember Philly that was up here earlier?
Yes.
She used to be a pastor.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if the roles were reversed. If you went to a church where all of the priesthood leaders were women, all of the clergy were women, would you take them as seriously, do you think?
I don't know. I would like to see it be based on willingness and ability and not numbers. I mean, I would not, I mean, if they were all women, I mean, that's basically the same thing as all men. There is a discrimination.
Are you
I don't-
saying you would like to see it be based on like the people who want to do it the most
And who are qualified.
and who are most equipped to do it? That's
Yes.
fair.
Do you think that women can be qualified and equipped?
Absolutely. For sure. Like, I have never known any, like, as in ordained and can legally marry people and are accepted as qualified to stand in front of the congregation and deliver a sermon. And I find that wonderful.
What about in your own church? If there was a woman bishop, how would you feel?
I would love it. Absolutely love it. And feel like it's about time.
That's not allowed, is it?
I've never heard of it. I mean, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen because as you see, since I've never tried to go to the temple, I'm cut more slack than a lot of and I was not born into Mormonism, so I don't think I'm held to the same standards as those who were multi-generational and you know what I mean? They cut Granny some slack.
Here.
They like me because I'm nice.
That's not allowed, is it? Female bishops, women
I don't
who
think
are
so.
bishops.
Well, and these
And you know
ordinances.
something else I've noticed, even in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, I have never seen a woman as their lead organist or their choir conductor. I mean, they have women in the choir and they have women in their orchestra, but I've never seen one leading it or like the organ is a big, big deal in Salt Lake. And I've never seen a woman.
That's because
in the
what they here. Okay. So they are equal in value, but not in role, and that to me has never logically held.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
But that is what, again, that's kind of when I ask you why you co-sign, that is what you're co-signing. That the priesthood authority is restricted by sex. The equality is in value but not in role. So you can't actually hold power if you're a woman. And that when you are there's so many things. Even when you are making your wedding vows, I don't know if you had a temple marriage or not. But
no, I've never been to the temple. I've never even applied or taken the classes to be allowed to go to the temple. I've just never felt.
When you're getting your temple endowments, when you're making your temple marriage, the women are vowing obedience to their husbands. The men do not vow obedience to their wives.
Yeah, nix on that.
Well, you say nix, but then you're still part of it. So I wonder where the disconnect is. Where's the line? You know? Does the line even exist? Really? In practice?
Well, I say I don't agree with it, but I guess at some level, I don't disagree with it enough to remove myself from it.
Do you think that men are more capable of holding these positions than women are?
Absolutely not. I don't think men are more capable than women in anything except physical combat, like hand-to-hand physical combat.
And yet your
If it
religion's ordinances do say, they do, that men are the ones that can hold the priesthood and that you must obey priesthood leaders. And yet women are seen as having full religious agency. And I wonder how you reconcile those two ideas.
I'm willing to overlook it.
Why?
And
if it applied, if
because
that
the comfort.
the
Oh,
vow.
go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say if the vow that Kira talked about with for as far as marriage goes, if that were to apply to your marriage, would you be so willing to overlook it?
Yeah, no. That word was not part of my vows, I can assure you.
So why do you stand for it for the women you are in communion with?
I guess I'm willing to overlook it
Because they
because
agree to it?
of the comfort that I do get.
Is your comfort, does your comfort weigh more than, ooh, that's not fair. That's not fair.
It's a go ahead, ask me. I'll probably disappoint you with my answer because
You won't
it'll
disappoint me.
probably
No, there's no
reflect
such
my
thing.
selfishness.
No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as
You
you
have
disappointing me. You've been honest, and that's all I've asked. And so, like, this is why I like talking to you, Martha, because you are honest and you are inquisitive, and you're willing to go down this road with me. There is no disappointing us, and you telling me your view as of right now, where you stand, having never thought about these things before. If you think about them later and that shifts, very cool. That's fine. If they don't shift, also cool. But like, I wonder if your comfort weighs more than their plight.
I guess it does. I'm in it. Clearly, it's a very selfish, me-oriented concept.
Bats has their
I
hands up.
just,
Also,
I would be sad. I would be really a much sadder person. I probably would never leave the house if I didn't. I mean, I receive huge comfort and joy from my sisters, and without it, I mean, there are some days where that's the only thing that will get me up.
I get that.
I tend to have issues with depression and stuff. And in my early adulthood, I had a doctor that, tried several different pharmaceuticals with me, and that was horrendous. And so I try and control that with other, like through my diet and through my reading my scriptures and things like that. But
like I said, I'm not like ignorant of these things and why people are drawn to the belief systems and the community, more of its community. And it's especially with you, I feel like community is a huge factor in all of these things.
it is huge.
If you learned um because of some form of patriarchy rather than actual God-given gender roles, if women were just as capable of holding authority in the church, but they just didn't want to give women that power, would you still be as comfortable with it rather than it being a God-given ordinance?
I'm sorry. Say that again, please.
Like if you learned that these roles that women, were equal in spiritual value, but you can't have the same roles. If you learned that that was not a God-given ordinance, if that was more based on patriarchy from when the church was formed, would that change your opinion? Would that affect how
No,
you?
I do believe that and have believed that for, gosh, a long time. I have just decided that I can accept it and understand that if I get to heaven, I will probably get to, I'll probably get to hear God tell me himself that this is a man-made concept and not God-given.
Or herself.
Martha, may I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Hi, I'm Bats.
Hi.
Hi. Um, you you spoke earlier of the sisterhood in the church and so forth. A younger woman in the church came to you and had stated to you that they had a passion for leadership in the church. How would you advise them if they said that they had a passion to help people or be leadership in church, and it was in your church that they came to you? How would you advise them?
Well, to a degree, that's accessible. I mean, you can be, the head of the Relief Society or head of primary, or, there are a few areas where they are given some authority, not complete authority, of course, but they are given some authority.
But if
And
someone were
I
to,
would,
I'm
I
sorry.
guess I would just, that's okay. I guess I would just have to tell them just like that, like I just told you, that it's available to a degree, but to expect to ever hold genuine equal power probably would never happen in our church. I mean, I would try and tell them as honestly as I know and understand it to be.
Would you advise them to stay in the church under this male dominated leadership, or would you advise them to follow their heart and seek to be a leading member in the church?
Oh, I would definitely tell them to do what you do, you baby. I mean, if it's something that you can willingly accept and not let it, wreck you, then if you're comfortable with that, then do that. But if it's something that you just fundamentally cannot align yourself with, then go with that. I mean, I don't give that kind of advice. I'm more of a, if you're a believer, then do go through the steps to try and receive as much direction and as you can from the sources that we have that we can access. Pray about it, think about it. In the end, go with what you genuinely feel is right for you. I would never instruct someone to stay in a situation that they fundamentally could not square in their own mind or their own belief. I don't think that's I don't I don't think that's good for the person giving advice or for the one receiving.
Do you have any? No, go ahead. I was asking you if you had more bets.
Oh, yes, but you're also good to chime in too, because I have to formulate my questions sometimes. So if you're recognizing that there's a problem with it being a male-dominated leadership, and that it should be more of a qualifications-dominated leadership, do you think you have the strength to mention that to anyone, or do you think that'd probably be not safe for you?
It's not that I don't have the courage to mention it. I'm not going to beat a dead horse.
Sometimes you
And
gotta.
I don't want to, like, I've been married forever, but it's not a close marriage. It's not a happy marriage. I mean, it's not, it's not a physically abusive thing like that, but it is not happy or satisfying or where I thought I would be at this stage of my life. And the church is huge for me as far as my day-to-day coping abilities. I mean, that is how much comfort I get from this organized religion that I am willing to, the trade-off is worth it to me, because there are days that literally, if I could not rely on my faith, there literally are days that it just keeps me from just losing it.
So
You
you
don't
would say
deserve that.
no, you don't. Would you say that your beliefs give you comfort then, even when?
Pardon?
Would you say then that
Oh,
your beliefs give
yes,
you comfort then?
very much so. I mean, it's sometimes it truly is all I have. That and my sweet daughter, who's like right next door. I see her every day, plus we talk on the phone another 5 times a day. I mean, my church and my daughter are what keep me from just giving up.
I'm
So
glad
would you?
you don't give up.
Yeah, it's good not to give up. I know I struggle with that too. It can be hard, but
And it would be so much easier sometimes. You think, why do I continue to? I mean, I'm pretty good at the whole compartmentalizing. I learned it as a child, and there are certain things with my church that I have just, I don't know which young lady I was speaking with, but she compared it to, she said, we have this thing called the shelf, and things that as an individual, you are willing to put on the shelf, or like, it's there. And every now and then you reflect on it. But overall, as a day-to-day concept, it's not it's not it's not it's not a daily thought, or a recognized part of the big picture, because if you get too, it's kind of like this kind of a weird analogy, but there was a show used to be on TV. It's called MASH, and Hawkeye told one of the nurses, if you bleed for every patient that comes through, you can't do what you're here to do. You kind of have to, if you can't be consumed by things that you can't change, or you lose all sense of direction and purpose for yourself, I guess. And that's kind of how I have dealt with some. What? Say that again, please.
Radical acceptance.
Oh, I hate that term.
Acceptance.
Radical acceptance, meaning like anything that you can't change, you have to find a way to accept. It doesn't mean you have to like it. It doesn't mean you have to like be happy about it or support of it. But if you can't change it, you have to accept it.
Well, for me, the things involving the church specifically is really the only very distinct views on that I don't express.
Did you talk to your bishop?
Oh, gosh, you missed that. No, Kat, last Sunday, it was like 19 degrees here, and I don't breathe well when it's really cold.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's 4 Sundays in a row now. But it's going to be nice and warm this Sunday, and I have every intention of going to church and speaking to my bishop about 2 things: that I'm going to request being released from my calling as a primary Sunday school teacher, just because I can't be the one to teach these little 5 to 8-year-olds scriptures like that in the Book of Mormon. It's that's not for me.
If you recognize that it's not what you want to do with your life, that you don't want to teach 5 and 8-year-olds these things, why do you stay? Why do you stay in a church that potentially can oppress people that you don't want to oppress?
Because the good that I do get for me outweighs
Community is important.
what I can't reconcile. Without the church, I would not I wouldn't function as well as I do, and I certainly don't function at peak performance by any means. But my level of there wouldn't be much joy or purpose, or I wouldn't be able to stand myself. I'd be so unhappy. That's very selfish, but I guess it's the truth. I can't give up the one thing that regularly gives me what I need to keep moving forward.
Martha?
Yes.
It's okay to have something for yourself, especially if it's something that you need. It's not necessarily selfish, it's just something that you need. It's okay.
And I do truly need it. I mean, without it, I would be lost. I mean, there are days like when I got up to clean the church, That was the first day in like 5 days I even got out of bed.
I get that, Martha. I get that maybe more than people understand. But do you lack faith in yourself to be able to help yourself in those situations?
No, I mean, I have enough faith in myself that I try and control as much of the wings through, like, my diet and my scriptures. But I'm not sure how to say that.
Do you think God was the one who got you to the point you are now?
I'm sorry, you kind of got foggy. I didn't catch that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think that God is the one who interact with people about religion and your beliefs?
I don't get up every day. And
okay.
I have days where I am so just genuinely sad that I can't.
Yeah.
Martha, is your involvement with the church about God, or is it about the community more?
I really think it's both, because I feel the spirit when I'm in church and I hear some of the other speakers, and when I read my
Would
scriptures, not
spirit just be feeling the energy of the room, or energy, please forgive me for saying that word, but feeling like when everybody in the room is feeling this thing, it becomes very like it, it becomes this like whole feeling that engulfs you, right? And it's like a very powerful feeling.
I understand what you mean. Am I being influenced by others around me that are being influenced?
Well, it's just, this is like a thing that happens like in churches and at concerts and things like that, is like it's a spiritual experience is the best way to describe it, but it's not necessarily a spirit. It's just everybody.
Right.
It provides dopamine. As a chemical.
I would suppose to agree, but to a much lesser degree than. I mean, I genuinely feel better if I pray regularly and if I read my scriptures regularly. Like, I mean, I just genuinely feel better. I have
That's good.
fewer mood swings. I mean, I have more energy. I feel more creative.
Is it possible that the ritual and the routine good?
For sure. I think as human beings, it's I think structure and routine are
And
very helpful.
this is a way you have built this kind of structure and routine for yourself. And it's a way that feels good to stick to the structure and routine. Yes.
And it's lifelong familiarity. I'll tell you, it was crushing the other day. My own daughter, and I don't think she meant to do it. I think it slipped out because I invited her to come to the Relief Society banquet. And she's like, Mother, I don't want to go hang out in your cult. At which I guess the look on my face, I guess I turned pale. I don't know. But the look on my face, she went, oh, I'm sorry, Mom.
maybe cult isn't the right word. And I was like, that's okay, Elizabeth. You don't have to adjust your thinking just for the sole purpose of not upsetting your mother. I said, I've known for many years now that it's not your thing. Finding out that you actually think that we're a cult, yeah, that set me aback. I said, but that's okay. We don't have to discuss it. And you are absolutely within your rights to believe what you believe. And I'm not going to try and talk you out of it. I said, it makes me kind of sad. I ain't gonna lie about that. But you have every right, especially having grown up in the church. If that's what you believe, that's what you believe, and I accept it. And I won't harass you about it. Huh? Oh, it was a shock. I just thought she didn't go anymore because she didn't enjoy it, not because she had decided on her own that she not only didn't enjoy it, but
Did it make you sad that she disagrees with it, or that she doesn't believe it, or that she said that?
well, it didn't make me sad that she said it because I've always been a fan and there isn't anything they can't say to me. I said, you may not get the response that you're wanting. I may tell you that it makes me sad. I mean, I'm not going to smile and say, oh, gee, that's great, sissy. So you think your mommy's a cult member. But I'm not going to tell you that you don't have a right to believe what you believe, especially knowing you attended that church long enough to have a pretty clear vision of what it's about. And if you find it fundamentally disagreeable, just the word cult was a shock. Made me sad because then it made me think, well, if she thinks I'm a member of a cult, that's going to make her think less of me as not just her mother, but as a human being.
Of you.
Oh, she doesn't. I mean, she's told me, and she has lived her whole life showing me respect. So, but still, I mean, I can't imagine any mother wanting to hear cult, which is not what she said. But after I get through tumbling it through my little pea brain, that's the translation.
I understand. I understand that, it is like, yes, I understand.
I mean, for me, you can say something to him to hear it exactly the way you said it and understand it the way you meant it. But there are also times where I may throw a bit of my own spin on it. You know what I mean? Like saying, I don't want to go hang out in your little cult. She did not say, Mother, I think you are a cult member. But, I mean, that's a pretty reasonable deduction if you ask me. I mean, I see where it's pretty easy to get from A to B.
Someone might think it is a cult.
Yes, and I'd heard that from others. I mean, I've had, people say, well, they're just nothing but a cult.
I mean, usually the people that I've had say this to me weren't a part of my world. They were, just, I don't want to say insignificant, but basically an unknown acquaintance. Certainly there was no genuine connection or relationship. It was just somebody I had met through somebody I know, like at a bachelorette party, have a friend of the, we're going to see her again, don't really care what she thinks. So it's real easy to go, and just, move on. But to hear my daughter say it, yes, I was a bit surprised and kind of sad.
A better moral understanding for them to lean on?
I do, and my daughter has told me in the past that, but her moral guide she got from me. So she knows that when she decided this really wasn't where she wanted to invest her time and energy, that I was like, well, that is your choice. You're old enough to make that decision on your own, and I will respect it. But I do still occasionally invite her to an event or whatever. I mean, I don't every Saturday say, you want to go to church with me tomorrow? But once in a while, when I think there's something that she might enjoy, because she knows quite a few of the sisters. And when she was, going regularly, did quite a few different activities with the youth groups and enjoyed it. But clearly at some point she decided that she'd agree with it enough to continue investing in it. But I mean, she's morally very conscientious. And she says she got it from me. Excuse me, go ahead.
When she left, did the church ostracize her?
No. In fact, I was telling the panel a little earlier that I think that the members, they cut me more slack than they do some of the others, simply because, well, I'm not a multi-generational member. I wasn't raised Mormon, and I've never been to the temple. I've never even asked to go to the temple. So I think, they still kind of view me as a, I don't want to say a new convert, but they don't expect as much from me as far as.
No, but they cut you some slack. But did they cut her some slack? Did the
Oh,
other
they
sisters?
adored her, and
Kept in
they're always
contact?
telling me to tell her hello for them. They ask about her and tell me to tell her how much they'd love to see her, and they've always, that's part of the comfort I get from them. They're very accepting of me and my less than, they understand that for as long as I've been going, I still don't know the Book of Mormon. I know the Bible much better than I know the Book of Mormon, and I've never had them treat me as if that, was like I wasn't, like I've never been treated like that was not acceptable.
No, but they still
From
treat you okay. Could you still go there? I was asking more about your daughter, how they, because it sounds like they're treating you well, but it doesn't sound like that they're interacting with her. It sounds like they're sending you messages.
like Martha's Mormonism is she lives in a very small Midwestern town where their practice is a little bit less radical than most of the ones we're used to.
Very much so.
Yeah, from what I have
And we have a brand new bishop. This is his very first calling as a bishop. And he's still kind of finding his way, learning what, being a bishop entails. And I think because he's still learning, he's allowed to do this at his own pace, and they don't expect as much from him as they would somebody who's, this is their fourth church or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And
I want to say that is not to say there's an excuse for the Mormon doctrine or the way Mormons behave normally when people leave the church or anything, but it was just an observation that it appears Martha's what is it? What's the name for it? What is it called? Ward. Martha's ward is a little bit less like stringent on some of the things that we have come to know about Mormons than most others.
Exactly.
But still, the church is a unit. If would
Right, but you're asking her about her experience with it.
I think that what I know, which is really my most consistent attendance, is here in my little southwest Kansas town, is far less dedicated to. They're just not that strict about quite a few things as far as I can tell. I mean, I don't go around trying to push, like say, oh, I wonder if I get away with this or get away with that. Like, I smoked for 46 years, which is why I have such crappy lungs. And it's only been the last year that I have genuinely tried to quit smoking. And I'm still not completely off cigarettes. I mean, I can go days without a cigarette, but I've got 2 really strong nicotine patches to do it. And I've never been criticized for it. And I worked in a liquor store for the first, I don't know. Well, I retired a year ago, but I mean, I've worked there for almost 25 years, and all the ladies in the Relief Society knew I worked at a liquor store, and I've never been chastised or had any of them say, you shouldn't be doing that. And I've never had them criticize my daughter. And they're always inviting her to come back if she would like. So they've been very, very kind to both of us.
It sounds like you truly definitely lucked out for a Mormon church. There sounds like they're being very supportive, which is great. But I've been thinking about this one question for a second now, and I wanted to ask.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone on so long.
No. I've just been marinating in my head. Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing that you need the church and your daughter doesn't need the church?
I don't think it's good or bad. I just think this is where she's at in her life, and it is what it is. I don't consider it good or bad. I mean, I would love to go to church with my daughter, but if that's not something that she would love also, then it's I'm certainly not going to jeopardize or damage my mother-daughter relationship over it. It's not, I mean, I can't make her feel what she doesn't feel. And as a mother, it would be emotionally abusive to try and force that. And that's just not who I have ever been when it comes to being her mother. When she was young, I made her go, but that was before she knew when she got old enough she could make her own mind.
Does it hurt you that she views all that experience with the church as a cult?
I put, as I have come to understand, on the shelf. It makes me sad, yes. And I don't sit around thinking about, I don't sit around and think about being separated in my eternal life from her, because of the two of us, I'm quite certain if only one of us could get in, it wouldn't be me. And I would rejoice was in heaven. I'd like to be there, but I would like, with my concept of heaven, I would be thrilled if she got to go to heaven, because she, in my mind, would be with my mother, who deserves to be there, and I think she would be happy, and I want my daughter to be happy.
Do you think your bishop would also agree that your daughter goes there?
I don't know, and I don't ask, because that would be right up there with 2 Nephi 5. If I got the wrong answer, it would be a deal breaker. And I don't think Heavenly Father expects us to just blindly accept everything that comes down the pike. I think he expects us. That's why we have, that's why we're given the ability to make decisions. Just because Joseph Smith said it, I don't know. I'm more willing. Yes.
I just want to say this real quick because there's a poll and I want to get this out before. Um, if you ever have a day where you need to talk to somebody because it's hard and you don't have anybody, please send me a message.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you.
I will be here and talk with you anytime that I can and you need. And I mean that.
I have opened up and done more talking about these things with this lovely group, this lovely community of yours, than I have ever in my life with anyone. It's been very, very good for me, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
I'm so happy. I appreciate you so much. And I'm so happy that you spend this time with us.
Well, back at you, my sister. Or my daughter. You're younger than my youngest, so you're more like a daughter.
I should be so lucky to have had you as my mother. Jesus.
Oh. It comes and goes, honey. No. Well, I should probably let somebody else step in. I have pulled on your ear for 2 hours.
I appreciate you, Martha. Thank you for...
I appreciate you, my dear, and I wish you all a good night, and I'm going to keep listening.
We love you.
Love you all as well. Good night.
Good night, Martha. W's for Martha in the chat.
Always. I love her. I love her so much.
We really appreciate Martha. she really answers the question. She really thinks about what you're asking her and gives honest answers, even if they sound
She's never afraid of how it's going to make her look. Like, she just answers honestly. And to anybody who's wondering what the best way to do this is, that is what the best way to do this is, because guess what? None of us are judging you unless you say something particularly heinous. But, you know, that for the most part.
we're not judging you unless it's heinous.
Well, I mean, misogyny, anti-Semitism, racism, you know, the really extreme things. But the other stuff, none of us, we're not perfect, and we're not judging.
Hello, Oasis. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm gonna guess that they did not mean to join.
I can't judge her for her beliefs. I have beliefs of my own that I think people would disagree with. Though I would disagree with her beliefs as well. So close, though. Joseph Smith doesn't know everything.
There are a lot of things I would like to ask her about, but I know each one would, well, add another weight to the shelf that she was talking about.
Yeah.
But we'll get to ask her another time, I am sure. Hello, Talk Stalker. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to join us? I'm gonna guess not. Moving on to the next. Hello, Jake. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Everybody's sleep requesting. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, and you're in that queue, well, put a 1 in the chat, because there's a few of you, and this might take a while.
I imagine people's ghosts of people's beliefs are just hitting the request button while the person is still sleeping. Like, I have a belief. Then wake up your person. Also, I got a new flavor today. Raspberry watermelon.
Nice. Hello, Anonymous. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I'm not religious. But the way that I believe in God is, I'm sorry, I'm like kind of buffering, but I've never kind of stated this in a public forum. I believe that we are all part of something bigger than us, right? Like even on a logical sense, right? Like from the cells in our body that end up making our body, to us being part of communities, to the planet, and ultimately, if we go all the way back to the Big Bang. I think the Big Bang...
Are you just saying that we can categorize groups of things?
What I'm trying to say, like, well, let me know if this is what you're asking. I'm trying to say that my belief in God, well, it can be called God to me, but I believe that what people describe as God is like us acknowledging the limit of our human intelligence. Like the fact that we don't know how everything can come from nothing. We don't understand nothing. And I do believe that there are patterns in the world. I believe that there is something bigger than us, but we don't know what it is. And I think that religion ends up kind of bastardizing spirituality. I feel like it goes against, for
When you say there's
example,
something bigger, what do you mean by something bigger?
what I mean by something bigger is that just like how I have a finger, right? I have like my index finger, and that is part of my hand. And if you touch my finger, then you touch me. But
Are
if you
you
take my
attached to the something bigger in the same way your hand is attached to you?
No, I think that we are part of like an ecosystem, right? And then we are like I think that, well, to me, in my belief, I believe that God is just everything, and we are just acknowledging the limit of our intelligence as human beings when we talk about God. I do think other people believe it as kind of like a deity type thing, but I don't see it like that. I see it as just like a more natural thing that we can fully comprehend. I don't know if that makes sense.
A natural thing that we can't fully comprehend.
Mhm.
What is it that you're saying this natural thing is?
Um, for example, like the Big Bang. I know it's kind of, I don't know if it makes sense, but the Big Bang, we know that everything, according to the theory of the Big Bang, came from a singularity, right? And the singularity.
I don't know if this singularity is agreed upon.
Well, that's the theory, right? So the singularity, it's said to be infinitely small, but holding like everything, right? So
I
when we
don't know if
get,
that's quite right, but so but still, if you're saying that there's something infinitely small holding everything,
Mhm.
what does that tell you about something bigger, something
I'm sorry, I
greater
got.
that you are somehow a part of?
Can you repeat that, please? Because like I got a call and I didn't hear you fully.
I was just saying, even if that is what the Big Bang says, that things are in some infinitely small place, all of it is all there, how does that tell you that you're part of something grander? What does that mean?
I just mean like if you have a container and like I don't know, like a container of crabs, right? And there's like I don't know what they put in these containers. I think dirt and the crab and whatever else, right? So everything in that container is part of the container. It might not be the container itself, but
Are we
everything makes
crabs
it.
now?
Can you?
Are you saying we're crabs now?
No. What I'm saying is that my belief is that when people talk about God, an atheist will call it, well, people that are like religious will refer to Jesus or whatever they believe in. But even atheists, when they're describing the earth, when they're describing science, I do believe that this is all part of one thing. And I believe that we don't know what is out there. We really don't, because when we get to the singularity, that's where all the laws of physics break, right? Like that is kind of what we know. And our human mind cannot comprehend how that happens. We cannot comprehend how something can come from nothing.
You're saying there's something. Well, you just added that something from nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But you were saying there's something we can't comprehend.
Yeah, we cannot comprehend nothingness.
Why would you assume that the something we can't comprehend is a higher power?
I don't see a higher power in the metaphorical sense of like how the Bible paints like an older white man with a beard. And I think that these are metaphors. I think that when people say that God is everywhere is because God is everything.
Right. Why though assume that God is everything? What is this?
This
What
is
is
kind of
this
like nature.
definition? What is this definition of God actually doing for you?
I think that, well, like on a practical level, like if we look at people like Martha, and also like I know there's studies and there's been research on this. People do benefit from a belief in a higher power, and it can be toxic, it can be bad, and all those things as well. But I do think that there is a benefit, and that's on the practical side. Um, on a spiritual level, I think it does also teach you how to look at your own behavior, and how to be. I don't believe, like I said, I don't believe in religion. I don't know if that's the correct way to put it. I'm not a religious person because I believe that religion is kind of a contradiction to spirituality. Because I do believe religion is like heavily political, heavily, like really political. It's like a separation, right? But I am spiritual because I do believe that there are patterns out there that just human behavior.
Anonymous, can you question your belief?
What I mean by questioning my belief, what I think that means is like I'm open to receiving information that I'm open to sharing what I believe, and then I'm also open to hearing new information that might question that belief. That might shake it.
Are you? Do you consider that you could be wrong?
Of course, I think that none of us know from a scientific level, from a spiritual level, none of us here know anything. Like, well, not anything, but we don't know. We don't have that.
What does spiritual mean?
Spiritual is just something that is not seen. Like, for example, I think that science is just what we know so far. And I think that if we knew everything, then it would no longer be spiritual.
So if we knew everything, we wouldn't use the word spiritual for anything.
Yeah, because I do, in my belief, I know, I don't know how this sounds to a lot of people, but I don't think that atheists or theists are even talking about something different. I think it's the same thing, just a different perspective.
How are they talking about the same thing from a different perspective if one is talking about a magic man in the sky who judges you for things and the other is saying they don't believe that?
Because the magic man in the sky is like a metaphor. If you are theist, if you are religious, then that changes.
If you are religious, then it's not a metaphor. It's a
I'm not
belief
religious.
there's something actually there. So if you're not religious, then for you, it's a metaphor because you choose it to be.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
But in that metaphor, it's not actually a belief that there's something there, is it?
No, I think it is because
What is there?
Well, there is something, but we don't know what it is exactly. We know there are patterns. I have seen, yes.
What do you mean by patterns?
There are patterns of, this is I guess more like in detail of my beliefs. For example, let me think of a good one. I don't want to just say meaningless things. I have had this experience myself, where I knew something that I had no way of knowing, and like through a dream. And I know other people who have gone through that too. And I'm not saying that this is like empirical evidence of anything, because it's not, right? But there are things that we don't understand, but we know are there, like things that we can't see, and then later we find out what they are, as is the case with most things in science. And we can notice patterns before we can, we know what they are. We know what really is happening.
I'm not sure what you're saying at all. It's almost like you said somewhere in there that you had a premonition or a prediction of something, but otherwise you're saying we can notice patterns. And I'm not hearing what the belief is. You notice patterns. You predicted something based on a pattern.
Well, okay, so for
what
the
does any of that
premonition
have to
thing,
do with higher powers or beliefs in God-like entities?
I think that the way that I believe in God is like a sort of like a system, which is just life, the earth, everything working together. And there are things that we can notice about the system, but we can't name them definitely, because we don't have the empirical evidence. We don't have the science to back it up, because not everything
The
can be
things that we
easily put.
notice about the system, what are you talking about?
It can be anything. For example, I do believe like in concepts like energy, like
what is energy?
Well, it's like a bigger thing, but to narrow it down to a specific example, it would be like when you are thinking of someone you haven't seen in a long time randomly, and then you end up running into them. Situations like that, or
I'm
things
sorry.
that.
Wait. I said, what is energy? And you said you run into people randomly. What is energy?
So we don't like, so energy would be, we don't know, like, okay, so here is where it gets like weird, right? Like why it gets spiritual and why it's called spiritual, or why people would refer to it as energy, because we don't know what it is. We
Are
just
you
know.
sure we don't know what energy is?
No, we know what energy is in the terms of like electricity, right?
Is that electricity? Is that a type of energy?
Yeah, that's a type of energy. But we're not I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, this is how people usually describe it in a spiritual community. They call it energy. When they're describing that unexplainable connection that you can have with another person that you haven't seen in a long time, or you haven't heard from in a long time, and they randomly popped into your head, and then you run into them, or then they call you, or then you hear that something bad happened to them. People call it energy, but I'm not talking about like in a literal sense. It's just a term that people use in the spiritual community.
So when you use energy, you're not talking about physics. You're not talking about science. What is
Correct.
it you're talking about?
Yeah, we're not talking about physics here. We're not talking about science. We're talking about this thing that we don't know what it is, but that people experience.
Are you sure that people are experiencing this thing that they don't know what it is, or could they be experiencing events and attributing them to this thing that they say exists and they don't know what it is?
Well, that can be the case, sure, but it can also be the case that you don't even believe in this and you still have that situation without calling it anything.
What do you mean?
Well, So what you asked me was that, do you think that people could be having this experience and then automatically calling it something that they already know, right? Like energy.
Right. Is it possible people are just having everyday experiences and saying, oh, that's some kind of energy that made that happen that way?
So are you saying that they have a bias already to that belief?
Yes.
What
Is that
about,
possible?
I was atheist before, and I had this experience as well being atheist. I didn't believe in any of it. So that
doesn't
didn't
tell me
fit.
that you didn't have a bias in some way.
Well, right, but not everything can be, we can both agree that not everything can be put under a microscope, right?
Why?
Because not everything can be put under a microscope. Not everything can be like, not everything can be
Are you
isolated
saying
enough.
there are things that shouldn't be questioned, that you should just
No.
assume things
That-
that you feel and
No,
that
that's not what I'm
because you
saying.
felt that
I'm saying that,
shouldn't question it?
no, I'm saying
Then
that
what
when
does it
you
mean that we shouldn't put things under a
I
microscope?
didn't say we shouldn't. I say we can't.
What do you mean we can't?
Well, you cannot put everything, like even to create a study, right? If you're going to have a study, you have to have a control group and then you have to have a different group, right? There are things that need to be isolated enough. You need to be able to create the environment in order to be able to test them. Correct?
I suppose if... I don't know. What is your point?
Well, I'm just sharing, like, I was just like following the prompt. Like, this is my,
The prompt is can you question your beliefs? And
yeah.
so we're questioning to see if you can question your beliefs. It's
Mhm.
seeming like you are fairly defensive and dogmatic about some of these beliefs, and that as we
I don't
question
think
them, interesting.
hmm I don't
And
think
as
I'm
we
defensive.
question them,
I think I'm answering your questions.
do you
And
think you're answering my questions?
yes, I am. I'm telling you like my beliefs, right? Because, or
Can
is
you
that
question
prompt?
those beliefs?
Yeah, I can question them. Does that mean? But questioning does not mean that I automatically don't believe them, right?
No, that's not what it means. That's not what I'm implying it means either.
So what does it mean?
It's interesting. I'd asked you that at the beginning of the conversation. And
No,
you
well,
gave
I'm
an
asking you what you mean by your prompt, because you said, because I read it one way, but you're describing
And
it in
you
a different
gave an
way.
answer. And do you
Huh?
remember the answer you gave?
What was the answer I gave?
You don't remember the answer you gave when I asked
I said, yeah, I can question my beliefs. That's
when
what
I
I
asked
said.
what that means to you.
And you want me to tell you what I answered to that? What it means to question my beliefs? It means that I'm open to sharing those beliefs and then hearing information that contradicts those beliefs, chewing on that information, and then what it means to question my beliefs.
Does it have to be hearing information? Can it not be questioning the method by which you come to that belief?
Can you repeat that?
Does it have to be by hearing alternative information? Can it not be by questioning the methods by which you come to that belief? Questioning the reasons for your assumptions?
I think that's one way. Yes, I would agree with that.
And that would be what we've been doing.
Mhm.
And while we've been doing that, you seem to put up barricades to the questions without considering them, without chewing on them, as you said.
I don't.
I wonder
Well,
why that is.
I understand if like it came off that way to you, but I don't feel. I feel like I've been sharing,
I'm sharing
and that's how I've been. That has been my intention.
the sharing part. You just came to share, not to question. Cool, Anonymous. Well, thank you for sharing. I'd much rather move on to someone who can question their beliefs. if anybody does have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We are going to see who is still here in this queue and who is not. There are a few who may not really exist. So let's see.
Yo, what up,
Showed who
nigga?
existed.
Yo, what up, my niggas? How y'all niggas doing?
Oh, we were doing great until you showed up. Goodbye.
You can't say that on TikTok. Come on.
Moving right along. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. I might have missed it way back when we hit 100K. We're at 121,000. Thank you guys so much for tapping and sharing. And if you haven't already, you can repost and even, I think, re-repost the live to share it to your followers. And then maybe more people might show up who'll be able to actually question their beliefs. Let's see who's next. Yeah, that person already said they were leaving. I don't expect them to come back. Some people have no patience. Hello, Basil. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Gonna guess you didn't mean to join us. If you did, go ahead and request backup. And that one didn't mean to join either. Maybe Mark meant to join. Hello, Mark. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there, Mark? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I was saying there that
I need your age, Mark.
there is a.
I need your age,
I was
Mark.
just sharing and sharing.
Too bad, Mark. Sorry, need your age. If you can't answer the questions, I don't think the conversation will get very far. The first one is, what is your age? Yeah, it didn't feel like we were having a conversation, Mark. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you or make you look like a fool, although you may do that on your own. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then if you can, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Mark. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My age is 40.
Awesome. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm going 41.
I don't need your camera, Mark. I didn't ask for that. I asked if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that.
I do have faith.
Faith in what, Mark?
And kindness.
Faith and
all
kindness.
the stuff that you're supposed to have in Jesus.
In Jesus. Do you have belief in Jesus?
He loves all of us.
I see. Do you
I can
believe...
read the verse.
I'm not interested in you
Anybody.
reading me a verse. Mark, I
Say,
didn't ask you to read a verse to me.
okay.
So what I'm asking is if people can question their beliefs, Mark. Can you question your beliefs? Mark, can you question your beliefs?
What is the question?
Do you know what it means to question your beliefs?
I was just sharing. Sharing is a different thing.
I see, Mark. Well, I'm not interested in just sharing. Thanks, anyways. You can just share in the comments. Of course, if it gets a little preachy, the mods might tell you to stop. So, if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then, what do you believe? And why do you believe it? And maybe, if you can answer those questions, and if you can question those things, well, then I might have a few more questions for you. I wonder why people see "can you question your beliefs" and think, ooh, proselytizing time. Let me just share my beliefs without question. Let me just say them without challenge or reconsideration.
Hello, Thrayle. I met you before once, yeah?
Hello, Matt Eric. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
58.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
All my life, I've felt that there's something there, right? And it's caused me to search for it. And I've gone through so many different religions and tried to find the truth, because that's what I've always been looking for, yeah? And the only time I've found anything, like I told you, was in the Gnostic kind of texts that I found any truth. And I also found an energy, an entity that I've never met before, Sophia.
I see. So you found what you consider to be truth within the Gnostic texts and in Sophia.
As close as I've ever came to it, Thrayle, to anything sounding like the truth, you know.
Why do you think it sounds like the truth?
Because it sounds... the truth is sometimes bizarre, isn't it, Thrayle? Yeah.
I don't
know. It's sometimes it's the wildest of things, like, you know. I believe because the other things, I could just see through the lies. I could see through the man-made appliances you put to belief. You know what I mean? No, I just seen through that, but I didn't. I'm still to be proven wrong by my belief in Sophia. But I'm always open to learn. Always.
Why do you believe in Sophia?
I can feel her, Thrayle.
You say you can feel her. What does that mean?
I can feel her as a part of me.
As a part of you.
Yeah,
so
it's
you
a part
feel
of me I've
something within you.
Before. Yeah.
And you take this part of you that you feel and you attribute it to Sophia. Why do you assume that Sophia
I know
has
that
anything to do with it?
it's all supposed to be internal, isn't it? But this is the first time I've felt this. energy in me and I don't recognise it as one of my energies, Thrayle. Do you understand?
No.
It's
What
not
is
me,
energy?
it's a energy is, I don't know, scientifically, it's a massive thing of atoms and, is it not, energy? Colliding atoms.
Is it?
I don't know. I've never actually looked. I didn't do science in school. Sorry, Phil.
That's fair. So if you're not quite sure what energy is, what is it you're talking about?
I'm believing that this is a simulation. I believe all that's true about this, yeah.
Why?
And I believe Sophia is part of the, what do you call it, part of the bloody thing, the simulation.
Before we go into why you think Sophia is part of this simulation, why do you think it is a simulation?
The Buddhists think it's a simulation, and they're about the sanest ones out of the religions, let's be honest. And they also preach that everything is internal, not external. And that was why
That's
I kind of
not
had
really
a
answering
problem
my
with
question.
Sophia. Sorry?
You're saying what the Buddhists believe. It's not really answering my question as to why you believe it.
Why I believe it. It just rings true. My intuition says it's true.
Can your intuition be mistaken?
Of course. On certain circumstances and stuff like that, outside external line. It can be mistaken, yeah.
If your intuition can be mistaken, then why would you trust it here? Why would you assume that it is correct about Sophia?
Well, I'm trusting it on what all believers do, isn't it, Thrayle? We all believe in something we can't see or something there without reason or proof. It's a human mistake, isn't it? It's a human weakness. I mean, we
If
have
you
to seek
recognize
for
it
things
as a
outside.
weakness, if you recognize it as a weakness, why would you do it?
Experience. Experience. Whether I'll follow that path fully, I don't know, but I don't know yet. We've been created by something, for something, and they've left us in the bind, wondering why we're here.
Why do you
And I
assume
don't
we
believe
were
there's
created?
I think we were created, yeah. I think we were created genetically.
Why do you assume that?
Like, I've seen so much kind of proof for it. But then again, you can't believe everything on telly.
I'm not hearing what it is that... Can you repeat back the question that I just had?
Sorry, bud. I was trying. I'm walking about trying to listen to you. It's a bit awkward. I'm holding a pad.
Can you remember the question that I just asked, Matt?
You asked me why I believe in Sophia if I thought she could be alive. It was along those lines, yeah. And I said follow the experience.
And what experience is it?
It's a good experience.
What experience leads you to believe that Sophia exists?
When I talk to her, she talks back.
You say she talks back. What do you mean by that?
She's a female divine energy, isn't she?
According to you. But what is it that makes you think that she is talking back?
Because she answers me, Thrayle. You'll think I'm
Answers
mad.
you
I'm
how?
not mad.
Answers you
Yeah.
how?
When I astral project and that, I actually come across her energies and stuff like that.
How do you know you're astral projecting and not dreaming or imagining?
I project before I go into sleep states.
That doesn't answer my question. How do you know you're not imagining?
That is true, Thrayle. You always get me, bud. You always get me. Eh? Oh well. You always get me, bud. You always stump me. Thanks for giving me something to think about, Thrayle. I knew you would.
Absolutely. I appreciate
Yeah. Bless you, mate. I appreciate you too, bud. You're a good man.
I hope you keep asking
rocking.
questions, Eric. We're going to move on.
I will do, bro. Thanks to you, Thrayle. I will.
Take care.
All the best.
W. Eric in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, of course, for answering questions honestly, openly. We lost a bat and a cat on the way there. Don't know where they went, but if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I've got a few questions left in me. And there are 118 of us in here. 15. Oh, that number changed. If we all tap the screen and share the live out, we should be able to bring a few more people in here capable of questioning their beliefs. Good morning, Hazel. How are you?
Good morning, Thrayle. I'm good. How have you been tonight?
I've been pretty good. We've had a few really good conversations and a few really short ones. And a few really good short ones. Like
I've
the
been
one with
listening.
Eric.
Here.
I know everybody got quiet and fell off like flies. So I don't know where they went, but I will press on. But I wonder if we have anybody watching who has a belief in a god or gods or higher power or anything like that. I don't think the next two guests actually exist. Nope, that one doesn't. And that one doesn't.
I'm always surprised people are excited in the comments to like come up, but they don't.
Thank you, Martha. I know.
Martha. Martha's so nice.
She really is. She always gives us something really good to question and is always so open with her answers. Really, one of the best guests we've ever had.
She just seems so, and I think that's the point. And more people should be open to that.
Well, we have a few other people in queue, but hello, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, no, way too much background noise.
That one was pretty. Thanks, Cheryl.
Oh, they're gonna try again. Do we still have all the background noise? Yep, you do. I need your age for TikTok TOS, and I don't know how to pronounce your name. So, Ooh, new guest, going once, going twice. It's great you got up on panel and shared the live a bunch, but you didn't say anything. And I need you to actually say your age and then engage. So I don't know why you're requesting back again. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. But you will have to answer some questions. Even if the answer's I don't know, that's acceptable on all but the first one.
Most of the time, it's even like desired.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, if you want to know if there's a right answer, usually it's that. Hello, Scratches and Scribbles. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I am 31.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe I don't have enough information for a meaningful answer.
Do you believe in anything that is a god or godlike?
I believe that people want that to exist. Whether or not that it does, I'm not for sure.
So you don't have a belief?
I don't
You're
have
not
enough
saying
information.
it doesn't.
I don't have enough information for a meaningful answer.
Fascinating. You don't have enough information for a meaningful answer as to whether you believe in something that could be described as godlike.
Right, because let's take science for example. It's in a book. Okay, I can test that. I can believe in science. Okay, well, there's like 300 religions out there. I can't exactly do all the rituals and prayers and everything else, maybe the undead languages that don't exist anymore. So I can't meaningfully say that these gods don't exist just because I can't produce it.
Yeah, I didn't ask
Yeah.
you if they don't exist. I didn't ask you to declare they don't exist or that they do. I was just asking if you believed that they do. And it's sounding to me like you don't believe that they do, not that you believe they don't. Is that correct?
I believe that if something out there does exist, I don't think any one religion got it right. If there is something.
So, do you think that there is something?
The phrase, all of your memories and everything was created last Thursday. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, and it doesn't answer my questions. I wonder why you're avoiding answering any questions. Why did you request up?
I'm not avoiding answering it.
Why did you request up?
Why? Because can you question your beliefs? I'm answering your questions.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
What beliefs are you questioning?
All of them.
What belief here, as I'm asking questions, do you think you are questioning? What did you bring to question?
I mean, I was just, and you asked people to come up, and you said even ones who don't have an answer because they're the most fun, or something like that.
That's not quite what I said.
No, I'm paraphrasing.
I said I don't know is a great answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't have enough information for a meaningful answer. So I guess I.
So you don't know if you believe or not.
Yeah, it'd be kind of fun if stuff out there existed.
So fun aside, you don't have a belief.
Mm, no more than I think, therefore I am.
Interesting. Why don't you believe?
Raised as a Lutheran, and in the house of God, I was locked in a dark room and forced to sing Jesus Loves Me until I stopped crying in order to be lit out of that room. And I was thinking to myself, maybe if a benevolent, omnipotent God existed, he wouldn't allow stuff like that to happen in his house of worship. So, and all of that started because the Dead Sea Scrolls had just been discovered, and they were translating them, and we were getting the neat bits. Like, I don't know if this came from the Dead Sea Scrolls, but Jesus being the king of dragons, and then the giants, fairies, stuff like that. I was asking my Bible teacher about that because I'd read about it online, and that's what got me locked in the room. And I was like, okay, well, Lutherans were supposed to be the ones that were questioning everything. So if I'm asking questions that even the Lutherans are getting upset about, what's going on here?
I see. So you don't believe in a God because it didn't intervene when you were locked in a closet and forced to sing?
Yeah, I mean,
What
I
what
was
would
literally
convince
in
you?
his house of worship.
Sorry.
Oh,
What
sorry.
would convince you that a God does exist?
Right now we're getting to a point where I think they would have to do something miraculous that we couldn't replicate with science.
And if you saw this thing that was miraculous that you say couldn't be replicated by science, would you worship the God just for nature
Oh
of
no, I'd call him a
performing a
dick and
miracle?
fight with him.
I see. What kind of God would you want to worship?
Benevolent and kind. Like actually benevolent and kind. Not one that invents mosquitoes instead of Pokemon and gives children cancer instead of the ability to fly. I don't know.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
Not ultimately. Because at the end of the day, like, if the God existed and never intervened, never helped me out, like, currently I have 2 children that have Alport's disease. It's a disease that presents itself by making the person affected go blind and then deaf and then kidney failure. And it's just, why would you even choose to continue existing if you just let stuff like that happen if you're a god? Like, were we a side project, something he forgot? It wouldn't mean anything to me either way. I appreciate it, Whispers.
Scratches, I don't have very many more questions for you. Hazel, do you have any questions for Scratches?
The only question I can think of is to ask you if you resent God.
That seems like a waste of energy.
Okay. Then I don't have any more questions.
Okie dokie. I hope you guys have a good day.
Appreciate you, Scratches. Hope you keep asking questions. And if you do come up with any new answers, bring them to us. We'll definitely want to question those. And if they're power or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, we'll go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
So I actually asked that question because one time, Thrayle, you said that if somebody hates God or resents God, there's still some sort of a belief there in him. So I was curious at that.
That is true. A lot of times there is some kind of residual belief if there's a resentment. Those sometimes the resentment is aimed at the people and not the God.
That would make sense.
Mm-hmm. We do have a request. Hello, little Coco. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
14.
Yeah, you can't be on a TikTok live, and you know that. Also, you had to lie about your age to even get in here.
Hell no.
Yeah, fuck off. And everybody make sure we tap that screen.
Tap.
Share the live.
With this many people, it's always like so easy to make so many. You're like 50, it like doubles it. It's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, look at that. We're already to 140,000. You guys are awesome. Appreciate that. Now we just need someone capable of questioning their beliefs. I wonder if that'll actually happen.
127 people. One of them's got to believe in something. What about Winnie the Pooh?
Do you think anybody in here actually believes in Winnie the Pooh?
I mean, I believe in Winnie the Pooh. Do I worship Winnie the Pooh? No. Do I make him a god? No. I wish I had beliefs still, but somebody took all of mine. I still have ghosts, I guess, but you've heard all my ghost stories.
Do you believe that your ghost stories are authentic? That they are actually ghosts you interacted with and not some thing you've convinced yourself of?
I for sure still think, well, I don't know if they're ghosts per se. I'm kind of on the time B theory now. But I don't know what that is exactly. I've only heard it, so I need to research that more. Oh, but if I didn't answer your first question, yes, they're authentic. I don't know if that's a different question, but
What does
I
that
think
mean to you?
that it actually happened. Like
That
what
it
I saw.
actually happened.
Yeah, what I saw was not of like a trick, a human trick. It was supernatural, something unexplainable.
Hmm. What? Why do you believe that it is supernatural?
I mean, it depends on the occurrence, but mostly because of what I've witnessed, kind of. Like, because I don't believe my sister tricked me, and, or, like, I don't know, things flying.
Hmm. This is the remote control flying across the room.
Yes.
From an ottoman.
The arm of the chair, but
The
close
arm
enough.
of the chair.
Mhm. Yes. Also, in the apartment that was haunted, a wine bottle flew off the refrigerator. But that was a different thing. Things be flying around me, I guess.
Things be flying. How can you verify that these things do be flying?
My sister, if she remembered, and she does remember, I asked her if she was pranking me. She said she was not pranking me, which she does not lie. I, I know you'd have to take my word and her word, but that's my experience, and I believe her. And the wine bottle, I can't prove that. Or whatever that is.
Right? Time for meaninglessness.
I think LeBron James is the maker of everything.
Well, thank you for letting us know that you're not a
He is
serious
our
guest.
God. He made
I
everything. He made the
appreciate you
mountains.
for letting us know exactly how unimportant the conversation. It's like his name told us everything we needed to know.
It was very meaningless.
It was meaningless. I'm glad I had an alarm set to remember to do that.
That was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All the vibes, all
Is
the
it the vibes?
energy. Exactly. That's what some would say, I guess. But no, I can't prove the water bottle. The other one, I think you just think my sister pranked. I believe her.
Thank you so much to Kylie, Ollie the Opa, also to Anki Bubs, Shell, to Mom's Red Kitchen, and Cat the Witch. Thank you all for helping with the goal. I appreciate you. I wonder if we are going to get any more believers today. Maybe.
I wonder if we just have to like talk about believing in things. I wonder if that's how it works.
For some reason, if you talk about not believing in things, it should work. I think it works.
Well, that's good because I don't believe in a God. I can claim that. Thrayle can't. Thrayle can't claim anything because that their beliefs don't matter. But if you want to try to convert me, I guess, come on up if you believe in a god or a goddess or anything else. Give me my energy gods back. God is watching. Is God watching? I don't know. Do you believe God is watching you? Come tell us about it. Also, keep tapping the screen. Get us up to 150 likes. 150k likes in like next 5 minutes. That would be so easy. This is literally the best audience on TikTok. We always say that, but it's so true.
That's because it is true, yeah. We have a couple requests. Let's see if any of them are really here. Hello, official shared doctor. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm over 50.
You're very quiet as well. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Absolutely.
And what god is that?
Should I share it here or should I not? It sounds like your voice thing is like very automated. So what are the stuff about like people I know and what I've been through?
So I was asking you what god you believe in. Can you answer that question?
Well, can I ask you a question? Why is your voice so automated? Like, okay.
Don't worry, shared
Simple
doctor. It's
example.
not going to matter anymore. I'm going to go ahead and move on to someone who's not drunk and can respond to questions.
No. Well,
Yeah.
that's just a question.
Yeah. It's real easy. See? I just did it. Why would you say no? Hello, C-Fix. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi.
Hi. Can I get your age?
Born in 83.
Born in 83. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
That's a theological conversation that
Cool. So don't worry, C-Fix. We're just going to move on to someone else who's not drunk.
No.
Literally, everybody's drunk.
What is it? What is today? It's Thursday.
It's Friday. It's Friday now. Yeah, it's Friday morning. They wake up drunk.
They do wake up drunk. Thirsty Thursday turns into fucked up Friday, I guess. I don't know.
Thirsty Thursday.
You've never heard of that?
I mean, I don't drink.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's not like a moral standpoint that I don't drink. I just don't enjoy being drunk. So I drink from time to time. I enjoy whiskey from time to time, but it's not like can't enjoy getting drunk.
That's so valid. Yeah, Thirsty Thursday's like a college thing. I think. I don't know. I've only heard about it in college towns. This or anything like that, please request up so we can have a great conversation. I would love to hear about your God. And if you can question it.
Leo says, Thrayle, do you believe people lose sight of one's belief versus one's faith? I don't know. I don't know what you mean in the distinction.
I wonder if they're trying to say that you have to lose faith to lose your belief. But I don't know what faith is, to be honest. I'd love to ask somebody because it's a concept that I've never understood why people have faith in things like a book. But I don't really know what they were meaning either. They said no. So I wasn't right.
I think they meant, do I think people their faith as if they're two different things. As if their belief is, I assume, a structured thing. Or is it the other way around? The belief is the act and the faith is the structure. But I suppose that depends on the person and what they believe and what faith is to them. And those are great questions I often ask. And I wonder if anybody who's just scrolling in to join us has a belief or faith in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and they're capable of questioning that belief, because that would be what we're here for, to find out if you can question it. Let's throw up this old...
Because that would be funny.
God. What?
God. You fixed it, though.
Did it just say God?
Yesterday, it said God. God? Why? It made me laugh.
And try to make sure it says God, and the God is capitalized.
Yeah, but not the God. I get that.
Well, I don't know which God they believe in. So, generically.
Yeah, it'd be offensive to capitalize it, obviously.
Right. Some people don't capitalize it. Seems you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. So.
It's blasphemy, apparently, or whatever they say.
I think some just we have a different anonymous joining us. Hello, anonymous. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, you're good. I'm 30, bro.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Man, I believe in this and God, but
Damn.
I also believe that you can in God and also believe all
Yeah,
the other
I'm sure you could. I'd love to ask you more
somewhat.
questions, but we have two problems going on. One is you've got a connection issue. It's making your voice really robotic and choppy. And the other one is that background noise is ungodly. Oh, pardon the pun. It's something. It's really loud. So I went ahead and sat you down, Anonymous. But if you can get to a quieter place and request back up, then I think we could have a conversation.
I could kind of understand him, but it also was like he was in an airport, like on the way to a plane.
Right. Like he was loading luggage onto a plane or something. Yeah, it was just a lot of noise.
hmm Apparently he's at work. He'll say, "Give me a minute."
Yeah, no worries there, Anonymous. Catfather says, God, how? Thrayle. How isn't a bad question either.
That's very true. Like, how do you do that? How do you believe? Tell me how. If you believe in a god or goddess or anything like that, tell us how. Request up. Also, we're at 151.4K likes. That's
Hell
really cool.
yeah. Hello, bedtime Bart. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch that.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, so I just recently started like um thinking about God more deeply, and I kind of like came to the conclusion that based on what we've observed like as humanity, like logic and math and like all these laws of the universe, like a greater like structure or something like that that it points to.
How did you determine that there has to be a greater structure?
Um, so you know how like if you like change certain factors in the universe like off by like a degree or something, like there wouldn't even be like a universe at all, like that type of
No,
thing.
I'm not aware of that. Are you sure that's a thing?
If you go teacup, we can't hear you bedtime, just so you know.
Yeah, teacups when you leave the app.
Um,
Either.
my bad, guys. My bad. Yeah, so I was just trying to say that like the structure of atoms and like molecules and stuff like that is in a way that um like if they weren't exactly the way that they were, then the universe couldn't function the way it does.
I see. So if they were,
Mhm.
then the universe would be slightly different.
Yeah, and like
I
maybe you
see.
could have a universe where you could have a contradiction and still have logic or something like
That's
that.
interesting.
Yeah.
Um, are you sure that that's true? That if the degrees were off a little bit, that things would be so drastically different? Or is it that they would be slightly different?
I'm pretty sure there's like certain fundamental things that like if they were to be different, then it would like drastically change the implications on like our experience.
Do you think that it's possible that there's only so many ways that an existent universe could come together? That other
Yeah,
configurations just
like aren't possible.
didn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's true. Like how there's certain things that are like inherent in our existence in a way.
Do we have any way of knowing how many um, iterations the
How many times it's like rebirthed itself, if or is that what you're saying?
sure?
Uh no, not that I know of. It could have happened like 100,000 times, or it could have been the first time. We don't know.
Sure, sure. If we don't know, then what is it you would base your assumptions that things are in a perfect way, or things, line up this very particular way?
J like you can see things that exist like metaphysically.
Hmm.
Like I just pointed to like logic earlier, like the laws of logic are
Hmm.
unchanging regardless of humanity's existence or not. So things like this are just kind of like a baked in fact of the universe or just existence itself.
Interesting. Um, you say they're just a baked in fact of existence itself. Are you sure that, well, I mean, regardless of the laws of logic, um, I'm not seeing how that actually answers my question about uh, the possible universes that could or could not have existed.
Like a universe where logic doesn't apply.
No, I didn't say anything about that. I'm just wondering how you can associate the existence of this universe and its current state with some kind of design or perfection. If you don't know how many universes or instantiations of this one there could have been, how do you know what other iterations it could have been in order
Yeah.
to determine that this one is designed?
Like that it's right.
Hmm.
Um, well, the proof would just be existing, I guess, right?
What do you mean proof?
Like that we don't have another universe to go to. Like there's no other option like available, you know?
That's not really answering how you can determine that this is in any way designed, is it?
Does design so like if you saw a house, does that prove that it was designed? Or does that point to design?
Are you are you saying the universe is a house?
Well, there's certain structure to the universe in the way that there's certain structures to a house, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to, like the parallel I'm trying to draw.
So because there's things you consider structure in the universe, therefore it is like a house.
No, not like a house, like a house in the sense that it points to it have been being designed beforehand. Like there's blueprints for the house, like that type of
Where are the blueprints for the universe?
in God's hands or in God's head, I guess. I don't know.
Doesn't that seem like multi-layered assumption. Not only are there blueprints to the universe, but the blueprints are in the head of the God that you assume created it.
Well, it's kind of like baked in though into the design of it.
What's baked in?
Like how I said, when you pass by a house, you can assume that someone had to design the house without knowing for a fact someone did.
When you pass by a volcano, do you assume somebody designed the volcano?
Somebody or like something.
Mm-hmm. When you drive by a rock, do you assume somebody designed the rock?
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be God, right?
See how it doesn't quite fit, though? Your analogy about the house. If everything is designed,
Right.
does that mean there's nothing that isn't? Nothing at all.
Well, from my standpoint, right, if God is like the standard for creation of everything, then he would have had to plan out the rock being there. So he would have had to account for the rock being there, right?
He would have had to account for the rock being there.
If he created it.
So he created the rock and accounts for it being there. How did you verify that?
Well, this is like the argument that you can't. I feel like we're kind of talking past each other a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to understand why you assume things are created. And
right.
You're saying things are created.
Okay. So does creation point to like, so how did the universe come about then? Like from your purview?
If I said that I don't know, would that make any difference? Or if I said
No,
that
it wouldn't.
If I said that it was simply the Big Bang, or if I said that it was the unfurling of the wings of the celestial skeletal bat goddess in accordance with the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages unfurling to this day, would that make any difference?
No, it wouldn't.
So, if you don't know how the universe formed or began, and I don't know how the universe formed or began, why would you assume that there is a God that did it?
Because there's certain like elements to the world that like don't have a outside explanation, I guess. But that doesn't necessarily mean it needs one.
Hazel, do you have any questions for this guest?
Is the idea of creation equal a creator to you?
Isn't it implied?
Like, to you it might be.
Sure.
Why does the idea of existence imply creation?
Yeah.
I don't think existence itself implies creation. I think that the existence we find, like this particular existence we find ourselves in, implies like some type of creation.
What about this existence implies that?
like the metaphysical truths that uh, we didn't invent but like discovered. You know what I'm saying?
What is a metaphysical truth?
Like math or the laws of logic or things like that.
So what about those imply that there's a creator?
What would what would about that imply that there wasn't a creator though? That's kind of where I'm getting hung up.
So you
know what I'm saying?
You not quite. You're seeing certain
yeah,
things
sorry.
exist. You're seeing certain things exist. Humans find labels and create languages to understand these things.
Yeah, pattern recognition.
And in doing that, you add an assumption to what is observed, that there must be a creator, and that creator created things, and you find that more simplistic, more explanatory.
I don't think it's it doesn't necessarily have to be simplistic though,
Why you
because
add assumptions on top of what you observe.
I'm just trying to draw a conclusion. I'm not like
Why?
trying to just based on based on what I see, like you
Right.
said, based on what I observe.
Well, but you are adding something you don't observe to what you observe in order to explain what you observe. So why
Yeah,
would
that's
you,
the like
why would you
extrapolation.
add? Why
So
do you add a creator to what you observe?
the equation. So the way I like got to this like thought pattern was I worked backwards like from just like being like, okay, God is real, and then what would that imply? Like in the sense of like if God is omniscient and all these intelligent and all these things and is like the ground for morality, then the like rest of it follows. Like the rest of the creation follows kind of from it.
Do you see how that's an assumption first that God exists?
Yeah.
And do you see how then
Well, you
you're
also have to assume God doesn't exist, right?
Hazel wasn't quite done with that question.
Oh, my
Go
bad,
ahead,
my bad.
Hazel.
So do you think that that's confirmation bias? If you're first assuming God exists and then taking the observations to fit it?
No, that's not I wasn't taking the observations to fit it. I already had these observations of like logic and math and things like that, but I didn't have like a concrete explanation for how they could exist in the universe. So using God as an explanation, it links all of these things. It like brings all of these ideas together, like in a concise way.
Why fill in the gaps when you're not sure?
I mean, why not? Like, does it change like how I view science or how I view reality? Like,
I mean, you're allowed to. It's not,
it
I'm not
to me,
saying
it's just
why.
giving me like a moral grounding, if that makes sense.
What's
Where
giving you a
moral?
moral grounding?
God.
Which God?
Well, I'm still like figuring out which religion I want to
So
like
how is there any moral
choose.
grounding if you don't have a religious doctrine that prescribes the morals that you're grounding?
Because
Like,
I
what do
had
you
to,
mean?
well, because I had to like figure out that I had to like figure out my belief in God first before I could like
I
dive
see.
into a religion.
Is belief in God part of your moral grounding? Is it
That in
something that you?
itself,
Yeah, is it something that you feel is part of the right and wrong?
I mean, it would kind of have to be
Why?
because God in itself is like a moral, uh, moral arbiter, right? Like the ultimate police of morality.
Why do you think that?
Because he created reality.
So,
I feel like we're just going in circles.
if I ask why you think we're going in circles, is it going to be because I'm asking again why you think God created everything?
I mean, I just like obviously I didn't have a conversation with God. Like I'm not schizophrenic or something, like so I don't have empirical evidence of God's existence. No one does.
Knowing that you don't have empirical evidence for God's existence, um, what is it that convinces you?
Um, just reality itself.
What about reality?
Um, like gravity, inertia, like all these things that are just like
Gravity and inertia.
out of our control, like that have to exist for us to live the way we do.
Why?
Why what? What do you mean?
Why do you assume that a God is doing that? Can things not exist the way they exist without a God having done it?
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that again?
Can things not exist the way they exist without a God having done it?
No, that's the crux of what I what I think, what I believe.
Right. Why can things not exist the way they do without a God?
Because it would point to some type of lack of like order in the universe or lack of uh overall structure. Because God is
Because
supposed
the
to be
absence,
just.
because God is supposed to be just. Which God is this? It seems that you keep going back to a particular kind of God. Where do you get that God is just?
Well, I'm using it from like
Christian.
the Christian, yeah,
Are you Christian?
but not yet, no.
Not
So I
yet.
don't want to identify as something that I'm not practicing as. Yeah, I
So
feel
you,
like it would be disrespectful.
you say not yet, though.
Well, because I'm interested.
Why are you interested in Christianity?
Because of the ethical foundation.
Ethical foundation?
Mhm.
Where is that?
In the where the ethics come from?
The foundation.
I would look to the Bible.
Where in the Bible is the ethical foundation? Have you read the Bible?
Well, the Ten Commandments would be like the foundation, right?
Have you read the Bible?
Not front to back, no.
Which 10 commandments? Is it the 10 called
That
the 10 commandments, or is it the 10 that people keep calling the 10 commandments?
What do you mean the ten? I'm kind of lost on the question. Like, do
Do you
you
know
think
the
it got
story of
lost
the
in
10
translation?
commandments? Do you know the story of the 10 commandments? Like where they come
Yeah, like
from?
how he was like up on the mountain and he all that.
Have you read that part of the book?
Not a long time, to be honest with you.
I see. Have you read the beginning of the book?
Yeah, with the creation story.
6-day creation.
Yeah.
Adam and Eve as the first two
Mhm.
humans. Do you believe those stories to be true?
True in like what's like that they literally happen,
Yeah,
or like
like
that
the
the
earth was
river split
created in
open.
that the earth was created in 6 days by a deity with things created in that particular order, culminating in a man and a woman in a garden who were the first two humans. Do you believe that?
I don't I don't take the stories literally, no.
Hmm.
I think they're metaphors.
You don't take the stories literally. So,
Well, no,
so if you don't take the stories literally, then why would you lean towards that belief system at all?
because the values you gain from them are beneficial, in my opinion,
The
for
values, like,
society as a
so
whole.
how is the "thou shalt have no other god before me"? How is that a value that
Because you
benefits
wouldn't be
society?
able to practice the religion properly without that.
Because you wouldn't be able to practice the religion properly without the command
Without
that
that commandment, yeah,
the command that God.
the religion would be contradictory if that wasn't a command. What?
What about the idols one? Thou shalt not have
No false
idols.
idols?
Hmm.
Isn't that this? It's a monotheistic religion. How could
I see.
you?
So why are there so is it like half of the commandments are just about be devoted to this one God?
That's pretty important to the religion
Why?
because there could only be one
I thought it was
in this
supposed to be
religion.
important for society. How are those important for society?
How is religion important for society?
No. How is half of the rules being
The
about
commandments.
yeah, how are half of the rules being about that God beneficial for society? How is that helpful?
Because then you would have scattered religious dogma and philosophy,
I see.
ideology.
What about the one that says, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house or wife or ass or slaves or anything else belonging to thy neighbor"? What about that one? That basically
Oh, is
says
that
it's okay to.
beneficial?
Yeah, is it beneficial to have slaves, just not want the ones your neighbors own?
Wait, so it's thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's slave? Is that
Is it house, wife, ass, slave? Could be in a slightly different order. Or
right?
anything else belonging to thy neighbor. So
Does
wives,
doesn't covet mean
wives,
look at longingly, like wanting to have it?
So it's telling you not to want the things that your
Right.
neighbor has, including
I
the
think
things.
is that not a good?
It's telling you not to want the things that your neighbor owns, including their wife and their slaves. So it implies also that ownership of people and wives is okay, and that's beneficial to society.
Does it ever? So I haven't read the Bible front to back. I already disclosed that. Because I believing in God that much most of my life.
And now you believe that there's a creator, so you lean towards the idea of Christianity, even though you don't believe in the literal creation story.
Yeah, but that's not mutually exclusive, though.
Is it not? If you don't believe in the creation.
Did God state that it literally happened that way?
Yeah, that's what it says. That's what in the. Have you read?
But how do you know it's not a metaphor?
Oh my.
What?
So, if
Are
it's
you
a metaphor.
saying God wrote the Bible?
It's the Ten Commandments. Why would they be metaphors? Don't metaphorically do this thing.
No, I'm not talking
Well,
about the
we're talking about the
commandments.
creation.
We're talking about the story.
Creation, he said, is a metaphor.
Oh.
But he believes in creation, so therefore he's leaning towards Christianity, despite not believing in the literal creation story, which sounds a little contradictory. But once you do put all of that as metaphor, the creation story, the Adam and Eve story, then what is the original sin that Jesus is supposedly dying for, if it's all metaphors?
Sorry. You can go.
No, one thing to think about is like, why are you switching to metaphor, but yet take other things in the Bible literally? How are you supposed to tell the difference if there's no clear distinction?
Isn't that what discernment's for?
What is discernment? What is discernment?
How do you measure discernment?
You can't. You can't measure discernment.
So, like, I'm not going to discern the same thing you're going to discern. So, how does that do us any good? It seems to be pretty mind dependent.
Yeah. But isn't discernment something that, like, according to Christianity, like, that God imbued in humanity? Isn't that, like, part of it?
I mean, that is the fairy tale, yeah. But as you can clearly see, I mean, you're old enough to know now that, like, clearly people do not have the same level of cognition to make these discerning, or to consider discerning certain variables, right?
Yeah, not everyone's smart. I mean,
yeah. So God doesn't give everybody discernment.
He gives everyone different levels of it, though. It falls on a scale. There's going to be someone who has the best discernment and someone who has the worst, right?
That's a pretty positive claim.
Is that not true?
No.
How is it not true? If you just said that there's certain people who have it and certain people who don't, like,
Where would that be in the Bible? Where does it say that some people get a little discernment and other people get a lot of discernment? Isn't the hope supposed to be written on our hearts?
But not everyone's given the same ability.
Right, but I think everybody should have like the standard ability in order to know God. If it was God's choice to send the word out, I think giving us the tools to discern the Bible should be one of those tools. But if people aren't properly discerning it, obviously God hasn't given them discernment.
I mean,
right?
yeah, but it's the same thing with like did all cavemen go to hell? Like, I don't think that's true because they couldn't have possibly known about God's existence, you know, or about the commandments or any of that. So God wouldn't, if God is a perfect arbiter, he wouldn't judge those people he wouldn't deem
So
them
wait,
worthy of
are
hell.
you saying it would have been better not to spread the gospel to anybody
Yeah.
because then if they don't know, then God
No,
will just judge them
no,
based on what they do instead of knowing and not believing?
because the gospel will
Oops.
get you closer to God.
Wait, what's it matter if you're closer to God if once they have that knowledge, they're at risk of eternal damnation?
Because with the knowledge, you can, like with the knowledge of the Bible, you can create, uh, like ethical practices and a framework of morality to use.
Other cultures have had ethics long before the Bible was ever established.
What is the Bible providing that these other societies couldn't have had? Other than a promise of damnation if you don't make a decision based on nothing.
Well, there's only damnation involved if you willfully,
If you
if you,
believe in a thing that it
yeah.
doesn't give you any reason to believe. What reason to believe it other than the threat?
But I just told you I don't believe in it based on the threat.
What is the reason to believe then, other than the threat? It gives you no reason to believe it, but then threatens you for not believing it. So what
So the reward would be,
so it
it would
promises a
be
reward.
salvation then.
Salvation, what does that mean?
If there's damnation, then there's
What
salvation.
is salvation?
It's like the concept of isn't the concept of your soul being saved?
Saving. So you're being saved. Your soul is
Oh,
being
right.
saved.
Sure.
What is a soul?
It's the metaphysical link between like humans and your creator.
What is
Creators. So,
sorry, Thrayle. I had
that's all
to.
right. What is metaphysical?
It would be like outside of like observation, like outside of um
What does
like
that mean?
in between worlds kind of.
What does that mean?
What?
In between worlds. What does that mean? It's a lot of background there, Tutski.
Can I give you an example?
An example of metaphysical. An example of
Of
what?
something that is of something that is metaphysical, would that help?
Before you do, just a reminder for everybody, there's a poll in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Just a little poll about one of the questions we had a moment ago. But I don't know what example to go for it. I mean, if you have an example of something that is metaphysical or between worlds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Between Worlds is apt, but I would say math would be an example of something like that.
So soul is a connection to math. Souls were connections to metaphysicals, or they were metaphysical connections. So what does a soul have to do with math?
Well, can you touch math?
What does a soul have to do with math?
I just asked you a question. Can you touch math?
Can I touch math? What does that have to
Can
do
you
with
touch
a
a
soul?
soul?
What does that have to do with soul? You're saying because I
I'm
can't
saying it's
touch.
metaphysical because you can't.
You're saying it's an idea? Or is it a language by which we count things? What is it you're saying a soul is here? And really
It would be
quickly,
the
I'm going to go
concept
ahead,
of.
and I'm already talking, so really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and make sure I thank Mom's Red Kitchen, Donna B, also Angel Shell, and Cat in a Vat. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. Go ahead.
Alright, I lost track. It's pretty late.
Touch math. We can't touch math apparently.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, if math doesn't consent.
You're trying to give us a distinction between math and the soul.
And a soul. So math
Yes.
in the.
You can do
Well,
it.
they both occupy the metaphysical space, but the
What is
distinction.
metaphysical space?
You're adding things.
Are
You're
you
not
just
gonna help.
saying? Are you just saying they're both ideas? They're both thoughts? They're both things
No,
people
because
think about? Are they
math isn't
imagined?
math isn't imagined. It's not. It's like
Math?
it's
What
a
is math?
concrete.
What is math?
What is math?
Yes.
You just said it. Thrayle just said it.
It's like it's a mode to like communicate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like a
You're getting
language. A mode to communicate like a language.
so a tool.
So is it a language?
No, because languages are constructs.
Oh, and math isn't constructs.
No.
It's not a way that we communicate quantities.
Universal
But
language.
math exists. Math exists regardless of our ability to communicate it or not.
Does it exist? Does it exist as a thing that exists, or is it something that we have put labels and an understanding to?
It's something that we mapped onto like so math existed before any human being came to this planet
Are
or
you
like
sure math
existed on this.
existed?
Not the word math, but what it physically does to
the universe.
Like the properties of it.
Are you sure that math isn't just a way that we describe our observances?
Yes.
So if it's a way that we describe,
Because it's an
our
unchanging standard.
If it's a way that we describe our observances, what does that have to do with a soul? Remember, you were trying to tell me how a soul was a metaphysical thing between worlds, and what does it have to do with math?
I don't think it has anything to do with math. But math does exist independent souls or humans or any of that.
Interesting. So regardless of that, which is, I think, a red herring,
yeah,
there was a poll that was up: is choice under threat of unalivement still free will related to the damnation question there. Percent of the audience thought that it was a choice at all. The rest said that coercion cancels free will, or that technically free will can't exist under a threat, or only technically it's not morally free, or choosing this or death sounds like, well, the thing a villain might say. So, under that, back to the damnation thing for a moment. Do you think that a God that would say that you can be saved if you believe in me, but if you don't believe in what I have to say, then you're damned? Is that the kind of thing that heroes say, or is that the kind of thing that villains say?
I don't really. Is that the kind of, what does that mean? Like comic book heroes and villains? Like, what does that have to do with God?
Yeah, stories. In stories, do the good guys say that you have to believe in me or else? Or is that this?
I feel like God's giving you a choice.
It's not a choice if there's an ultimatum that he's ultimately responsible for, right?
But he's also in this scenario, if God's real, right? And like this whole damnation thing is real and everything, then wouldn't
Didn't he make
God?
it then?
Yeah, that's kind of what
So
I'm
he
getting.
made it. Yeah, so if he made the whole system, if he made all the evil, if he made all the sin, if he made all the
Suffering.
damnation, if he makes all the suffering, then how is he the good guy again?
Because that also implies that he makes all the moments of joy, all the satisfying moments,
Okay,
everything that
that's
you work
fine.
for.
That's cool. But like this
You
is a
have to have
situation of
both.
how does
There is no good without bad. There's no
right.
suffering without, you know what I mean?
Okay. However, if he created all of these things, both the good and the bad, how is it possible that we can even choose if he's created everything? And B, how can you justify that? How can you justify that he is not directly
That he allows us to choose to be bad?
allows us to choose so we don't have
Is that
free
what you're
will?
saying? Yeah, because I'm saying that God gave us free will.
You just said that he allows us to choose.
Yeah,
How is that
because
free
he could
will?
have created a world where he didn't give us that choice.
Could he have created a world where we didn't have to make that choice?
Like where it's only the good times?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, really?
Because the good times implies the bad times.
Good and bad is just another means of measure like math, right? Like, I'm not going to determine what is good to be the same as what you find to be good, right?
Yeah, you could
Okay, that's where there's ultimately no damnation. Then it doesn't really matter if what we decide to be good or bad is, right? We don't suffer. We can rule out what we think good and bad is after the bar is raised in creating a universe with no damnation.
After the bar is raised, like as in the creation of the universe itself.
Yeah, without the risk of damnation.
You think that like a world could exist without bad things happening? Like I don't really
I
understand.
think the biblical God described has the ability to do that, yeah.
But then what would be the answer good things?
Maybe to learn. I don't know, right? I think the pages are blank for something like that. It's up to us to make a point.
Exactly. Like, so we find meaning in the pain we and the experiences we have.
Hang on. I was just about to step out of the studio for a second, but you said something. You said, what would be the point of us living if we could only experience the good things? What do you think is promised at the end of this little fairy tale?
If you follow his ethics, right?
An eternal existence with only the good things. What's the point?
Only the good things.
What's that? Wait, no.
The good things in heaven aren't the same as the good things on earth.
Tale? Oh, they're new good things.
Well, because you would be prioritizing different things if your values were Christian.
Things. So now your priorities are going to make all the logic that you just totally set up make sense somehow.
If you like doing degenerate behaviors, you're gonna enjoy. You're gonna find them to be good. No?
Bedtime. Stop with your weird preaching. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm so sorry, Daddy.
I was talking. Oh fuck, you stupid insolent child.
Why can't we be adults?
Wait, what just happened?
He started defensively arguing. I told him to stop for a second. And he said, yes, Daddy, or something like that. I don't know.
Sorry, Daddy.
Sorry, Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is the matter with people?
Damn, Thrayle's catching strays.
No, he just really likes having gods and superior and authority over him.
I don't believe that he wasn't a Christian already.
Clearly a defensive Christian who couldn't get over his sermon.
Mm-hmm.
I really like when he asked us why things were circular, and then he didn't know why. That was funny.
Mm-hmm. It was an argument that he was peddling. It's really sad.
More like a Christian trying to hide in the closet.
I think it's also a protection of the ignorance, for lack of a better term. Like, since he doesn't claim Christianity, he doesn't have to know about it.
That's valid. That's a good observation.
Have Morgan and Hazel, have both of you guys, did you guys both grow up Christian?
I didn't really. Like, sort of, but not really.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a sort of, but not really situation myself.
Did you guys ever notice when you were in like the Christian world how everybody was atheists, and then when you're outside of the Christian world now, all of a sudden everyone's fucking
Christian.
believing in God? Yeah.
Well, I mean, that just really brings into perspective, like, you know, how controlled media really operates.
When I was a kid, I guess I grew up in a pretty Christian family, because I didn't think other things existed. I didn't know atheism, how do you say that? Atheism, there, existed. I knew like other religions existed, but I didn't know you could believe in nothing. Or like, not nothing, but you could have a lack of belief.
You didn't know you could have a lack of belief?
Yeah, until I was like a teen, probably.
Mm.
Like in high school.
Yeah, I honestly I was kind of in the same boat, but I left the church, so to speak, at a pretty young age. I was like 9 or 10 years old. Just kind of stopped going, and it was around then that I found out because I've always been like a big like learner and everything, and I'm a knowledge hound. So I knew about other religions, but it wasn't until like I actually like left the church that I realized I don't have to believe in anything if I don't want to.
So the whole damnation thing never scared you?
No, if I'm completely honest.
No.
Shit.
We have a guest. Hello, Dwayne. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Dwayne. Dwayne Barton. Can I get your age?
I'm 43.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm Luciferian. I believe in the morality of the Bible, but I do not believe in a God in the aspect of the world belief of God. I believe in the higher power of self and self-enlightenment.
What does that have to do with the morality of the Bible?
The Bible's morale, meaning the concept of good versus evil. When someone does good, you receive good back. When you do evil, you receive evil back to you. It's the laws of attraction.
Laws of attraction. Where does this law of attraction come from?
It's kind of like a magnet. A magnet attracts certain things, positive and negative alignment.
A magnet, you say? So you think that your behavior attracts other behavior?
No, I believe that your energy attracts certain like energy.
What is energy?
Energy is like the essence of life. It's what creates the life in us.
What is it that is creating the life?
That there's up to speculation. You
I see.
can't.
So why do you assume that it exists then? Energy.
Because the electromagnetic impulses that create life in us come from somewhere.
Electromagnetic impulses. You say they come from somewhere. If you trace them back, what do you expect you would find?
I mean, there could be the essence of a higher power outside of self, but then it also can relate to the energies of the universe.
It sounds like, despite being, you said Luciferian, that you don't believe in a god necessarily. You believe in the power of self. It sounds like you have some god belief. You just call it energy.
I don't believe in an abstract entity per se that sits on some throne judging the
believe
world.
in an abstract force that flows through us somehow.
Yes.
Is that really a difference? Is that still believing in something that you have no evidence of?
Well, we have evidence that the energy within us exists.
What is the energy within us again?
The energy in us is the same thing that creates the impulses of the heart. The heart beats somehow, and it comes.
So you're talking about the bioelectrical energy that is within us. That
energy comes from
fuels us.
somewhere.
Calories. Are you talking about calories when we eat food?
No,
Doesn't
I'm
it come
talking
from
about
food?
I'm talking about the electromagnetic forces that allows the brain to send waves to the body and
Yeah.
cause the body to
Are you
react.
sure that's not calories?
I'm pretty sure that's not calories.
Are
Calories
you
don't.
positive?
Yes.
What if you looked into it? You researched this topic to see where the energy that fuels our bodies comes from, and you found out that it was calories. Would you still have a belief in this underlying force of life that flows through everything in a godlike way?
Yes, I would, because just like we need food to survive, energy needs something to keep it fueled. And calories do fuel
I'm
our
sorry,
energy.
you say energy needs something to keep it fueled, but what if it is the thing that is fuel, like the calories?
So then what's fueling it?
The food you eat.
What's the food we eat fueling? If it is the food we eat.
You just keep asking those questions. You might get there.
You might get there too.
No, I mean, like, you were asking a question, right?
There's no, you asked a question and I gave you an answer.
No, you asked another question to his question. That wasn't an answer. If you thought that was an answer, we're going to have a big issue.
Yeah, you were like, what is the food fueling?
What is the calories fueling? If the calories are the energy.
The human body.
Those are great questions, Dwayne.
You claim that the calories that we eat are the energy that makes us live. But the energy that gives us life needs to be fueled by something, just like gasoline fuels a car.
Calories.
So therefore,
Calories. How do you define life?
Life is a gift.
No. Don't use the word in the definition. How do you define the word life? There's a point to this. Let's try to get there.
Life is a conscious awareness, a state of awareness that we travel through.
A conscious awareness. So, like, do you consider things like microbacteria life?
It's a form of life.
Okay, so then that can't be an accurate description of life. What if I said something like, anything that is considered life is something that has a metabolism. Anything that can metabolize would be like a definition of life. Would you agree with that?
No, because all forms of life.
Can you give me an example of life that doesn't use metabolism?
I can't give you an example of that. But listen.
So can you agree that life does need to have a metabolism?
All life has some type of awareness, though.
That's also incorrect.
If that was not so,
is a baby inside a mother's womb life?
Look at evolution.
I'll ask it one more time. Is a baby inside a mother's womb life?
A baby inside a mother's womb does have life, yes.
Or is it completely conscious or aware?
It has an awareness, whether it's...
Does it?
No, it does
yes.
not. No, it does not. I'm a mother of...
It doesn't have an awareness that we have. But it knows it needs to survive. So it feeds off of the mother's energy, food,
anything.
How does it know to take in nutrients?
It doesn't. That's why it's kind of forced to.
It's part of the mother's body until.
So then how do you explain evolution?
That's completely separate.
Huh? That is a completely separate concept.
No, it's not. Because things evolve because of the need to survive. It knows it needs to survive, so it evolves.
So no.
So that
the human body
awareness
evolved to be able to just provide what the fetus needs until it is outside of the body. The baby makes no decisions, no choices, is not aware at all of what it needs.
It makes the choice to feed.
It does not. The human body feeds the fetus.
The materials and the what's the word I'm looking for?
Take a breath.
The organisms of the body inside the fetus that's growing determines that it needs to feed to survive. If it doesn't feed, it wouldn't survive.
What does this have to do with your belief in a god?
I just told you, if you don't understood, I don't believe in an abstract entity.
Okay,
You know what
so
abstract means?
what does it have to do with your belief in an energy?
Because life comes from somewhere. It didn't pop out of nowhere.
Why do you think it came from somewhere?
Because everything comes from somewhere. Nothing from nothing means nothing.
Where did your God come from?
I don't believe in a God.
Where did your energy come from?
It came from the universe creating itself.
If you think the universe created itself, what is energy for?
The energy was already here. We can continue to explain where energy comes from and never be right and never be wrong because we can't prove the basis of energy. We just know it exists.
When you say like create, you imply an intelligence. Does the universe have an intelligence?
I believe it has some form of intelligence, yes.
Would that intelligence be the equivalent to God?
No.
Would it be lesser than a God?
No.
Okay, so what's the difference?
I'm a god, but I can't create the universe.
But the universe created you. You're saying the universe created itself. So I'm trying to figure out what you mean by create. Because create implies intention and awareness.
No, it could have been accidental.
It implies a mind.
Though the odds are astronomical, it could have been accidentally.
I'm not going to disagree that stuff could have been, and no, actually I have to, like, as a hard determinist, I have to say that accidents don't really, like, without a mind, an accident can't happen. It's set to be determined.
I mean, it could be accidental that two particles possess the same space and time and create the Big Bang. It could have been accidental that string theory came into play. It could have been accidental that the box theory came into play. There's about 12 different theories of creation that.
But again, the issue is that it's implying a mind.
Accidents don't imply a mind. It just means that particles.
Can you give me an example of an accident that happens without a mind necessary?
Let's see, two small particles floating into a vacuum, per se, and it possesses the same spot in space and time and creates the Big Bang Theory.
So it exists. Hold on.
Particles, though, are material and microorganisms, and they have.
Yo, you just jumped, dude.
They have a non-human form of awareness, okay? They don't choose to possess that spot in space and time. It just happens.
Right. It would be determined. It couldn't have been an accident. If they were there in the same spot, in the same space, right? Then how could it have been an accident that this happened?
Because they had
would have been determined that it would happen.
They didn't have no conscience to say, let's go ahead and do this and choose a space, occupy that same space. It just happened. So therefore, it was an accidental.
How are you defining accident? Sorry, I know I'm asking a lot of definitions, but this is important.
To come into play without choice.
An accident is to come into play without choice.
That's like you walking and accidentally bumping into somebody. You didn't choose to bump into that person. It just happened. So what do? You say, I apologize. You see, because you didn't mean to bump into that person. You just wasn't aware of his presence and bumped into him. Because you were occupied with something else at that present time and wasn't paying attention to your surroundings and therefore bumped into something else. You didn't choose to bump into that individual, it just happened. That's an accident. The particles didn't choose to occupy the same space, it just happened. And thus the Big Bang happened, thus making it an accident. No one created the Big Bang, it just happened. And as a consequence, life came into being. No one created life, it just happened.
Then what is energy?
The energy is the consequence of the Big Bang. It came into play from the eruption of the Big Bang.
Wait, did it require energy to for these particles to accidentally come into play?
Well, according to physics, the universe was a vacuum until the Big Bang happened.
I don't know what physics you're talking about, but I'm just asking if it required energy. I'm just asking if it required energy for these particles.
I mean, dirt don't have energy. Its energy has been elapsed and expanded and long since expired because dirt was formed from what was once living and once had energy. That's called non-living organisms. It no longer has energy.
You stated before that these particles are what created energy.
No, energy was a consequence of its action of creating the same spot.
Okay, all right, that's the same. That's literally the same thing, just said differently, right?
Well, created is it to imply that something actively done something. That means to choose to do something.
Yeah, that's not even the point. That's not even what I care about. Like in this, I'm asking you if it required energy.
No, it did not require energy because it didn't exist until the particles occupied the same space and time and the Big Bang happened, thus creating the energy that formed the universe.
So it didn't. So the particles that created these universes didn't require energy?
They wouldn't have been able
No, because it didn't exist inside them because they were dead. They didn't live. To have energy means to be alive in some shape or form.
So you don't need energy to have an accident.
Without energy, you're dead. Like a battery without electricity inside it. It's dead. It doesn't exist. It's no longer a battery. Life without energy is no longer life.
Any questions?
I'm done.
There's a poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, everybody. Hazel or Morgan, did y'all have any questions for Dwayne?
No, thank you.
I'm all set.
Hey, Dwayne, why did you request up here?
I was interested in what y'all was talking about. See, unlike most people, I like to learn.
I see.
When I get consciously aware of things around me and I get interested in it, I entertain it to learn from it. You can learn from anything. You can learn from everything.
I see. Dwayne, what were we talking about before you got up here that you were interested
I don't
in?
even remember.
I see. Let me just polish this off with a couple of questions real quick. Can you question your beliefs?
Go ahead.
Can you question your beliefs?
Everything can be questioned.
That's a good answer. What does it mean to question your beliefs?
If you question your beliefs, are they truly your beliefs?
I don't know. What does it mean to question your beliefs?
And I'm asking you, if you question your beliefs, are they truly your beliefs? Because when someone truly believes something, they would never question them.
Is that really the case? If somebody really believes something, they'll never question it. Is that your belief?
If they believe something, they would never question it.
Fascinating. Go ahead, Morgan.
Deep.
I know. Feels like you're about to bite off more than you can chew, huh?
I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Here's an example of questioning your belief. People
let's go for that.
See, people believe that Jesus died on the cross, right? But there was no body ever found. There was only about 500 people that could claim to have seen it. Theologians, they believe it with all their heart and soul, and they never question the resurrection because they believe it. And when you tell someone that there was a 1 in 200 billion chances of that possibly happening, they would tell you that you're crazy because they believe in the resurrection. All right? People who believe in something do not question it because it's their belief. It's what they have come to learn. It's what they've come to believe in. And something dramatic has to take place for them to even change their belief. And it's not from them questioning it. It's from something happening that made them change. It's spontaneous.
That has a question.
Oh,
He's waiting.
There's a cat in the vat. How about that?
Okay, I'll do the thing. Didn't you just say everything can be questioned?
Everything can be questioned.
Except for your beliefs. According to
No.
what you
I
said
didn't
right
say
after
it
that.
couldn't be questioned. I didn't say it couldn't be questioned. I said if you believe in something, you wouldn't question it. There's a difference in questioning something and something not being able to be questioned. See what I'm saying? So let's not play on words.
In and of itself can't exist without some element of doubt, which means it has to be questioned.
No, if it's a belief, if I believe in something, I'm not going to doubt it.
So that's blind faith, not belief.
No, that's belief. Belief is to
I think
you can't give a definition of the word. But I'm trying to give a word a definition of what you've asked without contradicting something because that's the way the English language is.
Well, a belief is when you be and when you lie to the F. And when you do that, you done believed. D-Wayne.
Belief can't be alive. It can't be just
that have been going on this whole night.
So what's the difference between believing and knowing then? Like what makes something a belief versus a fact?
Knowing something is to have seen it, to actually witnessed it. Whereas belief is you haven't witnessed it, you just feel it. It's like knowing.
What about the people who state that they believe in some supernatural event occurring that can be easily explained by science, but they believe it was a supernatural event? How do you rectify that?
You don't rectify it. They believe it, and that's their free will.
I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry.
I don't go around.
No, don't say those words. We don't say that here.
I don't go around trying to rectify people's beliefs. It's not for me to tell you that you're wrong. If you want to believe the sky is blue and someone else says it's green, then let them believe it's green.
How do you rectify your own beliefs?
I don't try to rectify them. I just believe them.
I see. Well, okay. There we have it, Thrayle. That's...
did get an answer to the poll, so thank you for being here, Dwayne, and
It's not for
appreciate
me
it.
to.
Maybe one day you'll come back with questions or answers to questions that we can question more. But for now, I think we've got all the answers that we need for him now.
Determinism.
I heard.
I saw your
God.
comment, and I was like, wait, Kat, do you know? I was like, wait, Kat's a determinist? What?
You were like, something is horribly wrong. Something terrible is happening if he's
A
driving Kat
ripple
toward
pass
determinism.
through the universe.
We ended up with 2, and we only meant to get 1, so one of you will request back up. For now, the Wisdom Eye. I think you've been here before. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
It's 35, and I have been before, yes.
And you'll have to remind me, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, we did talk about it last time, and it was like a deep topic, so I don't want to repeat the same thing, but I was arguing that my belief is based on the inability to know or to see further than I already have. But I see belief as a closed system, and you limit yourself to the possibility of there is of more, and you just assume that this is all that there is. And I'm still seeking, so this is by default would not make me a believer, because if I didn't close the system, I just think that I have seen a lot which connects the dots, but still there is more to experience. So this is my belief that there is more, even though I cannot conceive of more at the present moment in time. So the only thing, the puzzle which is missing, the experiential part of others, which I cannot get into. I cannot experience your reality, or I assume I cannot experience your reality. Thus makes me believe that this is the only part I can never see.
Is this almost solipsism?
Yeah, what it is. I just think in forms and systems and root causes of things. And if I see a system which is perfect in its nature, and I see all of the opposites, because this is the problem with believing and proving somebody right and wrong, you can always state the opposite. Sorry for the noise, by the way.
Does anything exist?
Yes, exist. Everything exists, and nothing is not existing. This is cannot conceive of anything else that can be the opposite.
Okay, so everything exists.
So, for example, if you have a one shape, you always have the inverse of that shape. Even if you conceive darkness as nothingness, this darkness still envelops the whiteness you identify as something. So, just to give an example, thus everything has a shape and everything exists. It's just how you perceive of it and what you identify with it. Saying I can see no gaps in the reality I'm experiencing.
I'm not quite sure what to question here.
Yes. I mean, this is why maybe I should have not requested that, because I really correlate to you guys. You also are questioning everything, and you are going to the depths, which is probably, based on and I'm assuming here, right? So I'm assuming that you have seen it all, or maybe are still seeking. I don't know. I feel like I have seen it all, and I'm still seeking like you, and I'm not going to bound myself. The moment I say, this is it, I know everything, this is when I come into the belief, and I feel like I'm going to start believing the moment I say I know it all. And the only way I can know it all is basically to experience it all, and I'm currently unable to experience it all, so that's the belief, right?
I see. What would you say would be the best critique of your worldview?
The best critique of my worldview, because I assume a reality which is basically black and white, or the gradient in between, but I am not assuming that there is some kind of, I'm not allowing for the possibility that could be something incomprehensible by my own mind. And thus I believe that the only thing which can be is what is comprehensible within my mind. This is the only critique I can give to myself, yeah.
It's a good critique.
It is a good critique. Is that critique that it's not allowing for the possibility of being in a vat? Is that what that is?
Almost.
Possibility of reality, and I only think that what is real is what I can conceive of, and thus this is my bias, and until I see the structure I will always have this belief, and thus my knowing will be limited to that what I see and experience with it. Thank you for having me up. I'm probably not the relevant people. I really enjoy your lives and how you question people, because people really need to question everything they hear, see, and experience. And a lot of people are not doing that.
I appreciate your wisdom. I don't have any more questions for you, but I do appreciate you coming up and answering openly and honestly, and giving a very fair critique of your worldview, which I think also applies to some of us on the panel. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions. And if you do come up with any answers, a belief, then go ahead and bring it back to us. We'll definitely want to question that.
That question is very rarely answered well, and he answered it so well.
I think so.
Yeah. That's how to critique your beliefs. That was good.
I told him to join the Discord, so reminder that if you go to the Batcolyte or Thrayle's link,
might apply to.
Is it me or is it him?
It's me.
It was him for a second.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that we could all kind of look at our beliefs in that way for sure. That's the pro of questioning, right? The questioning is.
I agree, Krat. It's something about why we're questioning and what we're questioning.
And why we think souls exist.
Well, I don't, but it's okay.
Oh. Damn it.
It's harder on TikTok to know.
But if you think souls exist, or a god, or gods, or higher powers, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to burgle your God. I just want to know if you can question that belief. Well, then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And I'm going to have to fix my connection, aren't I?
I heard you come through for pretty much all of that.
Yeah, I heard it all.
Yeah.
We're also only 2,000 likes away from 2,000-ish likes away from 170K. So keep tapping.
Keep tapping. Who is calling my phone at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning?
That would be amazing.
Someone from the mainland.
There's a good way to find out. I mean, it's not the best way, but it's usually
I don't
the
answer
first
phone
way.
calls.
I'm the same way.
And here's the thing, my phone's on do not disturb right now. So they called twice in a row because that's the only way it comes through because my phone's on do not disturb right now.
Maybe it's someone in an emergency that knows your number but doesn't have their phone.
Nobody knows anybody's number by heart.
I do.
I know mine and my wife's phone numbers.
I know at least 4 off the top of my head.
I used to. I still remember my home phone number from when I was a kid.
And I know that's not their phone number. So
I mean, if they called twice to get through a do not disturb, though, I feel like that might be something important.
they can text me.
They can text me.
Could be.
If there's a third call from the same phone number,
But
then
if
it's
anybody
an
watching does
emergency.
have belief in a god or gods, because that's what we're talking about. Oops. Damn that lag. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up, because that's what we're talking about. And we're not on Do Not Disturb. You just have to hit one of those boxes, and you can be right up here and disturb the hell out of us. People do it all the time, unfortunately.
Right, Cat Father makes a really good point. If it's that much of an emergency, you should be calling 911, not me.
But what if it's directly involving you? What if it's not what if it's not an emergency services phone call?
Well, it's not that much of an emergency.
Guess not.
Hello, legend. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, I'm 31 years old. So basically...
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, definitely I have. And let me tell you how I believe in God and higher power. So I used to be an atheist, but then I had this like surgery and they gave me anesthesia. And before the surgery and anesthesia, I was like, I'm immortal and I'm never gonna die. But then, like after the anesthesia, I woke up and I was like, damn, I am like, I can't die one day. So there definitely must be a God that exists. And ever since, I 100% believe in God and Jesus Christ.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted, but now that I realize I'm not, you're saying that you had anesthesia in the surgery,
Yes.
and when you woke up from the anesthesia, you recognized your mortality, and then so decided, therefore, God.
Exactly.
Ooh,
I don't know you can hear that.
yeah, we can hear that. So just to clarify, because you decided that you are mortal, then therefore there must be a God. How does that make any sense?
I don't know. Like, because we can die.
Is it because you are afraid? You want some comfort?
Maybe. But I mean, like, if I didn't know that I'm gonna die one day, then I never could have believed in God and like creation. But then they gave me anesthesia and I was like, oh shit.
So
I'm gonna die one day. So there must be afterlife. There's no way.
Did you experience an afterlife?
while on anesthesia? Not really, no.
Then why do you assume that there is an afterlife?
Because like anesthesia was basically like a, I don't know, like it was like a similar death experiment, and that's why it was like close to death experiment.
That's not answering my question. Did you experience an afterlife? If not, then why would you assume there is one?
I never experienced afterlife, but the mortality itself can prove that there is afterlife, so there is no question. Like, I don't know. Does that make sense?
Mortality itself proves afterlife. How? Did my question lag out?
No, I'm thinking.
No, it didn't.
Before this...
While he's thinking, make sure everybody's tapping. We're at 169,000 likes. We're almost to 170, and I bet we could break 200K before I get anywhere near ready to read a poem. Go ahead, Hazel.
Before this surgery, did you have...
Yeah.
Like, before you were on anesthesia?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, why not? Who knows? Who knows that we're gonna die one day? Like, how can you prove that? Except being killed. I mean, except being unalived, you never know that. You might be able to live forever. You know what I mean?
Under anesthesia and gained mortality. You believed there was immortality, and then you had a surgery, and now you believe there's immortality because of an afterlife?
Yes.
Why is immortality required in your belief?
I don't know.
I don't know is a great answer.
Do you have anything that's actually convinced you that there is afterlife? Or
Fears, but the fact that I'm going to die one day, it's like, so there must be like, I don't know, like I mean, I had just a bit of visuals while on anesthesia, but I just don't remember them. You know what I mean? So like I might went to like afterlife for like some time, but I don't remember anything. Maybe God wanted me to like forget everything before coming off anesthesia. Maybe that's a possibility.
Have you looked into what type of anesthesia was used during your procedure?
No, I didn't. I didn't ask them about what type of anesthesia was it. They just
Were you...
Yeah.
Did they disclose the possible side effects when they administered it to you?
Not really. No.
Okay, thank you.
They just gave me some forms and I just like signed them without reading them, and then yeah, and things happen.
Were you ever injured prior to this procedure?
Maybe I did, but maybe I didn't. I don't know. I mean, I kind of felt, I don't know, more anxiety than usual, or maybe some like I don't really like remember, so I didn't recognize any like major changes after anesthesia. So I don't think so.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What was your idea of an eternal life before this surgery?
Before the surgery, I never believed. I was atheist. I was like 100% atheist, and I couldn't believe that afterlife and God exists before anesthesia. Like I never like I was like there's no
Slow down, legend.
afterlife exists because I'm not
Stop.
gonna die like anytime soon.
Stop.
And then I don't.
Stop.
Oh, okay.
Stop. Good God. Go ahead, Morgan.
May I ask which god?
I believe in Roman gods, you know, like Zeus, and like I really believe in Mother of Earth, Gaia, like Gaia and Zeus, basically. I used to believe in those.
Would you identify as a Hellenic pagan then?
Yeah. I mean, not now. Sorry, yeah, now, yes. I am identified as that. But before the surgery and anesthesia, no. So.
Can you remind me of the Hellenic afterlife story?
I mean, I went to afterlife and I kind of like felt like I expected to be like God of War.
I'm
But
not.
I felt more like a baby.
I'm not
than
asking
God of
for your
War.
personal experience. I'm asking for the written afterlife story for Hellenic paganism.
Oh, I actually don't remember. So, like, I mean, my memory is like really bad, so I cannot remember everything.
Does Elysium mean anything to you?
I don't know, maybe.
I have no further questions.
Legend.
Yes.
Can you question your belief?
Why do I have to question my belief?
Because you requested up on my panel where that's the topic. Moving right along. Think about that. Maybe. Question. Welcome back, Kat.
It wasn't an emergency.
I'm so confused.
I think he is.
It doesn't matter. I know I missed the middle part of that, but I did get the first part where he said he thought he was gonna live forever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I see Kat's box lighting up, but I don't hear Kat.
Hello.
That's
I do hear her, so I don't know what's going on with that, Thrayle.
I also hear this.
So.
She's not even on the Thrayle screen. Oh, goodness. This lag is bad.
Alright. So.
Yomer, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes. I'm 20 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher?
Yes, I do.
Excuse me, higher power or anything. So what kind of god is that?
So okay. So it'd be the Abrahamic God. Currently it's well, not currently. It's always not always been him, because I was an atheist when I was 13 through 16. I was Christian atheist. 17 through 18 still was an atheist, and then recently I started believing when I was 19. First began with the pieces of evidence that God exists, and then the reliability of Christ stance. If I'm being intellectually honest here.
So you're a deist?
Right now, yes.
That believes in the Abrahamic God.
Oh, go ahead, Kat.
Yeah. Yep.
How does that work?
How is that
All right.
deism?
Deism is a belief in an impersonal God. I mean, you can get specific, of course, in the sense that I am convinced that it's very possible and probable that God doesn't care about you or I. We're just entertainment.
That doesn't sound like the Abrahamic God, then.
If he doesn't, how are we entertaining?
How are we entertaining? Very simple. Suffering could be a pretty amusing type of entertainment, don't you think?
But you just said that he doesn't care about us.
Well, as in that, he doesn't really care about our well-being. That's what.
Okay,
what
then
I'm
how is it?
personally
Wait,
thinking.
hold on.
And he would care about us entertaining him.
Why does he care
You
about
said,
us? Yep.
you said the Abrahamic God when you first came up, right?
Yes.
This description does not fit that God. So how do those two things go together?
Well, very simple. I think the Bible does describe who God is, the three personal beings of the Trinity. I think it's plausible to believe God was Jesus, that Jesus really rose. Jesus was fucking around with us. That's why.
Why do you think this?
Well, the evidence is for Jesus Christ rising from the dead.
That's not what I asked.
That's not what he raised?
No, I asked, like, why do you think that Jesus was, quote unquote, fucking around with us?
I mean, if you suspect, someone like me were suspecting that God of the Abrahamic God is God.
Okay, why do you think God is messing with us?
God? Why do I think God is messing with us?
Yeah. Why do you think
All
that
right.
the God is the Abrahamic
yes,
God
that's
and
right,
he's
that's
just
right.
fucking with us?
Sorry, Kings 2:2, my bad. Kings 2:2.
If you think
A
that,
clear demonstration of God doing something very unnecessary, and abiding by someone cursing their enemies.
I'm sorry.
Bible.
Why would you believe the Bible?
Why would I believe the Bible?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So, the only reason why I would even bother believing the Bible is because of Jesus Christ.
Why would you believe that Jesus Christ was a real person?
Well, there's the historical evidence for him outside
What
the Bible.
historical evidence outside of the Bible?
The Gnostic Gospels, the writings of Josephus, Suetonius.
Josephus is an interpolation by Eusebius. It's a forgery. It's not. It was edited. It was added
Was it?
later by somebody
All right.
who is known to lie for the church.
All right. I've heard that when he said Jesus was king, that was inserted. That
Yeah.
the document for what was it, Josephus?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was not very well preserved.
Well, no, it was just like it just wasn't. It was just a
It was a
lie.
forgery.
Yeah, it was a forgery.
Forgery. Okay, so it was a forgery. There was no tampering. It was just a forgery.
Well, there was. It was. Yes, that's what an
I
interpolation
say forgery
is.
in and
Not
of
well
itself is
preserved,
tampering.
guys. Come on. Okay, so, anyways, Josephus is not reliable. Sorry, my bad. The Gnostic Gospels that talked very opposedly on Jesus. You can know someone has existed because you have opposing sides.
Okay,
So
we
got
know
Gnostic
that
Gospels.
we know that, like, for example, Michelangelo existed
Mhm.
because there's a grave and there's bones.
Yes.
And there's multiple time relevant accounts of people interacting with him.
Contemporaneous.
Contemporaneous even.
Are there any contemporaneous accounts of Jesus?
What was Suetonius? The writings of
Sorry, who?
Suetonius?
Suetonius, when are those?
And
Again,
is
Gnostic
When are those
Gospels
from?
were very opposed to Jesus Christ once again. So
when
You said Centonius. When were those
Centonius, my
written?
bad, Centonius.
When is that?
I think that was about 60 years after.
That's not
Is
contemporaneous
that
then.
contemporaneous? Yeah, if those are 60 years after his unalivement, that wouldn't
All
be
right.
contemporaneous, would it?
So, do you think Augustine existed?
Who?
Augustine?
What does that make a difference?
Well, the writings after him were about 60 years as well.
Those are still not contemporaneous.
Am I
All right,
basing
so you believe Augustine
religion?
did
I'm
not
sorry,
exist.
hang on. Nobody said that. Why are you doing this? That's weird. Nobody said that.
Nobody
So-
said that, I know, but if you're going to follow
then
your
why did you?
logic...
So stop.
Hold on.
So stop.
No.
Why are you trying to assert that people are saying things they're not? If
I'm
you're
not saying that you said that.
Okay, so then stop. So if you're saying that the writings from 60 years after the unalivement of Jesus is contemporaneous and that's reason enough to believe it, are you doing the same thing with other things? And here you brought up Augustine, and if the writing is 60 years later, are you basing a religion around Augustine? Is that the divine Son of God, and you're following the words that he supposedly said that people wrote 60 years later?
So, okay. Okay,
So
well...
it doesn't compare, does it?
Alright. I do not follow religion, by the way. You know what religion is? Can you define it?
I'm not here to define religion for you, Yomer.
Hey, I know a better
If you can
definition.
question your beliefs,
Fine.
I don't know why you're just kind of acting weird here. You don't believe in it as a personal God. You believe in it and somehow as a deistic God. And the question is, why believe in this God at all?
Oh, I see what I walked into. You cannot be deist and believe that a god just doesn't care about you. I'm not
Hey,
supposed to say no.
Yomer, shut the fuck up. Quit projecting what you think everybody else believes, because we didn't do that. Nobody said what you can and can't believe. Can you read the fucking screen? You can drop the victim complex and read the screen.
All right.
Okay. Read the screen and you can come back. Where's Thrayle's patience?
You had those?
I did. I started the live with all kinds of patience.
Oh.
Eh.
Haven't seen them in a while.
I think you were patient.
I just
He was
sure.
annoying.
It was the victim complex and the whole, oh well, I see, I just can't be a deist and believe in this. I'm not allowed to. Fuck off.
What I don't understand is how he believes in the Abrahamic God and as a deist, but also believes
That
that
was my
Jesus is
problem.
God. Yeah, but also believes Jesus is God. So, how?
It'd be great if we could have questioned him, but he didn't read the prompt. He just came up here to say things and not be questioned. Or at least pretend to be a victim if the questions got too tough.
They get so defensive.
It's really sad, honestly. And I don't mean like, I don't like pity them, but like, I don't know, man. Go see a therapist, please.
Critical thinking in school.
Very likely.
100%.
I'll try and
It's
fix
a
them.
real problem. Yeah. Hazel's gonna change the world.
I don't know about that, but I'll like contribute, I guess.
I'll like contribute, I guess.
Ethereal Ember says to check my coffee maker for the patients. Maybe it'll come back after a cup. I don't know, it's been a few hours. Maybe a blueberry coffee is just what I need.
It probably might make you a little bit more pleasant. I don't think you're unpleasant, but the guests
I
seem
don't
to.
Blueberry coffee sounds delicious.
It is the best coffee.
I like tea.
I like tea too. I like coffee too, though. But I really like tea.
I have a whole cabinet of loose leaf tea. It's my favorite.
I'm growing some mamaki tea.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, I'm excited. I don't know how to make it into tea, but I'm gonna figure it out.
Just dehydration is all it is.
So I was thinking, just dehydrate the leaves, grind them up, makes tea. It seems right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
It makes Huggy laugh when you tell people to fuck off, and she likes that. And we love Huggy. She is fantastic.
Really
So
hard not to tell people
it's
to
great
fuck
when
off.
things.
But every once in a while, somebody just seems like they need to be told.
Like that. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Sometimes people just need to be asked what the fuck is wrong with them. And sometimes people just need to be told to fuck off.
We actually got some comments in this live were filtered.
Oh
we don't
my
get
god.
that very often.
Does it show you what was filtered?
No.
Y'all are being too crazy down there. Listen here, you ungodly. Where's the believers? We need the believers.
Well, Yomer came back. Maybe he can question his beliefs.
I mean, yeah, I do question my beliefs. Yes.
Okay.
Anyways,
so
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Do you remember where we were? What questions we were asking?
Okay, so we were going to why do I believe Jesus even existed in the first place?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I pulled a red herring. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pull a red herring. That was terrible. So, okay. So I'm convinced that the Gnostic Gospels, the writings of Plutonius are, even though the age the age difference is 60 years after the fact, just because something was written 60 years after the fact, I know that might be a problem, but things often written about an historical event are usually published although found further from the event. And I brought up the wrong person when I talked about I was saying Augustine, but I was actually supposed to try to bring up Alexander the Great. So
also somebody we don't base a religion on.
Yeah, that was supposed to be the red herring, but I'm over that now. So that's why I believe he exists, because there's two clearly opposing sides. The historically reliable books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and then the Gnostic Gospels. They clearly oppose each other.
Mm-hmm.
They have opposing views of Jesus. That's
they're all written 60 or more years later.
Yes, they're written.
So then why would any of them lead you to believe that he existed?
They are the earliest accounts we have of Jesus Christ.
Right. So then why would they lead you to believe in him?
All right. So I'm convinced that they would at least.
Why?
Because they are clearly at least talking about someone that has existed. We don't have.
How can you tell?
We didn't have epic poetry written up before 400 AD.
So there was no epic poetry before 400 AD?
Correct.
Are you sure of that? Are you quite sure of that?
Now that you mention it, I thought the epic poetries of idiots in the Odyssey was written in what was it, 1600s, 1400s? Sorry, big jump, I know. That was one of the earlier.
Odyssey. AD, 1400 AD.
1480.
Where did you get that information from?
What?
Oh, fudge. Hold on. Never mind. Apparently, epic poetry is 4,000 years old.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So older than the Bible.
Oh, is right. So older than the Bible. Right. That's right. And then... Okay, how about historical fiction? Is that the argument I'm supposed to make? Historical fiction. All right, my bad. Historical fiction was supposed to be the argument. Historical fiction has not been written back then. Historical fiction has first existed in 1814.
Yomer, who are you arguing with?
What is happening?
He's in the middle of a debate, a fierce debate.
All right. So, the reason why I would suspect the Gnostic Gospels and the books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are reliable, at least point out the existence of Jesus Christ, is
Who wrote
because
those books?
both writing is because the four other books oppose the Gnostic Gospels.
My friend, slow
And we
down.
don't.
Who wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
Obviously, those books are in the Bible, and obviously, I'm not trying to claim here that the Bible is the Word of God. Anyone here that believes the Bible is the Word of God before reading it is
right. We can skip that. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was
Yes.
trying to save you from insulting people who might be watching.
Yes.
Yeah. What was the question that Morgan just asked you?
So the question was, what were the book? Who wrote
the
books?
Gospels? Yeah.
The Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah. Who wrote them?
Who wrote them? Matthew wrote Matthew. John wrote John.
How do you know that?
How do I know their names?
No, how do you know that they wrote those chapters?
You mean those books? Okay, so if you're asking me to prove it in the sense that I need to show you that it can't be another way.
Nope. We're trying to find out why you believe it.
Why do I believe that?
Yes.
Why do I believe the books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are historically reliable?
Why do you believe they're written by the names that they say they're written by? Why do you believe that?
All right. So I guess the first thing would be that those names existed first. But they were the
What?
Those names existed
first. No. Sorry, my bad. Because the authors wrote their name there. There were footers. Weren't there footers?
Are you referring to the printed Bible as it is now?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Have you read any other version of the Bible than the one that you're reading now?
In its entirety, unfortunately, no. I have not read the Bible in its entirety quite yet. So that's not. So unfortunately, I don't have the all the Gospels read.
So, just for your knowledge, modern Bibles, that's normal print for a Bible. That does not mean that each of these books throughout the entire Bible was written by those people.
All right. Right. I guess that's true. I mean, just because they wrote their names doesn't mean it has to be that their name. Or, I mean, names doesn't mean it has to be their names. I mean, sure.
I would advise doing some research on who contributed the books to the Bible.
Yes. All right. Well, want to continue?
Continue what, Yomer? What do you think is happening here?
Discussion.
Just to clarify, you believe that the Bible is somehow true, and at the same time that the God is deistic and not theistic in nature, right?
All right. Okay, you kind of deistic and theistic. Deism is a type of theism, sir. That's...
I see. So you think it is a non-interactive God does not respond to prayers?
Yeah.
I don't...
How do I get that from the Bible?
The one that talks about praying to that God and all the interactions it has with humanity.
You know, all right. I'm starting to think you... So you're thinking I believe the whole Bible is true. Obviously, that's no. I don't believe the whole Bible is true.
Can you please stop assuming what we think?
Okay.
None of
Sorry.
us have said that at all.
All right. Here's
What-
one.
What is being asked of you is, it does not appear that the Abrahamic God can be the Abrahamic God and also a non-interactive God. Those two things do not, cannot be true at the same time. So how did you arrive to this conclusion?
I think he started becoming more deistic after Christ.
What evidence do you have to point to that? What led you to this?
What led me to this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we take this at face value, what else has he really done after Christ's existence?
How would you know?
How would I know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how would you know
what he's doing outside of time and space? But
Right, so how could you come to the conclusion that he stopped interacting?
Well, clearly he probably doesn't reach to his followers to actually critique parts of the Bible, like when Jesus says he doesn't
clearly?
know yeah, clearly.
What do you mean by that?
God is all of existence itself. Can it lose memory? Can it lose knowledge?
What?
If a God...
No, I heard the question. I don't need you to talk to me like I'm stupid. I don't understand how we got from what evidence do you see that this God stopped interacting with humanity to you asking me a question?
I was about
That's
to...
completely unrelated.
I was setting something up. Yes.
Just tell me the evidence.
All right. Jesus Christ said that he doesn't know the day nor the hour. On the day or the hour that he will be returning. Clearly, from a theistic view, that's impossible for Jesus Christ to really be God in human form, day or the hour when he's coming back, but the Father knowing.
What if he just told them that?
Exactly. Then he would have lied.
Okay, and?
Well, and because he would have lied.
He also told them that they were literally eating his body and drinking. So, like, unless you believe in transubstantiation, which you might, I don't know.
Yeah, which, all right, but you don't see, you probably don't see the contradiction that I brought up. Did you?
Jesus lied.
Assuming what we think.
Yeah, okay, good. At least you see that it's not impossible. It's impossible for Jesus Christ to not have lied. Would have been the argument, because it's not possible for...
Can we be... I know that you know what the end of that question.
Alright. Request out.
Oh, man. No, if I gotta be honest, I do not know right now. I think I should get going.
I appreciate you, Yomer. Maybe another time you'll have more answers, and who knows, you might be able to question those. We definitely will. But for now, keep asking questions.
Good morning, Joe.
Yes, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Angel. Good morning, Imaginist. Good morning to Mimi and Eric and everybody else who's just joining us. If you're just joining us, and those of you who have been here all night, thank you too. But if you, anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. We are not here to argue or debate. We just want to know if you can question it. Well, then, what is that belief, and why do you believe it?
I think he was
The
so
deist
confused.
Abrahamic God.
No, he was so confused what was happening. He's like, why aren't they fighting me?
Mm-hmm.
I was handling something, but I briefly heard, and so it was kind of, epic poems are 4,000 years old? Well, that's not good for me, and that was funny. Poor guy.
Oh, man. I mean, he just genuinely seemed ill-informed. I hope so, too.
Click the little request button.
So close, Hazel.
Let's hope that he doesn't scroll in on Everlasting and Cyber Deconstruction talking about Tacitus one day. So that would be...
We're not here to change your mind. We're not
We're
here
not
to tell you you're wrong for believing.
or right.
Or
I
right
actually
for
suck at
believing.
debating, so
I just disengage with arguments like so fast. Like I just like not all the time, but most of the time.
Loyal Rain, I would say you need to ask yourself if you think it's wrong.
And why?
Morgan, Cat, what have y'all been contemplating lately? Any wooey beliefs in there?
I'm still contemplating. I am legitimately still contemplating hard determinism because of that guy. No.
No, lately I've been, I mean, obviously I'm in here practically every day. And, you know, it's got me thinking about, because I'm probably the wooiest person in the panel at the moment.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah. Gotten to a point where I genuinely I can't say for sure. Like, and I think that's my answer when it comes to, you know, if there is deities. Because it's always been in realizing that the more I spend time in here.
Is it okay if there isn't deities?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's. I feel like if there were something that we had to know for it, wouldn't there be something inherently across every human that
it wouldn't
says
conceal
like
itself.
Right. It wouldn't conceal itself. There wouldn't be these questions. There wouldn't be all of these. There would be a universal truth that everybody acknowledges. Every single person.
Would that
But I
be
also like
because
the
the
whimsy.
deity? I like the whimsy too. Would that be because the deity doesn't conceal itself? In our minds that we're born with.
I would think
Well,
it
how
would
that look?
be an inherent thing.
Why?
I don't know.
Because my initial instinct in that case would be like, everybody knows about the deity because the deity doesn't conceal itself and reveals itself to everybody. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and like that's what makes it, because like then it begs the question: how is it revealing itself?
Yeah, I have no idea.
And
You
that's
really
yeah.
believe it? Like, if somebody was claiming deity status in front of us, would we really? Is that
Well, I don't
cool?
think.
Well,
I
and
don't
that's
think
why
that
I don't think that's why I don't think it's going to be like a physical manifestation, because I don't think a single person would fucking believe it.
Well, like, yeah, I didn't mean necessarily like a physical manifestation. I just meant like the deity would have it like inherent and with us when we're born. Like, why would we believe that?
Well, we would have to, because it would be inherent.
Right, but if it's a belief and it's something that is never like shown to
But
us,
that's the thing, is then it wouldn't be a belief. It would be a fact because we would know it.
but it'd have no empiricism behind it.
Morgan, what
Which means it can
deities,
still be questioned, and you can come to the conclusion that it doesn't exist, even if it does.
what deities do you maybe might no longer possibly believe in?
Sorry. So I practice paganism. And I have my own genealogy into my practice. So I incorporate Slavic, Celtic, oh my god, words. Norse. So it's a few pantheons, the few different traditions from each of those. I say a few different. I try to incorporate it as much as I can within modern society. But yeah, so that.
To what extent did you believe in them? Were they physical beings? Did they exist
So
in
that's,
the past?
and that was actually what I was going to bring up next, is because this is, God, this is always so difficult to explain. So I see a lot of parallels throughout time since written word became written word. There are storylines that repeat over and over and over again, and they are only deviated by cultural and geographical influence. And with that idea, that tells me, or at least I came to the conclusion, that all of these deities, all these stories, all these religions, they're just a different facet of the same story, of the same ideal that's being spoken about. So the way that I view is almost like an idea of that. I can't.
Is it a personification of a quality, an emotion, or something?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Oh, it's kind of like my idea of God then, except I don't personify it.
Well, no, so I'm saying that I am moving further away from the personification of it and seeing it more as
Conceptual, emotional.
Yeah.
Morgan, have I ever asked you what is love?
Oh
give me a break. Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't think you've ever asked me that, no.
Well, I can. What is love? What do you think love is?
Don't do it.
I've been you so hard this whole time, like just like trying not to.
What is love? Love is
all you need.
A battlefield.
Oh, that's really tough. I mean, I would
I
say it's a
love it.
concept that
everybody's perception of love is different.
Slay. Thank you.
What
So,
even got to do with it, Hazel?
because we were talking about concepts, and I wanted to see one. That one didn't get in my little brain.
But I am curious of your answer.
Of what love is?
No, what Kat was saying.
Brain.
Why did you ask her what love is?
Oh, because we were talking about concepts, and if you personify concepts, I was curious if love was one of them.
I don't know that I personify concepts. That might not be the most accurate representation.
Is it maybe that you had these like ideas about personified deities, and those like personified ideas are moving into non-personified concepts, kind of like the other way, backwards?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, because it goes back to the parallel storyline thing where the morals of these stories and tales and myths and legends and all of these religious texts that we have, like, it just boils down to morality concepts.
What?
And you
Oh, go
like,
ahead, Ken.
can you hear me? It looks like I have bars, but so it's not so much that you personified the concepts, it's that you knew the personification.
Oh, I'm losing you.
Think ups and away from it.
I don't remember. But I think what Kat is asking is you first understood them as like persons, as deities.
Right.
Were they, I guess my new question, I don't know if Kat was asking this, is how did you interact with those deities? Was it like communicative? Did you talk to them? Did you work with them in practice? How did they affect your life? And how did the transition happen to
Honestly, the transition really happened when I started homeschooling my kids. Because I had to be familiar with the concepts that I was teaching them, and I didn't homeschool to teach rhetoric. I homeschooled to ensure complete knowledge for life. And I had initially started my children with a Waldorf program that I adjusted to be a little more secular because I wasn't interested in teaching religious doctrine, but I wasn't going to hide religion from them. Like, it would still be something they'd be taught about, but does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. Like what we do here. Like you began to critically think. So you began to question.
And so that the critical thinking as well, I spent 10 years in the military being trained to critically think specifically for my job. And I got out last year, and I guess I just started applying that more to my own like home life, because I didn't have to direct that energy and attention to the military anymore.
What has changed since this belief has changed or is changing?
I think just the like my understanding of like my experience, if that makes sense. It doesn't really, but like that's the best way I can word it.
It kind of makes sense. You just said the understanding of your experience.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. I feel closer to myself and like who I am.
Have you found that you attribute your accomplishments to yourself more? Or were you attributing accomplishments to like deities before?
I would jokingly attribute things to deities, but I have for you, they can just empower you to do it for yourself. And that's where again the stories come in. That's why we have those legends and myths, is to empower you to be like Odysseus or whoever, you know.
Sure, that makes sense. If you believe in a god like Odysseus or all the other gods,
Good job, Hazel.
request on up and tell us about it, and also question if you really believe in it, like Morgan.
Progress.
Excuse me. Did not mean to cough
That was
directly
so
into
nice
the
of you to
microphone.
just come off mute and cough
Just to
directly
cough.
at us.
Right at you. Take that. Hello, Dion. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Hey there, Dion. Did you mean to request up? Guess not.
I think Dion might have fallen asleep.
I'm gonna guess so. And we
Sleep
got nothing
requests
wrong.
happen.
That's right. Sleep requests happen. Nothing wrong with that. Appreciate everybody watching and tapping the screen so much that you fall. Hey, Jose, can I get your age for TikTok? TOS. Oh, I guess Jose isn't connected. There he is. Hey, Jose, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Jose, did you mean to join us? As we said, sleep requests happen, I guess.
That's one of my professor's names. And I was like, whoa, what if it's him?
Professor Jose.
Yeah.
That would be spooky.
Like literally Jose Garcia. The amount of times though I've wanted to like just email a link to my professors this live, I think that'd be entertaining.
It's a little early to read poetry. Are we there yet?
I don't think so.
No, we're not. We're not there yet. Because one of these 100 people has a belief in a god, gods, or something like that. And you can question it
Do you like
politely
sword
and
for
respectfully and honestly.
Are you sure they can question it?
I'm sure somebody can.
Upper left-hand
No, there
corner
isn't.
of your screen.
No, there is.
Yep, there's a poll. And that'll tell us if you can question it or if you're afraid. Or if you just don't believe at all. Or if you don't know. The poll will tell us all. If you vote in the poll, you gotta vote in the poll, or it's not gonna tell us shit.
That was really funny.
Hmm.
And Thrayle is trying to like purposely be provocative with that second answer.
Me? Be purposely provocative. When?
I really like this background.
I do too. I was gonna compliment it earlier.
I've been.
I think this is really good though. I really like it. Not that it has to stay this. I'm just saying it's very nice.
A new one every night.
Oh my god, the live would never happen if you had to make a new background every day.
Are you saying that I procrastinate?
And also, you're a
started making
perfectionist.
this background like 5 minutes before. You were always saying we're late. Also, I do like this background.
Yeah, it's not
Your
right.
hair looks good in it.
Literally, if Thrayle had to make a new background every day, you guys, we would never have a show. Because that's all he would be doing.
I agree with Michael V. The purple lettering is chef's kiss.
No, I feel like the Bat Goddess looks like dope with the purple. It gives it a vibe.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like an aura.
Yes, an aura. Perfect.
Like an aura that's good enough for a t-shirt.
Ooh. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I think it's a good bumper sticker too, or just sticker of any sort. It would be a good sticker. People like stickers.
Oh yeah,
Like
I would absolutely
Batcolyte
put
as
that
a
on my
sticker,
laptop.
I would get that.
Oh yeah, dude, I would get a bunch of them and put them all over the place.
Put one on my
I also want a
car.
what the fuck sticker.
Mm-hmm. I want the psychedelic hippie one.
Oh, you. Oh, that'd be
Not the AI.
the energy god. What the fuck? That would be hilarious. That'd be so cool and like honestly so easy because you have all the designs already.
Buttons is challenging you, Thrayle.
Ooh.
That's
Oh, I
such a good
see.
idea.
I'm gonna have to rise to the challenge.
What the fuck stickers are a fantastic idea. Also, I want hoodies more than t-shirts.
You live in
Porque no
Hawaii.
los dos?
Yeah, porque no los dos.
I'm wearing a hoodie right now. It gets cold, and I wear a lot of sweatshirts because it's never like cold, but it's like there's a lot of sweatshirt weather. I wear a lot of sweatshirts. I like sweatshirts.
I need a beanie with that on it.
Beanie would be so cute with a little skull.
With the Batcolyte text and the little bat goddess skull.
People are gonna start thinking it's a band.
Maybe it is.
Hello, Mimi.
Hello, loves.
Totally vote
Hello,
beanie.
Mimi. How are you doing?
I would totally rock a beanie.
Good morning.
So I came back as a secondary to an original conversation we had. Because you left me questioning myself. So I did, and I've come back with answers.
Ooh, I do like answers.
Okay, so last time we talked, I was talking about, was there a possibility that what I encountered was a manifestation of my own intent, right? So I sat back and I thought about that, and I don't believe it was, because manifestation would feel like something that I initially created. What I felt like I encountered wasn't something I manifested in a form of me creating it. It felt more like a summoning of something that I normal. But it definitely was an encounter of some kind. So I guess my belief is I believe in the supernatural.
Could you have done so subconsciously?
I don't believe so, because I've had plenty of times where I've walked through the same woods and never had an instance like that, but more so, like this was a specific situation where I was calling out to something, but I have had moments where I haven't been doing anything with intent and I've still encountered something. Like I was subconsciously doing it because in that time I was consciously trying to do it. But I've had moments where I was just walking through and encountered things or had moments happen.
Is your intent required for your subconscious to place something?
Absolutely not. The area, it's already kind of the lore of the area that there's something in the woods. So
Right.
maybe it could be subconscious because of the area itself with the stigma of the woods. And at first I registered it as something evil, right? But now I'm questioning that even in itself, because evil is that has the origins from mythology and religion. So I don't necessarily call what I encountered evil anymore, because that suggests a religion to it or some kind of religion with it. But whatever it was, I definitely call supernatural.
I thought for sure Morgan would have a follow-up.
I'm thinking.
You think that it is unquestionable that what you encounter?
Absolutely not, because I've been questioning it the whole time since the last conversation. What I will say is that I think it is more easy for me to accept that the supernatural exists, because throughout time with so we always usually measure things with scientific measure. That's why evil doesn't exist. You can't measure it scientifically. Throughout time, we're gaining tools to be able to actually measure the supernatural scientifically. So that gives me, I guess, more belief in it, that there is some kind of measurement being established. There is data being collected of the possibility of it actually existing.
Are you talking about
It's all kinds of different forms of what would be considered supernatural or unknown normal creatures.
Can you define supernatural for me real quick? At least you're under, like, how you're using it.
Supernatural for me would mean outside the realm of normal, so outside our perception of reality.
What's reality?
The experience that you are having as an individual, to me. Everyone's reality is different because reality is perception. So for me, my reality would be what I'm experiencing at that time. Doesn't mean it's everyone else's reality. It just means it's mine as an individual.
Would you say that reality has to be true?
Absolutely not. I think reality can be subjective. Again, according to the individual.
Okay. What would happen to your belief if these ghost hunting tools were further developed, but they disprove the very thing they're trying to measure?
I would say I should probably go back to therapy and tell them I might for pills. I would tell them at this point I'm scared that I'm actually schizophrenic, and to the point of having hallucinations outside of myself, either auditory or real, like physical.
Well, I mean more so not disprove that they exist at all, but they explained the unexplained. If that does that make sense?
I think I would find peace in that, because the unknowing of it is what makes it, I guess, taboo or scary for people. But if you could collect data on it and give someone a significant answer of, yes, this actually exists, or no, it doesn't exist, there might be a peace in it. I don't know. Some people like ignorance and bliss, so they may not like knowing that it actually exists. Whereas I would.
I'm trying to think of how to word this properly, sorry. This is an example that I use a lot in this concept, where back in medieval times we had alchemy, right? And, we were trying to turn lead into gold, and, now within modern society, we understand alchemy as chemistry. So if these tools that are being developed to measure the supernatural or quantify it
if they reach a scientific conclusion for the phenomenon, what does that do to that belief in the supernatural for you?
Gives me reassurance that I wasn't crazy. Gives me reassurance that what I was encountering was something outside of my own subconscious or outside of my own manifestation. That this wasn't something that I delulued for myself, that it was absolutely a possibility. Now, that doesn't mean that every encounter that I did have, that one might have not been real and another been subconscious. That's also something I begin looking back at. Which ones do I feel like were actual encounters and which ones could have been just the sub?
I'm trying to think of how else I can, because I'm not sure you're understanding the question I'm asking, and I don't know if it's let me think on it for a moment.
I've been a little distracted, but I think I've gotten most of it. Is it possible that you might have had a hallucination, also that not be connected to a larger psychological problem?
I guess so. Just in the sense because psychic mediums feel like they have encounters all the time that's a vision that they have within themselves that doesn't necessarily make it so, but they full-heartedly believe in it.
So
Say they do.
They say they do, exactly.
Go ahead.
I have spent a lot of time practicing the ability to recognize my own hallucinations. And I'm pretty good at it. And I don't think that I have a huge psychological issue, but I do know that sometimes these things do happen with no outside, without you're not sleeping enough. Sometimes it happens because you're really stressed out. Sometimes you get an idea in your head and bring it about for yourself. This doesn't mean that you're quote unquote crazy or that you have an overarching issue. It just means that our brains are really cool things, and the things that they will do given enough stimulation in a specific way. Does that make sense?
I think one reason I don't consider it a hallucination, Cat, is because it wasn't singular to me. So at the time of this encounter, I've had encounters that were singular with just me. At this time, it was a group of people. Everyone was able to recognize that they sensed or felt something was there without us talking amongst each other. That we were having was more proof to me that it wasn't something that I was doing. Also, is that other people who were having their own reality at the moment were also feeling the similar feelings and registering that there was something, again, what I'll say, unnatural there.
There's a phenomena that about group hallucinations. It does happen.
I'm
Are you
aware.
familiar with the
I've
concept of confirmation bias?
No, please tell me about this. Confirmation bias.
So it is a phenomenon where a group basically confirms.
Sorry.
So it's basically where a group essentially creates an event by confirming it amongst themselves.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that, but I'll say that I would still believe that it was what it was without the group there. The group affirming that something was there was not the determining factor of whether I believed it was there or not. There could have been 3 of them out of all of us that said, I didn't experience anything, and it still wouldn't have changed what the reality for me was just because they did not agree with me. So I don't think it would have been necessarily a bias because not everyone felt like they encountered something, but multiple people felt like they did. Outside of that, though, I wouldn't have needed all of their confirmation to feel like what I experienced was real.
Did you have a follow-up there, Kat?
Morgan was the last one to ask a question, but I don't.
I thought it was your question. My mistake.
I do ask that question a lot. No, it is a question that I ask a lot. Morgan just asked it this time.
That must be what my brain did. Morgan, did you have a follow-up?
I do not have one at this time, no.
Is it important to you, Mimi, that the supernatural exists?
No, not really. If it did come out to pass where we gained enough tools to say definitively this does not exist, it wouldn't be devastating for me. It would just furthermore that, again, really check into myself. I'm kind of used to accepting, oh, that was crazy of you to think, you're crazy. Okay.
Like that, like, and I don't want it to feel like that was implied.
Let me clarify. I don't feel like it was implied that I was crazy. If it is a hallucination, I've had actual crazy hallucinations where I've had those moments where you're hungry or you're tired and you see something that wasn't necessarily there.
Yeah.
As like a form of hallucination. I think I have the ability to discern between the 2 different forms of it. Like this.
Could you imagine not recognizing that you're tired or fatigued? Or not thinking into it just a moment longer and the hallucination as an experience? Is it possible that that's similar to what you've experienced?
Yeah, absolutely. Because whether it was real or a hallucination, it was absolutely an experience in itself. So, was that
Is this
scary?
the same?
Thrayle?
It's not a.
Was that scary for you?
Well, it was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
Did you feel like it was watching you or maybe wanted something from you? Did you feel menace from it?
Oh, absolute menacing, yeah. I was standing in my kitchen after watching a bunch of scary movies, and I was going to get a snack, and I'd been up probably more than a day at this point. And it was maybe 3 a.m. and I looked out the window at the back door, and just as I looked at the window, something with these evil, sharp-looking eyes just was staring at me menacingly with these huge, protruding fangs. And at that moment, the door opened, and my brother was standing there.
Shut up.
Okay, now my next question, was the demon there for you or for the snack? I'm just saying, if it was a good enough snack you pulled out, maybe it wasn't you. Maybe he was just hungry.
Or I was fatigued, and I was hungry, and I was primed for something scary.
Deftone dude says you were the snack.
That is the right answer.
I was about to say that maybe you were the demon. Like maybe it was a reflection. It was your hunger reflecting back at you.
You're hangry?
Right.
It was a
But
manifestation of hunger.
I realized in the moment the door opened that it was just me being hungry and tired and primed with scary movies. And being startled. But if I hadn't, if I'd run it, could I have gone on with the notion in my mind that I had somehow seen a demon?
I would have. I just would have offered it objectively when I described it. Like, hey, I could have seen this because of horror movies or this, or I could have actually seen this. Up to you.
I'm still pretty convinced about the beach house ghosts.
I was about to ask, has anyone up here, Thrayle, Hazel, Kat, Morgan, have any of you encountered something you would classify as supernatural? Other than hunger demons, Thrayle.
Oh, I am a hunger demon. But yeah, I think Thrayle that the beach house ghosts are kind of compelling to me still. I don't know. I don't really think they're ghosts, but I don't know what they are. I don't think they're hallucinations, but maybe they are.
Yeah. Pretty frequently.
I think I've noticed that I start to analyze everything from the beginning, from trying to reverse that slowly and go the logical way first.
Yeah, it's a tough transition.
Catfather, the beach house ghosts are the ghosts that live at the beach house.
Oh, goodbye, Thrayle.
He'll be back. He has to like reset sometimes.
Yeah.
And when I say so, I used to live at this beach house, and there were ghosts, and they weren't scary. And I don't really think they were ghosts, but I don't know what it was. I don't know. It's like, what is it? It's a weird experience.
When you say ghost cat, do you mean that you feel like they were spirits, or do you feel like they were like human spirits trapped here? Like, were they human of any kind?
No. So I have this really weird theory about. No, I know exactly what I think they are, and it's not a ghost. But it just ties into my really weird theory about time, and then like some assumptions and possibilities. But I don't think they were ghosts. I think okay. So what I think is I think that instead of time being linear and happening linearly, time happens all at the same time, and you just experience your portion of it. And so I think that when we see ghosts or whatever, it's really just something that is happening in this place at a different time. Then for whatever reason, like it, you can see it for a brief, whatever. And so it's not a ghost. It's just a thing that's also happening because everything's happening at the same time. That's what I think.
I actually love that. But okay, so question. When you catch those little tidbits of time, other time, in your time, do you think it's time from the future, time in the present, or time that we would label in the past in that moment that you're encountering? So if it's a present time for you, do you think it's present time for them too?
I have no idea.
I've often wondered that if I kind of agree with you on that, Kat, but sometimes I wonder if it's residual left over from the past that's stuck in that time loop.
Well, see, if it's all happening at the same time, it's all happening at the same time.
It's going to raise
So there
some
is no
questions.
past or future because it's all happening at the same time.
Time in itself is a man-made concept.
That the way we measure time is like a language that we use to describe an experience that we have. I think time is a thing that it's like objectively time is hard to describe, maybe indescribable. I don't really know. I'm not a scientist.
So you don't see time as something like we exist in. You see it more as like a space we hold. And time is the measurement you use, like it's the measurement of it.
For our purposes, like as humans, I see time as like as the way that we describe or like track our experience, right? These are the universal like units we came up with to describe and track this experience that we have. Objectively, time is intertwined with space, I guess. And I don't really know how that works.
Is space subjective or is it real?
I don't, that's not a fair question. You know the answer.
What? I missed
I don't know.
fair. You
I
don't.
don't know if any of it's real.
I'm just asking what you think.
I don't know if it's real. I have no idea if any of it's real. You could be a brain in a vat. I could be a brain in a vat. Thrill's certainly a brain in a vat.
If it's a measurement, doesn't that still suggest that to measure it?
No, it's just like a language that we developed to make it make sense to us.
Do you think it's a language that only we understand? Like if there are extraterrestrials out there, do you think they would understand the language of time?
Not maybe, but probably not in the way that we describe it. They would probably have their own way to describe it.
Do you think that time travel is possible? That you could figure out a way to break from your time and step into the other time if it's all happening at once?
I suppose theoretically, if this is how I think time works, then it could be possible. But I don't know that we will ever like do it, or that I care that to do it, or that we can.
That was my next question. I was about to ask, if you could figure that out, would you choose to step into a different time?
No, I don't really care to. No. I don't know that that would be wise anyway.
If we didn't have time as a measurement, what do you think we would have come up with to, I guess, gauge our experience if that's what we use to measure? Like,
I have to ask Mimi, where are we going with this? Because
she's just got me thinking now. Like, I'm just asking her questions as I'm thinking of them. Like,
I'd really like to get back to questioning believers' beliefs about the things they believe. Are we questioning Kat about her theory of time?
we got on the theory of time, and I was questioning Kat, for a second, because I found what she said to be very interesting, because I kind of agree with her.
Potential guests, and I would like to get to them. I do wonder, Mimi, about where your questions will lead you. But I think we can keep asking more of those. At a further time.
You can come to Discord and ask me questions about time.
I was about to say, I'll come to Discord and write you about the time conversation, Kat, because I really do want to talk to you about it.
This is definitely something that would fit in Discord really well. But I appreciate you, Mimi, and I think I'm going to go ahead and bring up a new guest and leave a box open. So I'm going to move on. I appreciate you so much, though.
Thank you, guys. Have a good morning.
Thank you too, Mimi. Take care and keep asking questions. You're really, really good at it. Hello, Raven Jade. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 44.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. And I will say that, like, I'm really sick, so I've been, like, in and out of this live, but it's been super interesting, very mentally stimulating. But I'm gonna be more like on a layman's term, like on layman's terms. So
What god do you believe in?
So I don't. I kind of believe in like a higher being, a power, if you will. I don't know if I would even call it a god, or like one singular god. I believe in like a miraculous being that formed and created certain things in our universe, but
why?
Because I don't think there's any other like true explanation for it. There's so much. I mean, if you think about like how large our galaxy is and the universe and just the dinosaurs and evolution and just everything, it's almost like it has to be some type of
um, miraculous incident or being that created it. And so that's why I don't specifically call it like a god. I just think there's like some type of miracle that took place in order for all this to happen, because it, it didn't just come up into thin air. And I was adopted when I was little, and I was adopted into like a Jewish family. So up until I got like into my late teen, early adult years, I literally just was going with the flow of what I was told I was supposed to believe in. And I think that's what a lot of people end up doing, is they just believe what they've been taught to believe. And so it's always been a confusing subject for me, because you have, all my friends, most of them were Christian growing up, and the Bible this and the Bible that. And I just thought those stories about...
My lag is catching up again.
Sorry? What was that?
Thrayle may be having audio problems.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so like I was saying, like I always thought the stories that my friends would tell me about the Bible and their the Christian religion were very far-fetched, like animals on an ark and whales that ate people and things of this nature. So for me, it was never an option to believe in that, but also was never an option to believe in Judaism, because...
Okay.
Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, I was trying to cut in there for a moment. And now, the God you believe in is a God that is of what faith? I feel like we've been on a journey, but we haven't.
Yeah, I mean,
really,
I
we've
don't
kind of
have a specific God that I believe in, or a specific faith that I believe in. I am more of like a person that's based on, if there's kind of like a trace of scientific evidence, I'm more moved to believe that than the writings of men. It's hard for me to believe in
one.
Sorry?
Sorry, it's my lag catching up again. Trying to fix that. You said you don't know what God you believe in, but you do believe that there is a God.
A higher being, like even if
a creator,
just spiritual, maybe not even a creator, like a specific creator, but just something that created this, because something would have had to create all of...
Why did something have to create this?
Because things aren't created from nothing.
Created from nothing.
Like everything in life
When
is
you say
created
that
from something.
when you say that something created this, what did it create this from?
That I don't know. Like that, again, unless I am if I see it, I'm more prone to believing it, or if I see some type of historical evidence, like fossils, for example, I am more prone to believing it. But if I don't, then I can't tell you. I'm not one to say, oh, I assume it's this. I'm not an assumer. So for me, it's just, I believe something huge and magnificent created our existence. I can't say that it's a specific God. And then, again, having the background I did, as far as religion goes, that made it even more confusing to me. So as an adult, I'm not religious whatsoever. Get a man-written book and say, oh, that I believe this to be truth because over thousands and thousands of years, people have written this. It's just hard for me to grasp that and believe it and believe in it and have faith in that. Okay, no problem.
If you don't believe in the man-made books and scriptures and religion written, why do you believe in that there's a God?
Well, again, I don't believe that there's necessarily a God. I just believe
Oh, I'm
some
sorry.
miraculous, magnificent, unexplainable, situation. It could even be a situation. It doesn't even have to be a person who did this or a being that did this, but some magical, not even magical, that's not the right word, but just magnificent,
Supreme Creator.
something beyond my realm of even understanding, I would say, occurred because everything in my life has been, in order for something to exist, it had to have been created somehow. So, like I said, that goes back to my just scientific beliefs of things where I believe what I've seen and what I know to be true, not what people have told me or what thousands of, or millions of people believe or follow.
So how do you
Sorry,
know
Bats.
that there's... Oh, did you have a question, Jimmy? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I'm hearing the assertion, sort of the core assertion, has been repeated a couple of times, and I'm not sure if you notice this, Raven, but you do say things have to be created. And I'm not really sure why that's a core belief.
I guess because that's just how life is. A child is created by their parents and houses are created because people build them and weather's created by pressure fronts. Do you see what I'm saying? For me, nothing just exists, just pops up and exists. How does that even, I can't even fathom something just being here without, something had to have happened for that to be there.
I'm sorry to butt in. Yeah, I just want to I want to maybe question that a little bit because all of those other causality issues, they happen within an existing universe. So the popping into existence, creation, or infinite regression of such a universe would not follow any of the rules that coming into existence follow within the universe. So why extrapolate? Am I making any sense?
I don't even know what the word extrapolate means,
Okay,
but
okay. Me not trying.
sorry.
You're trying to draw a connection between the way things happen within the universe and the start of the universe itself. There is no necessary connection there.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. And especially someone in the comments said, but what created pressure fronts? And I'm like, yeah, what did create pressure fronts? You're right. So, I mean, it's just hard for me to believe that one day, it was all just here, the universe, and there wasn't any type of point or uh, objective to it.
But isn't it possible that it was just there?
I guess it is because, like I said, I don't know. So it is very possible that either way. I guess I'm more so lean towards something miraculous to have happened for it to have come about, but
why?
Because of the fact that for me, everything in life has been created due to something.
If there was a creator, wouldn't there have to be someone to create him or her? Because with either example, either the universe has always existed or a creator has always existed.
Yeah, but I'm not speaking in terms of a creator as much as I am as like a situation. So like, you know how like the Big Bang Theory, for example, like even something like that, I could see could be a potential possibility. Not necessarily a creator or a god.
More like a consciousness that kind of sparked the beginning kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you think that there was a consciousness there at the beginning that sort of sparked everything into existence?
I mean, possibly, yeah. I think that I lean that towards that more than there's like this one being that was like, oh, I'm just gonna create a world and life, and I'm lean more towards the scientific plausibility. Well, I mean, it's kind of the same thing when you say sparked itself. Like that would be like the Big Bang Theory. There wasn't any like creative mindset behind it. It was just like molecular science behind that. So, I mean, again, like I don't necessarily think that there was a creator or a being or a god that.
Raven, do you know why? Do you know why there's the theory of the what we call the Big Bang?
I don't know. Do I know why there's that theory?
Yeah, do you know what the observation was that gave rise to that idea?
Probably not in depth.
I mean, there are two pieces of evidence for that, but I don't think that anybody's firm about what caused the Big Bang or even if that was the beginning. But there's, objects, galaxies are moving further away from each other. We can notice that by something called redshift. And we can also notice that there is this very low temperature microwave background radiation, which seems to be the echo of a giant explosion X number of years ago, 14 billion or something like that. So there's evidence, and then we extrapolate what might have happened from that evidence. But we don't extrapolate what caused it or, whether that was the beginning. Just that everything had to have been closer together at some time because it's all moving apart.
I think the term is great expansion. I can't remember.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, like that might be worth looking at if you're wondering about origins and things like that. Take a look at what caused people to think that there was a so-called Big Bang. Would that be interesting to you to kind of?
Oh yeah,
Would
for
that be
sure.
helpful? Yeah, it's all out there. I mean, certainly easy to read about.
Raven, your belief in a sentient higher power of some kind, does that affect your daily life at all or any way? Does it affect how you interact with people or anything?
No, I think a lot of people use religion as like a reason to, oh, this is
what sets the tone for doing good and bad. I don't need religion to do that. I don't need any religious beliefs to help me compute what's right and wrong and morally sound in my life. I don't pray to any God. I just try to be a good person. I think that a lot of people, they use religion as a tool to give themselves, it's comforting for a lot of people, I think, to be able to look at something and say, if I do this and if I go down this path, then I'm going to have the ultimate reward towards the end. And so
Comfort, or is it just something that you believe on?
sorry, what was that?
We only got half of that, Bats.
We might be losing them.
Could be connectivity problems.
Yeah, we didn't hear your question, Bats.
That you're I lost it now. Never mind.
Raven, what do you need to feel comforted, or do you need something to feel comforted? Do you need a supernatural entity or series of entities? If you didn't have them, would it be really disturbing? Would it wreck your life? You know, I'm just trying to figure out what you're.
I mean, like I said, religion has always been confusing for me because I was adopted and was taught that I'm supposed to be Jewish, but then I've had mostly Christian friends who talked about the Bible and Jesus and Christianity. And so religion, I've always looked at it as something like, how could you determine which one is correct if there's so many of them out there and they all say different things? My whole life I've thought this way, and I've thought that religion is just one of those things that people, they follow whatever they were raised to believe, and they follow this, and I don't want to say like a cult, but like as a kind of a, you're taught what to believe in. And so I never really took it seriously because of that. I've always felt like I just had to depend on myself to be a good person, to do the right thing, because that's what my nature tells me that I need to do in this life. I don't even believe in karma like most people do, because I feel like karma's just kind of a load of bullshit too. I've seen so many bad things happen to good people and vice versa. I think that's also a way for people to have comfort. Oh, if I do these good things, then I'm going to have good karma. And I honestly don't believe in any of it.
Well, I hear you questioning a lot of stuff. I suppose we were wondering about your kind of higher power idea, but it doesn't sound like. Are you clinging tightly to that, or is it maybe yes, maybe no?
It's a maybe yes, maybe no. I really don't know. So it's just like one of those things where, okay, this could be, I could see this happening and I can also see it, this being the reason or the cause, but nothing's definitive for me. And I don't really hold dearly to it. It doesn't matter that much to me, if that makes sense.
Makes sense to me. Anybody else?
I don't have any questions, but it does make sense to me too. I feel that way.
Raven, what does your belief system, or not? I know it's not a religion; it's more of a higher power, not necessarily a god or anything. But does it give you anything? Like, how does it help you? And does it give you make you feel validated? Does it, like you mentioned, comfort earlier?
That's what I think other people view religion for, not myself. I don't look at any type of religion to give me any sort of comfort. My comfort comes from within myself. Like, if I do good things, if I am a good person, if I try to do what feels morally right to me, then that's how I operate. That's what, that's how I go through this life.
So what does your higher power give you then? Is it just something to believe in, or does it give you anything at all?
I mean, I don't really have like a higher power that I guess maybe I explain that a little bit in the beginning and say that it's, the Big Bang Theory or God or a God. For me, it's up in the air because I don't think anyone really knows. I mean, reading a man-made Bible, reading scriptures, and forming your own opinion is what a lot, people form a lot of their opinions based off of that. I can't push myself to do that. And the scientific explanations are more, I guess, believable to me than solid fact. So for me, I don't have like a specific being or a specific God that I worship.
I was also adopted, and I had to struggle a little bit with the amount of indoctrination I received. Do you hold any kind of like, I mean, not resentment isn't the right word, but do you hold any like, certain way, or do you think it was a good thing that you were raised that way?
I don't feel any certain way about it. Like I said, my family's Jewish. They weren't they weren't Orthodox. So they weren't like strict Jewish people. They were just, it was kind of like, oh, we celebrate Hanukkah. We eat, matzo ball soup, that sort of thing. It wasn't ever like we went to temple or anything like that. So religion just influence has not been strong in my life.
So it's more culturally Jewish and less strict.
Right, exactly. On paper, because it means something to my mom, that sort of thing. But it doesn't mean I don't study the religion. I don't practice it. I don't attend temple.
So what's the basis of your like moral system that, do good things and are a good person? Like what are you using to define that?
I think it's just important for me to and it's just really that simple. I want to treat people how I would want to be treated. I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to steal from people or lie to people. I want to be as honest as possible.
Do you
I
need a
don't really.
God to do that?
I don't. No, I don't. I never have had that, so it's always just been within myself. And I don't know if that's because of the way I was raised or just my internal, like instinct.
What does that accomplish for you?
Like I said, I don't really believe in a specific creator. So, yeah, that would.
I get that it's not specific, but you do believe there is something that created something.
Was the Big Bang Theory or something scientific. That too, even. I mean, that it doesn't really do anything for me. Like I was kind of saying before, I think you were having issues with your sound, but yeah, it doesn't really do anything for me. For me, it doesn't make a difference how everything came up. I live my life and how I treat others, how, I don't think it makes a difference to me either way. And I don't think I'll ever in this lifetime know for a fact. So it's just a lost cause, in my opinion, to try to find out in this lifetime.
I appreciate you, Raven. I don't know that I have any more. Let's have questions for Raven.
No, I do not. Yeah, I appreciate it. This is a pretty enlightening panel.
Thank you, Raven.
Yeah.
Thank you, Raven. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, of course.
I hope that you keep asking questions, and if you do find some answers, well, bring them to us. We'll definitely want to question those.
I thought I heard a baby at the end. Oh.
I did hear that, too. Hello, Yoshimitsu. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god do you believe in? And have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
Yes, mostly.
And do you believe every word within it is true and from Allah?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
I find it rational, coherent, convincing. I believe that if a message is from God, some of the few things I would expect from a book to make a proper truth claim would be present in that book. So Quran makes that claim. It is rationally and emotionally appealing to me.
The book claims to be true, and you find it rationally and emotionally appealing. You therefore determine that it is true.
That's not how I would put it, but like I said that if a book is truly from a creator, one of the first things, or one of the few things I would expect from that book is so as a first step into the investigation whether a book is from God or not. It would be that's my criteria. That's not the only reason why I believe the Quran is the word of God.
claim, how do you determine that it's a proper truth claim?
A truth claim that has a consequence for your beliefs and action. Anyone can claim anything and say that you don't have to accept as truth because it's for me
I'm still
meaningless.
not following you. A proper truth claim is one that has clearly defined consequences for your beliefs and actions. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
How is that a proper truth claim? What makes that proper?
Because for me, truth is any truth proposition is something that I only would care about if it has an effect on my existence, on my past, on my future. So, for instance...
So, yeah, I understand you don't need to provide an example. So you're saying that you only care if something actually affects you. So in this case, because it says that it affects you, if you believe it or not, then you therefore believe it. Do you do that with every thing, every document, every claim? So if something says it affects you, then you believe that it affects you, no matter what.
Not only if it says it, but obviously there's different forms of input. If I...
Can you just speak plainly? I don't know why you're doing this.
Like what?
Different forms of input. Can you just speak plainly? Like if for example, the Bible makes claims about what it does to you if you don't believe and if you perform certain actions, do you believe the Bible is true?
No, that's what I was trying to clarify, because it does make a proper truth claim, in my opinion, where there's an actual consequence for your beliefs or actions.
So because it has consequences listed for your beliefs and actions, then you would look into that.
Yes.
My question was why you believe the Quran to be true, and you told me this, that it makes proper truth claims, and the proper truth claims are that it has to do with your beliefs and your actions, consequences that follow.
Yes.
So, are you saying that you believe the Bible?
No. I don't know if
okay,
you
well then can you speak more plainly?
Yeah, I think I
just
made...
tell me, can you maybe not make such a mess by being so obscure and obfuscating the conversation with your shut the fuck up while I'm speaking. I don't know why you're doing that. Stop it.
I thought...
Do you know how to have a conversation with adults?
Are you done?
Clearly not. So, can you just tell us why you believe the Quran to be true?
I'm not sure if you're tracking what I said. If you actually listened to what I said.
Fuck off.
I don't know if you heard it because he kind of muttered it at the end when you asked him if he had read his whole Quran, but he said yes, and then he said mostly.
I noticed that too.
He hasn't even read the whole book, but it's definitely true.
Well, I don't know what you expect from somebody who obviously can't answer a question plainly.
Oh, I mean, I don't really expect, at this point, I don't really expect any of them to have read their holy books.
He's just revealing himself and his immaturity in the comments.
Sure is.
Sure.
And another filter. Man, you're really getting them today, Thrayle.
I didn't do the filter.
Oh, no, I mean receiving them.
Apparently, he had some comments that didn't meet the community's guidelines.
It's quite interesting though to have this, or else like there's a lot of books that give you a or else. Like the Bible's one of them. Even the Satanic Bible has an or else, but mostly for people who negatively impact the reader, I guess. Should we believe in the Satanic Bible then? Because it has a believe do this or else in it?
Well, by his criteria of a proper truth claim.
A proper truth claim, and who determines what's proper or not?
He does.
Excuse me.
Affects him or not.
I don't believe he was a Muslim at all.
Possibly not.
He
I
said
don't
the
know.
Bible.
That behavior was in line with what we see
Very
a
much
lot.
in line with a lot of
So,
Muslims we speak to. Yes.
mhm. I'm honestly surprised he said it. Like, just straight up said it.
Yeah. Very often they hide it.
Mm-hmm. We have to like.
But we have like 82 people in here. We're over 211,000 likes. I'm sure there are people in the comments who have beliefs in God, God's higher powers, sentient creators, or so forth. Like, if you have a belief, please come on up. We're definitely curious on exploring those beliefs with you, and we have a few questions we would like to ask.
Repost.
Yes, repost. I'll do that again too. And you can post to your story. You can promote the live. You can meet the gift goals that helps bring the live out.
And tap the screen, of course.
Yes, tap, tap, tap.
Hello, Jimmy.
I did clear all the ghosts from the queue.
Oh God, that guy.
Who are you gonna call? Dun, dun, dun. Ghostbusters. Joe, wherever you're tapping, keep tapping, but we don't need to know the details.
Are we afraid of no ghosts?
I've never seen that movie.
Oh,
Cat is
it's
afraid of
okay.
the beach house ghost.
Ghostbusters?
I'm not afraid of the beach house ghost. I just think that there's something going on there.
Thank you, Sunbun and Artificial Red, for helping with the goal. I appreciate you guys so much. And I do appreciate everybody tapping. We are over 212,000 likes. I keep letting the big numbers slip right by me. Thank you, guys.
Thrayle.
Thrayle. Oh, no. Not again.
For letting the big
Oh my
numbers
god,
slip by.
that live goal just got reached. So that was good. That was fast. I think it usually makes noise. I don't know why it didn't make noise this time.
W audience for hitting the live goal.
Hell yeah. Yoshimitsu wants to come back.
I mean, the prompt does not say, can you be super defensive about your beliefs? It's really different than that.
And it's clearly not a debate prompt. We're not here to argue. It says, can you question your beliefs? And I really doubt that Yoshimitsu can question their beliefs, but we can give it another shot, see if he can actually participate in a cordial conversation.
My
Welcome
apologies.
back. Can you question your beliefs, Yoshimitsu?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means in the face of evidence, I should be able to change my position.
Is that all it means?
Yeah, that's the utility of what I understand, to be able to change one's belief from one position to another.
So you can only alter a belief in the face of an alternate belief. In an opposing position, you must adopt one position over another rather than abstain.
Yes, if I presuppose the laws of logic, only one mutually exclusive claim can be true.
Right, but why do you have to have one at all?
That's how my brain is wired.
I see.
Either
How
God
could you
exists.
say that?
Sorry, I was gonna say either God exists or doesn't. I cannot hold both beliefs to be true at the same time.
Why can't you hold neither to be true?
Because it would be a truth proposition that has no answer.
A truth
Right,
proposition.
which then I don't know.
Yeah. Is there something
Excluded
wrong
middle.
with it? Well, it's. I don't know that it's excluded middle in this case. It's simply the absence of a truth claim. Not God does exist, not God doesn't exist, but I don't know.
A person's personal level of conviction of being unconvinced about a dichotomy is not really I don't know how to explain it.
You're saying it's not relevant, but in this conversation it is, because it's not about the proof or the conviction. It's not about telling us or convincing yourself. It's about what are you convinced of and how much and why. So in this case, the dichotomy of whether or not God exists, while relevant to the conversation, is not central, is not pivotal. It's your acceptance of it that we're curious about.
Why is there no third option?
Well, that's why there would be, is because it's about your acceptance of it.
Right. So my acceptance of it is based on my presupposition that I want to accept as many truths as possible, and disregard or not accept as many falsehoods as possible.
Mm-hmm.
That's how my brain is wired.
How can you? How can you accept this as true if you haven't read the whole book?
I have read it. I've studied it in depth.
Right, but when you initially answered the question, you said, "Yes, I've read it mostly."
Yes, so I have a, let's say, gist of what the whole book is about,
what each chapter is talking about. I don't have to go in details of each story because it has many stories, as
You
many.
don't think it's important to have like an in-depth understanding of this text since it is like the text you based your entire worldview and belief system around?
Yeah, I agree. There's some clear verses and some verses that require a more in-depth understanding with the help of hadith. So if I am a scholar of the religion, I would understand your argument and understand why this was revealed and what time and what's the intent of it. But to attain salvation and go to paradise, I don't have to. It's not a requirement. I just need to know that God is one. I have to follow a certain way of life and be a good human being to attain salvation.
Wait, so, but I mean, sure, maybe those are the bare minimum requirements to attain salvation, but it's not important to you to have an in-depth understanding of it?
I wasn't brought up in a strict religious background, and by profession, I'm an engineer, so I don't spend too much time studying the Islamic tradition as much as I should, and I agree I should. Every Muslim should. But the reality of life is that people are engaged in their own worldly survival and things like that. So maybe a bad excuse, but that it is the way it is.
I'm not judging you, by the way, just so you know. There's no judgment. I'm just like, if I were to say I believe in this God and this religion, then I feel like it would be important for me to study it and know it and hold to it as much as possible. So that's why I'm asking these questions, because I'm curious as to like why you might not. And this seems like a good, reasonable answer, but I still don't quite understand why you are not devoted to it.
I wouldn't consider myself religious, but I believe Islam to be true. How are you defining devoted? Like, spend every minute of my life just worshiping God?
No, I just mean like have a strong conviction about it, right?
I do have a strong conviction. I believe Islam is true 100%, whatever that 100% means. Given my epistemic boundaries that every human being is bound with.
Right, but then that leads me back to how do you believe it's true 100% if you don't have like a deep understanding of the religion and the book and the...
Because it doesn't require you to be a high-level PhD with dual major in physics and philosophy to, or be a shepherd in the middle of a desert somewhere and attain salvation, because Islam appeals to people of all walks of life. So it really depends on what your field of study is, and if you want to get in depth into the Arabic language and the sciences of the Quran and Hadith.
Right. So this to me doesn't sound like necessarily a conviction towards Islam itself as much as a conviction towards gaining salvation.
Yeah, that is the intent of Islam.
What is this salvation from?
Salvation from? I don't understand the question.
What is salvation?
What are you being saved from?
From hellfire.
What is hellfire?
Hellfire is a place of eternal torment, torture, pain, misery.
Where is that?
It is a place in the afterlife.
It's an actual place, but I don't know where it is right now. Outside the universe, maybe.
Where did that come from?
God created it.
So he made it?
Yes.
Why did he make it?
To make us understand what paradise is. For us to understand what paradise is, we need to have an opposite of its kind.
How do we know it's there?
Based on belief in the Quran.
Just based on believing words in a book.
Yeah, so all beliefs are...
So hellfire is a place to convince us that we need to go to the other place. Is that accurate? Is that what you said?
Hellfire is necessary for us to understand that there is something called pain that we try to avoid every day in our life. So if...
What do we need hellfire for if we have pain in our life? What does that mean?
It's just the most extreme form of it. Logically, you can...
Why would he make that?
To be there, will be there. It's a place of...
How does one determine who deserves to be there?
Where did these people that deserve to be there come from?
The people who deserve to be there came from God, who created them, but he also allowed them free will to make their own determination.
So he made them. Did he know they would go to the hellfire when he made them?
Yes, he has the knowledge, yes.
So he made them to go there, specifically because he needed them to go there. For what purpose?
I don't think necessarily follows that just because God knows that someone is going to hellfire, that he's forcing them to.
No, but he's making them knowing they'll go there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why would he make them if he knows they'll go there?
I don't know a lot of things why God would do. I'm agnostic about why certain people will go to hellfire and some will go to heaven. But it's the reality we live in.
So, to clarify, he makes this place called hellfire you said, to teach us about the other place called heaven, and that we need this place so that the other place makes sense. And then he does that and makes people specifically that are going to go there so that they can go there and just be there. And this all makes sense to you. This is all logical to you, that this God does this, and you don't question any of that.
Why hellfire exists, it was also because people who deserve to be there will abide in hellfire.
Right, you said the people that deserve to be there, that he made, that he knew would go there. So he made people that he intended to go there.
Yeah.
That's
kind of weird.
It doesn't. Yeah, I'm not sure. That God is making very much logical sense here. So that happens, and you believe that because a book tells you to.
Yes, the belief in the book is based on other more fundamental beliefs, like natural theology. I know that God exists even without the Quran or the Bible. But if a book is making an extreme truth claim like that, I have to verify if it's true or false.
Okay, I feel like we're going full circle here. So why do you believe that the Quran is true?
There are many reasons. The Quran claims to be true is one. Then some supernatural, or not supernatural, but like natural phenomena in it that would not have been known to mankind 1400 years ago. It makes
I'm
prophecies.
sorry, you said it claims to be true. That seems like any book could do that.
Yeah.
There are known works of fiction that claim to be true. Then you said the next was that there are natural phenomena that you say couldn't have been known.
Yeah.
How did you determine these natural phenomena?
So in the Quran, for
If they're
example,
natural, seems like somebody might have witnessed.
right.
So can
Or
you
maybe,
negate an example of a natural phenomena that could not possibly have been known 1400 years ago?
yeah. So for instance, the Quran mentions that we've created the universe, and if it was truly from a man
Can
living,
you tell me which surah that is? Where that is?
I don't have another phone on me, but so I think Surah 51. I have to look up the verse.
You say it's mentioned in more than one place.
I am looking it up. Verse 51, chapter 51, verse 47. There are many other examples like that.
So you're saying that this is saying that it's somehow describing the Big Bang?
Yes.
How is it describing the Big Bang?
It's talking about the expanding universe. If a man living in the desert would observe the
It
sky,
says the heaven we constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expander. Is that the word? Words? Is expander the right?
Yeah.
The right word for that translation?
Yes.
Can that word mean anything other than expander? And by saying we are its expander, we constructed with strength, is it saying the heaven? Or is it, how are you determining that's the universe?
Yeah. So sama in Arabic means the skies, or whatever you can
the
see.
Skies.
Yeah. Skies would also mean anything beyond the visible layer of layer around the earth. So it means anything beyond the skies as well.
And so here you take this to mean that it is describing the Big Bang. Could it not just be describing that the same way people have often said the expanse of the heavens? Could it not be saying that they have expanded it, that it is done and completed?
No, I think it's pretty specific.
You're saying it necessarily says that it is, that they are expanding it.
Yeah.
You don't question this at all?
No, I don't. I think it's enough.
Why, Yushimi?
Why? Because I don't expect the Quran to go in detail of physics and give us formulas to what it means by this verse. It's enough.
It's enough to take this and interpret it to mean that it is referencing the Big Bang without question.
Yes.
You come to a wall and decide that something seems similar enough, and therefore it is true.
Yeah, I question my beliefs.
That sounds like the opposite of questioning.
Yeah, I also...
That's rather dogmatic.
I don't question things to a point where I'm a hyper skeptic, where if I arrive in a certain position, I can be a solipsist if I'm questioning everything.
We weren't talking about solipsism. I don't know why you would have to revert to solipsism to question the veracity of a claim like this, where you say this, Surah says that it is the referencing the Big Bang, when it seems to me that these words could be translated in a different way. And you don't question that in any respect at all.
Yeah, I don't, because I take a epistemic probabilistic approach to knowledge.
Can you tell me what you mean by epistemic probabilistic?
What I mean by that is if I believe something, I believe, so what that means is I accept certain things to be true because they are more likely to be true than not.
And can you tell me how you determine the probability of it being true, that this verse is directly referencing the Big Bang?
So it's clearly stating that the universe is expanding.
Can you tell me where it says the universe is expanding? It does not say that. It does not say that the universe is expanding. You just lied now. It does not. It says, "And the heaven we constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expander." That does not say it is expanding. It says that.
Okay, I spoke. So the verse clearly implies that the universe is not in a steady state like how the scientists thought it was.
Where does it say it is not in a steady state?
Because it's saying it's expanding.
No, it doesn't. Where does it say it's expanding?
It implies that it's expanding.
Is it implied, or does it say it?
What are the only two possibilities?
You're saying it implies it.
Yes.
What is another way that could be read?
The universe could either be a steady state or it could be expanding or shrinking.
Does this say... So now that's three possibilities.
Right. So out of the three possibilities, the Quran is referring to a phenomena that leans more towards that it's expanding.
Can you tell me where this shows that it is expanding?
It says it in the verse.
Where?
Musi'un.
It says
the Arabic.
And it says, "And the heaven we constructed." Right?
Yeah. You were asking for my
constructed.
Are you challenging that it means something else?
I'm trying to find out how you've determined this means Big Bang.
Because the verse is what it's stating. Between the three possibilities, it's stating the more obvious ones that's closer to the truth.
You say it's obvious. Can you tell me how it's obvious?
In the English language, there are three possibilities. Either the universe is steady state, it's either shrinking or expanding. So the verse is alluding towards the fact that it's expanding,
it makes it obvious to my
Does
mind.
does it allude to the fact that it's expanded?
Hmm. Yes.
Can that not be read as we have expanded it?
The Arabic of the verse says is constantly expanding.
Where
If you
does it
go
say
into
it's constantly expanding?
if you look at some of the other translations,
I would like to know where you're seeing that it's constantly expanding in there.
okay. What translations do you accept of the Quran? Who's your source from the traditional Islamic?
Who my source is doesn't matter. You're the one telling me.
Okay. Just, I don't want to bring in something that you don't accept as a reliable source for the Quran translation.
Okay, so just to clarify, see the way you're acting like it's whether or not I'll accept it. Do you understand what this exercise? Are you going to score points and win here? Are you expecting that I'm going to concede? Do you have any fucking clue what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. What's going on?
You are making me challenge my beliefs. You're making me think about what I believe, if it's truly based on evidence or just a desire for it to be true.
So then why does it matter if I accept your translation or your interpretations? What does that have any relevance in that conversation or in that context?
Because you're the one who's bringing up the objection.
Is it possible
How is
that
this
in
stupid?
I'm gonna try a different. I'm gonna try to rephrase. Is it possible that you have assigned this meaning to this verse because of what we know to be true from science now, instead?
No.
Did you say no?
Yeah, I said no.
How is that not possible?
Because I don't invent language as I go.
Did you understand what I said? Did you understand the question?
Yeah.
Then please restate it back to me.
Is it possible that I assigned that meaning when I first read it?
So how, like, what you said when I asked you why you said no doesn't answer, like, that's not an answer. It's not a cohesive, coherent answer, actually.
Okay, so your question was, is it possible if I assigned the meaning when I
Based
read
on
it?
based on what we have figured out through science now, versus it being written about like what we know through science now. Is it possible that it was written about maybe a primitive kind of understanding that didn't necessarily with the Big Bang, but when you read it, because we have the science now about the Big Bang, you assigned that meaning to it?
Yeah, it's not possible because I can prove it by providing a translation from 100 years ago when
You can't use the book to prove itself.
sorry?
You can't use the book to prove itself.
Are you saying that you would have a translation from 100 years ago that says it's continuously expanding, and that would somehow 100 years ago verify that they knew something prior to science?
Yeah, there's a way to disprove that claim by establishing when science truly established the universe is expanding, and
person making the claim that this was written after the claim of science was made by providing a translation prior to that discovery.
I tried really hard. I tried really, really hard to like not be here. But we're here. So I'm done.
Okay, fair enough. Do you think you're succeeding in questioning your beliefs?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah. I want to accept as many true things as possible before I leave.
This is successfully questioning your beliefs.
Because I cannot be a hyper skeptic about every single claim being made. I have to make a reasonable.
Yeah, this is almost verbatim what you said earlier. So, what year was this translation from? The 100-year-old one?
I don't have it with me,
Oh.
but there should be translations out there in actual. I don't know if they've been uploaded to the internet or not, but there should be physical copies out there.
I see. So this is an assumptive claim.
Yes, I'm just going with the most convenient way of Googling and using AI to find a translation right now because we have limited time.
So you said that, have you
Bats
found
has
this
their hand up.
100-year-old claim?
Excuse me?
Have you found this 100-year-old translation that you claim? What year it was from?
I'm not going to go to that extent for this.
I thought you said you had a 100-year-old. So,
I was explaining a scenario where
okay, so you used a hypothetical to respond, rather than actually questioning your belief. You proposed a hypothetical in a dishonest way. I'm really curious. Do you feel that dishonesty is part of questioning your beliefs?
No.
Okay.
So
really quickly, I'm also curious. What are the 5 pillars of your faith?
The 5 pillars is to believe in the oneness of God, is to pray your 5 daily prayers, is to fast in Ramadan, and to give charity to the poor, and to perform the Hajj if you're able to.
Can you question the first of those?
Yes.
What would that mean, to question?
It would mean to look into if that position is true or false.
And have you?
Yes.
And what is the best critique of your conclusion?
That it's an impossibility for reality to exist without a uncaused cause and an independent agent that has a conscious ability to bring
The
contingent
best
things.
critique of your conclusion.
Best critique.
Your best critique of your conclusion.
You mean if I had to steel man the opposite position? Is that what you mean?
If that's the only way that you can critique your own position.
If I had to steel man the opposite position, I would arrive at a conclusion that is a logical impossibility.
Is that a steel man?
Yes.
doesn't
And
sound like a steel man.
for me, anything that's logically impossible.
You're building a straw man.
My premise for anything being false is that if it's logically impossible, it's false.
For anything that is false.
Sorry?
So you can't steel man the opposition. You can't come to any critique of your own conclusions.
I can. I think I've tried. Maybe if you wanna analyze what I did, maybe see if I'm going wrong somewhere. If I'm steel manning it appropriately or not.
The steel man of the opposing view was what again?
That there's no God.
That there's no God, which you find logically impossible.
Yeah. In the absence of God, the only thing that would remain is what we know of is the physical universe. The only data that we have is from the point of the expansion of the universe. So based on the stuff the universe is made up of, it is an impossibility for it to be independent and uncaused.
Based on your presupposition, why do you you're not actually questioning your beliefs at all. And I'm curious, did you really just come up here to try to argue for God? Do you feel like you're scoring debate points?
No. But the way
so what I'm hearing really is that you presume God and you find any oppositional point of view or perspective, regardless of knowing it or not, to be logically impossible without question. You hypothetically will propose any argument or evidence, regardless of its truth, to support your claims, to argue for a reasoned, however dishonest, conclusion, to support your presupposition. Does anybody else on the panel have a different conclusion of this conversation?
That's what it sounds like to me. But I have one possible question. I don't know if it's useful. Up to you, Thrayle.
Oh yeah, if you've got a question, I mean, if you think you'll get an honest answer.
We'll see. So Yoshimitsu, so if I discover the writing of a 12th century monk anywhere in the world who writes, God created the universe and the universe is expansive, would that be enough to show that they had prescience about the Big Bang Theory 800 years later?
Yes.
The word expansive would be proof.
It would be worth looking into that claim or that book.
So all we have, all we would have would be the universe is expansive.
Just one, the entire book has one sentence in it.
No, well, I see that, you know, it might be in context of other things, but the only place where it says anything about expansive is this one line. And this is a hypothetical. That to you would be enough proof to say this person, prophet, monk, whatever, understood that the universe is constantly expanding because of the word expansive. Or would you look at it critically and say, well, expansive can just mean very big?
What is exactly the monk claiming again? Is he claiming that the standing?
Yes. So exactly. So all the monk said was, let's say in Latin, the universe is expansive. God created the universe, and the universe is expansive.
Okay.
Is that enough to say that monk understood that to mean that there was a Big Bang? Or would you look
If
at it
it's
critically and say, really, that just means maybe the monk was saying the universe is big?
yeah, if it's saying it's just expansive, then I would not imply that he meant it's expanding. But that's
Okay.
not what the Arabic of the Quran says.
Can you look at the Quran critically, or is that not allowed?
Yes, you're actually encouraged. The Quran itself says, look at the world and seek knowledge. It also makes a claim about falsifying the Quran itself. There are two places in the Quran where it says falsification test, a form of falsification test, where if you find anything that is a contradiction, this book would be false. And also the other has to do with the Arabic language, so experts in the Arabic language.
So then if there were, you'd have to determine that there is no other possible meaning of the word we expand it, then that the universe is constantly expanding, that it could not mean anything else in order for it to align with the Big Bang Theory. The phrase translated as we expand it cannot mean anything other than the universe is constantly expanding if you are to look at the Quran critically.
Yes, it's possible, but the only way to address that word of what it actually means in the classical Arabic language, pre-Islamic and post-Islamic, we cannot invent a new definition of that word 100 years ago or even today and say this could have meant this. But
so have you looked into what that word meant?
No.
So why are you making the claim?
It's really strange.
Because every single translation that I've read, probably 4 or 5, allude to this a similar meaning. It would be or false.
You see, they all allude to the same meaning. They all allude to that they constructed the universe and expanded it. How does that mean that it still expands? Hello, Tavium.
May I? Hi, Thrayle. May I ask which verse, which surah?
5147.
Thrayle, I have to hop down now. Maybe you could help me into the comments. I did have some questions.
You, Bat.
I have to go take care of my kids now.
Appreciate you as always.
Appreciate you too. Take care, everyone.
Bye, Bats.
Hi, Bats.
Oh, that verse. What about it?
The claim is that it can only be interpreted to mean that the Big Bang is expanding everything continuously, not that it was constructed and expanded. Not that
But the verse says we built the sky, not the universe.
Right.
Yeah, it says وَالسَّمَاءُ بَيْنَيْنَا. Sama means sky, so I don't think it means the universe or the Big Bang or the universe or anything else. Is that what you're saying?
Is that the only way to interpret that?
Musi'un in ancient Arabic or Mecca Arabic meant something of his force or his ability or his power. You can interpret